Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Son of Phoenix. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. There had always been something strange about Hasashi. Inko could brush off the small things. At first, if he smelled like smoke and burning ashes, it was just a side effect of his quirk. The way he seemed to glow at night was just the moon reflecting off his curly white hair. That cut was gone already because he was a naturally quick healer. His eyes changed color. Oh, just a trick of the light. His overly polite manners and sharp smile were understandable, given his occupation. He didn't have many friends because he was a loner. If, once in a while, he would be strangely insistent on being the one to answer the door, only to merely open it a crack and shoo away whoever was outside. Who was she to judge? And was it really so strange that every full moon there would be salt piled in the corners of the apartment, a candle burning all night, and strong-smelling herbs scattered atop the doorframe? Even if, 2 of those times, Hasashi had been away on a business trip. At one point he had a rather loud argument out on the balcony. He was not carrying his phone. There was a rather sheepish-looking bird perched on the railing. Quietly, Inko closed the door and resolved to hang the laundry up later. But the night Izuku was born was so bizarre that Inko finally, politely, demanded the truth. Somehow, things only got stranger after that. Izuku had school today. At 7:38 a.m. in a stranger's apartment, he had less than an hour to finish up, switch outfits, and run across Musutafu like his life depended on it. In his hands a pot rattled, a vicious shrieking noise emitting from it as its 2 unwilling inhabitants struggled to break free. The aftermath of the frankly ridiculous 43-minute-long battle he had been part of was very visible on the tiled floor in the form of a puddle of formerly boiling water, smeared kitchen ingredients, and scorch marks. Izuku's still not sure where those came from. The apartment's inhabitant was still staring at the pot in his hands with a traumatized look on her face. Maybe she had a fire quirk. Izuku wished he had a fire quirk, or fire magic. Then he wouldn't have to tote a pack of matches around everywhere he went. Speaking of that, you might want to leave the room, he suggested, voice only partially muffled through his wooden mask. At some point during the scuffle, it had been knocked askew so one eye showed. Not that it mattered. He had a minor transformation spell on his face as a precaution. I have to take the lid off to light these guys on fire. Sorry for the mess. The woman nodded mutely and shuffled out in a daze. Izuku carefully rested the pot on the floor and held it shut with one foot while he lit one of his specially made matchsticks. With carefully timed precision, he lifted the pot's lid and tossed the flame in. He caught a brief glimpse of the rabid corn cobs trying to escape before he slammed the lid back down. A few moments later, all struggles ceased. He checked inside the pot, levitated the remains of the matchstick into his pocket, no need to leave evidence, and adjusted his mask. It's okay now. They won't bother you again. He called out the kitchen door. The woman didn't reply, but he hardly expected her to. She'd nearly been mauled by sentient vegetables, was saved by a weirdo in a mask, and now had to find something else to eat, preferably a meal that wouldn't spontaneously develop eyes, teeth, and murderous tendencies. She was probably trying to pretend the whole event was a fever dream. That's what most of them tend to use as a coping mechanism. He glanced at the clock. 7:42 a.m. How far away was the school from this neighborhood? Again. Izuku was late by 14 minutes. He slunk into class with a nervous smile and mumbled that he was delayed by Mount Lady's debut, which wouldn't be a lie if he had taken his usual route. Kaken glowered at him, smoke rising from his palms, and their teacher waved him in with an irritated expression. School was not Izuku's favorite part of the day. As the top dog of the class, Kaken had set a precedent for the other students to either ignore or be outright nasty to Izuku. It wasn't as bad as the few years between his quirkless diagnosis and the miraculous development of his minor telekinesis quirk, but even a quirk was not enough to get back into Kaken's good graces. Izuku was still Deku, and he was still ostracized by his classmates, which was why when the teacher offhandedly mentioned Izuku's desire to get into UA, he knew the day was still following the trend that had been set the moment he started whacking vicious cobs of corn across tabletops. The second the bell rang, Kaken towered over his desk. Izuku was just a second too slow in grabbing his hero analysis notebook. Kaken waved the book in his hands smugly. Where do you think you're going, Deku? Katsuki, what's that? One of Kaken's friends asked, a hint of a snicker in his voice. Hero analysis for the future? Seriously? It's nothing. Give it back. Izuku pleaded. Kaken raised an eyebrow, then quite literally blasted the book out the window. Before he knew it, it was too far to catch with his telekinesis. Hey, why would you do that? Kaken scoffed. Most top heroes have stories about them from their school days. I want the shine of being the only student from this school to make it into UA. He leaned forward, resting a burning hand onto Izuku's shoulder. So anyway, don't apply to UA, nerd. Izuku had a quirk, as far as they knew. He could fight back if he really wanted to, but all he did was duck his head. Such a pushover, the other friend remarked as they strode away. He'll never be able to take a villain down with such a weak quirk. At that, Kaken paused and addressed Izuku again. Oh, and here's some friendly advice. If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a better quirk in your next life and take a dive off the roof. Izuku's whipped his head up, a mixture of shocked and livid. Kaken met his eyes with a smile, popping a few explosions on his palms. What? In a flash his resolve faded. There was nothing he could do. Fighting back had backfired one too many times in the past. Besides, the faster he gave up, the faster Kaken would leave. Case in point. What does he think he's doing? Telling someone to go kill themselves like that? Izuku mumbled as he left the school, having waited a solid 5 minutes to ensure the hallways would be clear. If I followed through, his hero career would be in big trouble. Why did Kaken hate him that much? Oi, broccoli head, a voice warbled from the direction of the fish ponds. Izuku slowed to a stop. He'd had yokai address him as such too many times to even hope it was a normal human trying to catch his attention. Is this your notebook in my water? Walking over to the pond where he could sense magic, Izuku indeed found his hero analysis floating in the water. A koi fish with spots resembling eyes hovered near the surface. Because those eye spots were blinking sluggishly at him, Izuku assumed this was the yokai. Right, sorry, Kaken sort of. Do I look like I care? The yokai asked. Just get your junk out of my pond. It was a fish, so it wasn't like it had expressions anyways. But Izuku did not mention this. Sorry, he yelped again, before retrieving the book and hurrying away. It's soaking wet ... and burnt to a crisp, he observed glumly. I'll probably have to copy the notes over. At least I didn't write anything down about Mount Lady yet. Sighing, he tried to air the book out as he walked. What was Kaken's problem? When he was 4, it was obvious that Kaken had turned on him because he didn't have a quirk. At the time, Izuku had thought all his problems would be solved when he finally mastered his magic enough to pass as a quirk. But the only thing that changed was the excuses behind the bullying. He hadn't understood then, and he didn't understand now. But Izuku didn't need Kaken's approval to become a hero. He had power. He's been saving people for most of his life with his power and knowledge. That's right, don't worry about what other people think. Hold your head high and plunge forward. And then, because the day hadn't been long enough already, a presence loomed behind him. Izuku glanced back sharply. He'd been so lost in thought that he didn't notice the sewer smell suddenly spike. An oozing mountain of sludge had blocked off the part of the underpass Izuku had just walked through, its bulbous eyes swiveling to stare at Izuku. He would have thought it was a yokai, but he couldn't sense any magic. A mutation quirk. Not just that, a villain, a medium-sized invisibility cloak. He should move. He should probably run, right. Sorry, hero analysis for the future number 13. He thought as he flung it bodily into one of the rapidly approaching eyeballs. But hey, at least you're good for something. Izuku spun and sprinted as the monstrous villain flinched backwards, calling upon the speed he'd honed from years of intentionally and unintentionally ticking off yokai. The villain was faster than Izuku would have thought, though, and it managed to catch him by the ankle. He hit the ground hard. Now, don't make this difficult for me, the villain said. Izuku lurched to his feet, yanking at the tendrils of slime as they engulfed his body. His telekinesis was more effective than his bare hands, but he could only grab a couple handfuls of liquid with it at a time. The sludge was shoving down his throat faster than he could pull it away. I just need to take over your body. Calm down, it will only hurt for 45 seconds. You'll feel better soon. Choking on sewer filth, eyes watering from the pain and black dots filling his vision, Izuku had the feeling that better meant dead. Dead ... Is this it, then? Am I going to die? Something metallic clattered in the tunnel. It's all right now, young man. Who? I am here. No way ... Is that? Texas. Smash. All might. It was like a hurricane had ripped through the underpass. As Izuku fell to the ground, he could suddenly breathe air again. The last thing he saw before he lost consciousness was a pair of steadily approaching shoes. Someone was slapping him. Hey, oh good. All Might backed away. All Might, I'm glad you're okay. Was Izuku having a fever dream? He'd never been on this side of denying reality. Is this how that lady felt earlier when her food sprouted teeth and tried to bite her? Sorry about getting you caught up in my villain fighting. I don't usually make mistakes like this, All Might was saying. But I was in high spirits on my day off in a new place. All Might saved him. Izuku will gladly embrace this fever dream. Alternatively, he was dead and this was heaven. He would be fine with that, too. But you were a big help. Thank you. All Might held out 2 soda bottles filled to the brim with the sludgy substance of the villain. I captured him safely. The number 1 hero, All Might, looks completely different in person. Actually, there was something off. It wasn't that he looked different, it was that he felt different. Why did All Might reek of so much magic? All Might, Izuku was just going to ask him. After all, nobody with that much magic could possibly be ignorant to yokai and the like, but suddenly something floated into view from behind the hero's head. It was a bright ball of burning light. Was that an onibai? All Might didn't even notice it lazily drift in front of his eyes. Izuku spluttered, changing track quickly. An autograph. Where should I? Spotting his notebook, he dove for it, wrinkly pages be damned. As he flipped to what should have been a blank page, All Might's bold signature stared back at him. He already signed it. Thank you very much, Izuku blurted, bowing perhaps a few times too many. It'll be an heirloom, a family treasure. Why did I say that? Gah, stop embarrassing yourself. Okay, All Might laughed. Well, I need to take this guy to the police. A onibai twirled around his hand when he raised it in farewell. See you again on the other side of the screen. I'm counting on your continued support. With that, the number one hero leapt away, his incredible strength propelling him into the sky. Izuku watched in baffled fascination as the onibai hurriedly darted after him. Was that onibai haunting All Might? Was that the magic Izuku had sensed? But no onibai had ever felt that strong. The magic probably belonged to All Might, and the onibai was attracted to it enough to stick around even in daylight. But that didn't make sense either. If it was All Might's magic, he definitely would have noticed the onibai and that Izuku had magic as well. Izuku's increasingly frustrating train of thought and muttering, not that he noticed, was interrupted by the ring of his phone. Startling, he pulled it out of his pocket. It was covered in slime. All of him was, actually, but his phone was going near his face, so he quickly shook the worst of it off before he answered. Izuku, honey, do you think you could pick up some milk on your way home? It was Mom. He looked at the slime dribbling off his clothes, the stiff and scorched book in his hands. His backpack was strewn on the ground a few meters away. A laugh bubbled out of his throat, but it quickly devolved into a coughing fit. His mouth tasted horrible. Izuku, are you okay? Did you run into trouble? Yeah, I think I need to take a shower, was Izuku's only excuse. It was either that or giggle hysterically. And he didn't need to make Mom suffer that again. She probably thought he ran into another yokai. Literally, that was his whole life at this point. It wouldn't even occur to her that he could have gotten into trouble as normal as a villain attack. He'd tell her when he got home. Probably, I'm on my way home. Maybe next time. See you soon. Love you. Well, be careful. Love you. Izuku ended the call and picked up his backpack, wondering. All Might was in town, bringing a mystery with him. Izuku's power hadn't been enough to fight off the sludge villain. He would have to get stronger if he hoped to get into the hero course. There were 10 months left until UAS entrance exams. He's going to make them count. The first thing Izuku did was scout out a place to train. Yokai magic tended to grow with age rather than practice, but Izuku was human enough that it essentially worked like a quirk. Finding a legal method of practice involved too much time, money, or both, so he just asked the local birds to keep an eye out for cluttered places with a low rate of human traffic. While waiting for any positive reports, Izuku wrote down his thoughts about All Might's onibai into his yokai notebook and left a voicemail for his go-to mythology expert. His father, Hasashi, had a normal human job, but his business trips also secretly involved dealing with disputes between the various mythological creatures in America, so there was no telling when he would get the chance to call back. In the meantime, Izuku planned what aspects of his quirk he'd be working on and obsessively watched the news whenever All Might was on. The latter was strictly so he could research how All Might acted to see if he gave any indication of noticing the onibai following him around, even if Izuku couldn't see the onibai on TV. Totally not for any other reason. In the end, he hadn't even needed to send birds out. A week after the sludge villain, he had been trying to look casual while fleeing from a particularly insistent tofu kozo when he passed by Dagaba Beach. Oh duh, his brain went. Before the tofu kozo took advantage of his distraction to shove a plate of tofu in his hands and run off like a schoolgirl with a crush. I don't want your moldy tofu, Izuku yelled after it, gaining odd looks from the few passerby in the area. The tofu wasn't moldy yet, but Izuku knew. He knew. Izuku used the tofu to bribe the birds into the more time-consuming duty of surveilling Dagaba Beach for a few days. Once he verified the place was pretty much abandoned, he garbed his phoenix mask outfit and set out. There were 2 reasons for Izuku to wear this outfit. 1, it was made for anonymity. If he was caught in the act, he could escape identity intact without having to waste magic on a disguise spell. 2, Dagaba Beach was a minefield. It was one thing to be aware that a junkyard like the beach was bound to be full of old mistreated objects perfect for the manifestation of your average yokai, but it was another to actually step onto the beach and feel the buzz of magic in the air. He could easily be snuck up on in here, and if a yokai's mutations were subtle, he might not notice it immediately. Most of the yokai in here were probably malicious, and of course more active at night when he'd be visiting. But what better way to train was there than to immerse himself into a life-threatening environment? Izuku walked only a few trash heaps in before he tested out lifting some of the junk with his magic, small stuff about half his weight limit. when nothing immediately sought his death. He started sorting out the pile in front of him. Sometimes he would physically lift stuff that was over his magic's limit, taking off as much weight as he could with telekinesis to help maneuver it, while keeping alert for any attacks it was slow going. Naturally, it was when he tried to exercise the weight distance limit with a lamp a meter away that he messed up. The movement of the lamp dislodged something else in the pile, which in turn sent a bunch of objects tumbling and several yokai and possibly a regular cat fleeing. Izuku hopped out of the way, then flinched as the miniature landslide apparently instigated a long, shrill screech from inside the hill of scraps. After a moment of no immediate repercussions from whatever had screamed, Izuku, like an idiot, peered into the abyss. Instead of the abyss peering back, a frilly and colorful scarf launched itself onto his face. Izuku was wearing his mask, so the scarf wasn't quite wide enough to cover all the cracks and start suffocating him. Seemingly taking this fact as a challenge, frilly scarf yokai slithered around his throat and began choking him. Heck no, not this again, Izuku thought, and sharpened his fingers into talons. He tore off a glove and slashed at the fabric that was still over his mask, confident the wood would be fine under the protective spells he and his father had layered onto it. The yokai screeched and thrashed and receded, writhing in the air like a small floral dragon. You did it. I know you did it. Frilly scarf yokai howled, before a surprisingly large translucent body phased out of the tatters of the scarf, sending the fabric to the sand. Look at what you did. You ruined my home. It then, rather pitifully, broke down into sobs. The actual body of the yokai revealed something Izuku recognized. It had the appearance of a long white strip of cloth, with wrinkled yellow eyes and no other features to speak of. Looking at the long rip on the fallen scarf that definitely hadn't been caused by his improvised claws, Izuku had the sudden feeling that there was a bit of a misunderstanding going on. I'm terribly sorry, he told the Itten Momen cautiously, but I only purposefully harmed you in self-defense. Did you come out because your scarf got torn? Yes, the Itten Momen hissed vehemently, eyes narrowing at Izuku. How could you attack me like that? I was minding my own business. Izuku flushed guiltily. It was an accident. I was trying to sort this pile, and I didn't know you were in there, and then I tried to move the wrong thing and just sent everything falling. I'm really sorry. That must have torn you the first time, and then I just made it worse when you tried to kill me. It was an accident, the Itten Momen asked, somehow giving the impression of a severe frown with only eyes to work with. Izuku nodded his head vigorously. Fix it. What? I need a new home. Find me one, or I'll kill you. The Itten Momen wasn't exactly corporeal enough to go about killing Izuku, but he would rather not push his luck. He readily agreed, and before he knew it his night of training had turned into an impromptu fabric scavenging session. By the time Izuku needed to leave the beach, he had discovered that the Itten Momen was extraordinarily picky, and got the feeling that it had been looking for an excuse to leave its scarf anyways. When he explained it was time to go home, the Itten Momen had grumbled and insisted that it needed to sleep somewhere during the day. That's how Izuku convinced it to take temporary residence in one of his shoelaces. Yes, a shoelace. He would have to make an adjustment to the house wards if he didn't want his foot to catch on fire. On the way to school the next morning, Izuku tripped an unprecedented amount of times. This is your doing, isn't it? Izuku grumbled into the cement sidewalk. I only give good luck to people I'll be staying with permanently, the Itten Momen said prissily. That means you get bad luck. What about neutral luck? Can't I just have neutral luck? It's an incentive to find me a home faster, the yokai said, as if threatening Izuku's life wasn't incentive enough. Shoelaces were definitely something you could strangle people with, after all. A few days later, Hasashi returned Izuku's call. Hello, Izuku. His father's voice chirped when he picked up. What was it you wanted me for? Izuku filled him in on his encounter with All Might and the Onibai, and after some brief superhero fanboying on both ends of the phone, his dad shared his thoughts. Well, my best guess is that you were sensing the magic from the Onibai. It's not normal behavior for them to haunt specific people, but if it's an old enough spirit it might have gained back its individuality. All Might's not quite old enough for the Onibai to have reached that level normally, so it was probably someone with an exceptionally strong or magical quirk. Or maybe it was a distant relative. Just how powerful was the magic? Dad, Izuku said seriously, it felt like it had as much magic as you. Hasashi spluttered over the line. Well, then, it would have to be at least 160 years old then. Maybe older, nearly from the dawn of quirks. Aren't you only ... what was it, 80? Well yes, but Onibai are fairly weak spirits. They gain power at a slower rate than I do. I can't fathom how one was remembered long enough to last so many years. I wonder why it's following All Might. Yeah, Izuku was wondering that too. But the conversation wound down from there, devolving into other topics, until Izuku handed it off to his mom and a whole new conversation erupted between his parents. He plopped into bed, staring at an open All Might video on his phone. Just who are you? Izuku thought, pretending for a moment he could see the Onibai trailing behind the on-screen hero. And why does it bother me so much? Do you have a name? Izuku asked a month later, watching a bicycle missing a seat roll itself away. He couldn't lift it with his magic alone, but he could manipulate it to move by keeping it upright and pushing it. He was working on fine-tuning it so that he could move the pedals themselves as well, but for now they only moved in response to the tires turning. No, the Izuku was curled in the air behind Izuku. It typically left its shoelace at night, apparently because it was cramped in there. Why? Well, I want to call you something other than the Izuku, Izuku said. They both watched in disappointment as the bicycle reached Izuku's distance limit and flopped over. But hey, that was a meter farther than 3 weeks ago. I'm not a pet. I'll come up with a name myself. All right, Izuku agreed amiably. As the Izuku pondered a name, he retrieved the bicycle and moved it to the pile of objects he'd been reusing. That pile consisted of but was not limited to objects such as a collection of paint buckets he'd filled with seawater and a slinky he'd tried to bend into the shape of a dog, but looked more like the three-dimensional interpretation of a scribble. Precision with his magic was harder than he'd thought it would be. I got it, his companion cried. It swooped in front of Izuku. Call me Katsuhimo. Izuku probably should have expected something like this. How original. Katsuhimo chortled in response, as if naming itself after its current place of residence was the best joke in the world. Ah, there you are, a voice said. Izuku turned, and after a moment located a large calico cat sitting on the path he'd carved out. At first he tensed, but after noting there was only one tail he realized it was just a Bakenico. Those were far less likely to bite your face off than their two-tailed counterparts. Some Bakenico could be downright helpful. Can I help you? Izuku asked. Katsuhimo was silent, observing the newcomer for a moment before deeming it uninteresting and dancing through the air once more. There's a problem in the forest, the Bakenico said matter-of-factly. A human's quirk has gone out of control and it's blocking a shrine. No yokai can get in or out. Is the forest on fire? Izuku asked in alarm. Usually only fire quirks had an effect on yokai. If a fire quirk had gone wild in the forest, that was bad news. It isn't a fire quirk. It can't hurt us, but it can toss us away. It's annoying, the Bakenico told him in that same drab tone. Some of the yokai might get worked up and violent if they're trapped inside the shrine all night. I want the shrine to be in one piece in the morning. Not to mention violent yokai can hurt each other. And whatever had happened in the first place to make the quirk to go out of control. Izuku drew himself out of wondering what a human was doing in the woods so close to midnight and motioned to Katsuhimo. Okay, I'll deal with it. Somehow, he'd never fought an actual person before. Show me the way. Katsuhimo, are you coming with me? Sure, the Izuku agreed. The Bakenico took off, Izuku close behind. He mentally reviewed what he had with him, the Sakaki wood matches, an iron dagger, his mask, that was it. None of them were currently under transformation spells, so he didn't have to worry about that. Although at that thought, he did quickly change his red sneakers to a more discreet black. If there was one person there, who knows how many more were. Once they were 20 minutes into the forest, the Bakenico stopped running. They should be a minute or two ahead, it told them. I'm not getting any closer. Izuku nodded and kept going. Barely 30 seconds passed before Katsuhimo took the cat's absence as an invitation to fill the silence. I've never liked cats, it commented. They get their fur everywhere. Izuku had never owned a cat to speak of, but his childhood doctor had often complained of the same problem, so he opened his mouth to half-heartedly agree. That's when the giant shadowy hand smacked Katsuhimo out of the air. The Izuku screeched in surprise, and Izuku gaped as the incorporeal cloth disappeared into the trees. The shadow hand dug itself into a tree and pulled the rest of its monstrous body into view with a low growl. It practically radiated human magic, the out-of-control quirk, which appeared to be a giant living bird shadow monster. Izuku itched for his quirk analysis notebook. Was it an emitter, transformation, or mutation type? If emitter, was it attached or separate from the quirk holder? How intelligent was it? It looked like it was made of shadows. Was it stronger in the dark? Obviously it could see yokai, could its wielder as well. But could it sense magic? The quirk focused its narrowed stare on Izuku next. So there was a possibility the answer to the last question was yes. Or maybe he'd been mumbling again. A clawed hand lashed out, sending Izuku to the ground as he ducked. There was a creaking noise and Izuku looked behind himself in awe as a tree toppled over away from him, having been sliced in half. That was one powerful quirk. How the heck was he supposed to fight this thing? The arm snapped back to what was probably its normal length. Red, glowing eyes burned as the quirk screeched loudly and thrashed wildly. Not even aiming for Izuku this time, but tearing another few trees apart. Izuku dimly registered Katsuhimo funneling back into his shoelaces as he scrambled to his feet, thinking hard. The quirk was acting just like how Katsuhimo had when Izuku'd torn up the scarf. Maybe he could take the same approach, talk it down. As Izuku gulped in anticipation, getting ready to move in case he only attracted the quirk's wrath, he wished he had his father's ability to control birds. It would probably have worked on this quirk. Excuse me. It's okay. You can calm down. What are you doing? Katsuhimo hissed from his foot. The quirk swiveled to face Izuku again, lunging forward. He dove for cover, needing to yank his clothes with his telekinesis in order to evade the bite that scooped a boulder's worth of dirt from the ground. Who's there? A hoarse voice yelled. Get away. I can't control him. It's an emitter, then, Izuku thought, not sure how to handle that revelation. On one hand, attacking the quirk directly wouldn't hurt the human unless they shared pain. On the other hand, the quirk might be able to hurt its own wielder. How does your quirk work? Izuku hollered back, tugging himself along with telekinesis once more as another swat of land was assaulted. He was accumulating minor scratches and bruises from flying debris, but so far had successfully avoided any direct hits. Will it hurt you? There was a moment of hesitation, but the voice finally replied, he's weak to light. He won't hurt me, but someone attacked me and he went wild. Someone attacked them. Izuku didn't reply in order to catch a breath in the dip of a ravine. From his new position, he could feel the magic of what he assumed was the shrine. Cautiously raising his head above the ditch's edge, he could see a simple torii gate opposite of the quirk raging behind him. A few trees had been knocked over beside it, and no yokai were in sight. Izuku realized the ditch he was in probably the quirk's doing. Had a yokai attacked the human? It was unlikely because of the shrine's pacifying effect. But it would explain the way that anything magical was being targeted, and it definitely wasn't impossible. Or was it just because the attacker had fled, leaving the quirk to lash out at anything that moved, namely yokai that woke up and tried to leave the shrine for the night? The quirk screeched again and there was the distinct sound of more trees tumbling down. Izuku winced, checked the creature's position, then crept out of the ravine to sneak over to the torii gate. With any luck, there would be a yokai capable of light or fire willing to help him. After only a few steps he paused. It was hard to tell with the mixture of human and yokai magic, but there seemed to be a third magic in the air. He'd never felt this type of magic before. It was like rotten eggs. As if summoned by his thoughts, a hulking figure lumbered out of the undergrowth to block the shrine's entrance. Its blood-red skin was bulging with muscles, its form grotesque and hunched even at a height almost twice that of a full-grown man. The creature's oversized fangs were bared in a satisfied smile, both them and its acid yellow eyes glinting in what little moonlight filtered through the canopy. A studded iron club as big as Izuku was clenched in one of its warty hands. For a moment all Izuku could do was gape in horror. Was he cursed? Had all the forces of the universe unanimously decided he shouldn't reach adulthood? Was that why he was stuck between a rampaging quirk and a freaking oni? He hadn't even reached high school yet. The very small part of him that wasn't freaking out told him this was what had attacked the quirk user, but it quickly joined the rest of him in panicking when the oni hefted its club up and tried to batter him into the ground. What is that? Katsuhimo yelled as Izuku tripped backwards into the ditch. The ground vibrated under the force of the weapon's blow, dirt and rocks spraying over top of him. The quirk screeched in the distance, and from the sound of it was making its way back to them very quickly. Its loincloth is hideous. It's an oni, Izuku breathed out. He wasted no time as he scrambled further down the trench, and carefully refrained from commenting on the Itten Momon's concern over the demon's fashion sense. I don't know what it's doing in Musutafu, though. That was the only good thing about oni, the lack of them, especially in civilized areas. This was a forest, but still, Izuku had never seen one before. He didn't think his dad had even seen one before. There was a groaning noise, and Izuku hastily jumped forward as a tree fell behind him. Looking back, he saw the quirk howl as the oni smacked it out of sight before turning to Izuku with that eerie grin still plastered to its face. This is way over my pay grade, Izuku lamented. He clambered out of the trench using the fallen tree, although he was loath to even look in the direction of his imminent death. The oni was taking its time stalking over to him menacingly. Izuku trekked through the trees at an equally slow pace, not caring to waste any energy. He took stock of his options. The matches wouldn't do anything against a yokai that was this physical and possibly magic-resistant if tales of oni being sorcerers were true. His telekinesis wasn't strong enough to move the club. It was iron and huge. His dagger was the best choice, especially if he made it bigger or into a sword with a transformation spell. The only problem there was his arm strength, but maybe if he used his telekinesis. F-whoosh, look out, Katsuhimo cried. At some point Izuku had taken his eyes off the oni. Staring at the ghostly blue fireball barreling at him, he reflected that had been a big mistake. His quick reflexes saved him once again, but he had to bite back a cry of pain as the fire scorched his leg. There was a loud crack as the fireball collided with the tree that had been behind him, and the resulting shockwave threw Izuku even farther than his initial magic-aided leap would have taken him. He was winded momentarily as he slammed into a tree. That's not fair at all, Izuku thought, pulling himself upright and trying to locate the oni by the trail the fireball had created. He pulled out his knife, but didn't apply the transformation to it yet in order to preserve his magic and maneuverability. It knows a fire spell, because his eyes were where the fireball had come from, It was a sheer miracle that the Oni's swing of the club landed square on Izuku's mask. His whole body was thrown backwards, but the mask's protective charms absorbed the worst of the force and momentum. Izuku's heart might have skipped an unhealthy amount of beats from the shock of seeing such a large object racing towards his face. It's fast. Was the fireball just a diversion? He winced as he used his injured leg to help right himself, and sent a pulse of magic to help speed up the healing. An effective diversion. My mask won't take another hit like that. Something was missing. Fire magic. Katsuhimo. Izuku yelled in sudden alarm, trying to catch a glimpse of his shoes as he stumbled away from the Oni, thankfully still gripping his dagger. But his laces were scorched black along with the rest of his shoes. He shuddered. If Katsuhimo had still been in one of them, the yokai would have been burnt out of existence. Katsuhimo, where are you? From the corner of his eye he spotted another azure fireball speeding towards him from where he'd last seen the Oni. He sprinted out of the way as best he could with his leg, but this time kept a vigilant guard. As the fireball passed and hit another tree, Izuku heard the rustle of leaves behind him. He turned around with a swipe of his weapon, but seeing the iron club inches away from his chest had him yanking himself backwards instead. Katsuhimo's familiar translucent form suddenly flew between him and the Oni. Katsuhimo, Izuku exclaimed in relief. Incoming, was the Itenmomon's only reply. What? Izuku was cut off by the reappearance of the wild quirk. A shadowy hand clashed with the Oni's weapon, grating against it before sliding off. Did you lead it here? Izuku asked in disbelief, before turning tail and running for his life. He was glad the fireballs hadn't actually caught stuff on fire. Otherwise they'd really be in trouble. Not that he wasn't 90% sure his parents would soon be attending his funeral. It can take down the Oni, can't it? Katsuhimo said, flying beside Izuku. No, Izuku said. It very much can't. Didn't you see the Oni send that thing flying? Even if it beats the Oni, how am I supposed to take the quirk out? But the Itenmomon had the right idea. The Oni had fireballs. He could at least wait for the Oni to knock the quirk out of commission and figure the rest out from there. With a quick word to Katsuhimo, Izuku put away his knife and made his way back to the large tussling creatures. Observing them, Izuku had the realization that the Oni wasn't using the fireball spell against the quirk, instead using its club as its only form of attack. Was it a distance thing, or had it run out of magic? Only one way to find out. Oi, stinkface, Izuku yelled. The Oni turned its head, smile twisted into a grimace, but the quirk kept swiping away at its opponent. Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Come and get me. It wasn't particularly insulting, but it did the trick. The Oni lost interest in the quirk and lunged at Izuku, and they quickly fell back into the chase. As soon as Izuku looked away, he heard a fireball coming towards him. Katsuhimo fled to the treetops, probably not to be seen again until magical fire was no longer running rampant. Izuku dodged, looked for the Oni, and dodged the club attack. It continued in this manner as he ran in a large circle back to where the quirk was. Every time he lost sight of the Oni, a fireball would come streaking towards him and the demon would sneak up on him as he avoided it. It was a hard process. Izuku had a sprained ankle and bruised ribs now to replace the burned leg that his magic had healed, but eventually it paid off. Izuku saw the quirk thrashing in front of him and heard the fireball raging behind him. He darted out of the way, pulling his dagger in anticipation of the Oni making an appearance, and watched in satisfaction as the quirk took the fireball straight to its shadowy feathers. It rapidly shrunk, revealing the bird-headed semi-conscious teenager now kneeling on the ground. Surprisingly, the Oni was now lumbering towards the quirk user. Izuku realized with a flash of alarm that it intended to finish him off while he was vulnerable. But then icy-cold determination filled him. Now was the perfect moment, after all. He used the last of his magic to change the dagger into a sword. It was unwieldy and unfamiliar in his hands. He didn't have enough magic to use telekinesis to add extra force to his swing, but adrenaline did that job for him. The Oni towered over the other teenager. Izuku plunged his sword straight through its midsection. Just like that, it was over. The Oni dropped the club, and its body soon followed. Both teenagers watched in morbid fascination as it slowly went through its death throes. Stilled, then crumbled into a pile of ashes. The only sounds filling the wrecked forest were their harsh breaths. Thank you, the bird-headed teenager said. ... That thing wasn't a person, was it? It wasn't even a question. No, Izuku glanced around. He could make out the red of the Torii gate through the open air caused by demolished trees. A small white figure trotted their way, and as it came closer Izuku recognized it as the calico bake Nico. Seems you dealt with it, was all the cat said once it reached them. It cast the scene a disdainful look, then flicked its tail and disappeared into the shadows. Not even a thank you, Izuku muttered. Did it even realize an Oni caused the problem? I assume you are referring to the cat, the other boy said, seemingly unaware of Katsuhimo returning from the sky. Was it another demon? Yokai, Izuku corrected absent-mindedly. He bent down to pick up his sword. His hand didn't make it that far. Something very scarf-like wrapped around his wrist, tossing him to the ground and snaking away. There was a scuffle as the bird-headed teenager leapt to his feet. Izuku dodged another whip-like tendril by rolling over his sword. He grabbed his weapon and sprung upwards in one unsteady movement, just in time to whack away another attack. Eraserhead perched on one of the trees at the border of the freshly created clearing, his capture weapon floating around him and quirk active. It seemed the clamor in the forest had drawn some attention. There were probably reinforcements coming to deal with something strong enough to bring down so many trees. Izuku needed out of there, fast. The capture weapon snagged his sword next, creating a tangle that trapped both the blade and his wrist. He struggled against it, eyeing another rapidly approaching fold with fear. Without warning, the hold on his wrist loosened as something tore at the taut fabric. Izuku staggered backwards and stared in surprise at the re-emergence of the other boy's quirk, which had cleanly sliced the tough capture weapon in two. "I'm sorry," the bird-headed teen cried. "I don't have control of my quirk under extreme stress." The quirk itself made a token effort at appearing to be out of control, but it wasn't anywhere near the size it had been when it was actually rampaging. Eraserhead didn't know the difference though, and he snapped his gaze over to erase the quirk seemingly without thinking. "Katsuhimo, help me out," Izuku whispered in the pro's moment of negligence, indicating the torn part of the capture weapon still dangling from his arm. He took off in a run and the Itten Momen caught on quickly. It dived into the severed scarf and tugged Izuku along the same way he had been using his telekinesis earlier. Behind them, Eraserhead cursed and presumably tried to disable Izuku's non-existent quirk. There was a moment of silence, another curse, and then movement and a piercing war cry from the shadowy quirk. It seemed the bird-headed teenager wasn't letting Eraserhead chase after him. If they ever crossed paths again, Izuku would have to thank him. "Are they out of sight yet?" Izuku asked Katsuhimo as they raced through the forest. Now they are," the yokai said. "Right, keep going. I'll stop at the edge of the forest to clean up, but we're basically heading straight home." By clean up, Izuku meant take his mask off and stuff the capture weapon out of sight. He couldn't even hide the mask or mix up his appearance like he normally did because what little magic he had left was being used to take the edge off his injuries. He was glad the worst of it was just a sprain, because no healing was actually getting done. Then another thought occurred to him, a bit out of the blue but a welcome distraction from tonight's events. "Say Katsuhimo," Izuku said, "how would you feel about living with Eraserhead?" Boy, what a night it had been. Despite the original troublesome string of events, the remaining months passed without much excitement. Izuku checked in on the shrine once the police presence died down. But in true yokai fashion, none of the residents had anything to offer other than complaints about the quirk user's disturbance. Izuku tried and failed to track down the Bakeniko and interrogate it on the Oni, because it didn't visit the shrine enough for any of the other yokai to know who he was looking for. After that first visit, he only returned to rehome the occasional benevolent or neutral yokai he came across at Dagaba. The rest of the time at Dagaba he spent continuing to build up his magic and hone his skills, although between fending off yokai, school and its related issues, trying to locate Eraserhead, and adding in some genuine physical training, he didn't progress as much as he would have liked. He only saw All Might once more in the aftermath of a villain attack at the shopping center. He'd been hit by the intense magical signature before he even noticed the police lights, and quickly spotted the hero amidst a gaggle of reporters. The Onabai almost blended in with the flashing lights and cameras, and waving frantically at it to get its attention didn't yield results. He did get All Might to wave back, though. That was a win. And now, it was the morning of the UA entrance exams. Izuku was already shaking from nerves just being on the UA campus. It wasn't irrational. The written exam was tough and the physical exam was on an entirely different level by reputation alone. Would telekinesis be enough? Somebody brushed past him harshly. Izuku wasn't surprised to see the perpetrator was Kaken. The blonde had been ridiculously adamant in bothering Izuku leading up the exams, even if after-school incidents had dwindled as he focused instead on his own preparations for the exams. "What are you doing in my way, Deku?" Kaken sneered on his way past. "You're going to regret not taking my advice. Wanted UAS rejection in writing, did you?" "You know I have a quirk," Izuku mumbled, as if that had ever made any difference. Izuku didn't blame him for thinking he was weak, considering the last time he'd bothered showing off his magic was when he was 7 and still struggling with lifting a cup. But had it ever crossed Kaken's mind that he could get stronger? "I stand just as much a chance as you do." Kaken paused, his eyebrow twitching. For a second Izuku thought he would turn and blow up at him as usual, but he simply turned his nose up at him and continued on. It seemed Kaken had decided he wasn't even worth it. Izuku wondered if his former friend was under the impression that they wouldn't be seeing each other during high school. He's wrong, Izuku reminded himself. He has the power to make it in ... but I have the will. He took a few steps forward. Then he tripped. "Katsuhimo, this is your fault." Izuku had the presence of mind to cast blame as he prepared for death via slow fake quirk activation. The Itten reciting in his red shoes gave no indication it knew of his predicament, considering it was asleep and not actually responsible for his natural clumsiness. Surprisingly, his face did not meet the ground, and he took the opportunity to belatedly tug himself back into a standing position. He didn't even need to use his clothes to do it. It felt like his body weight had been completely negated. "Sorry," a voice chirped from beside him. His sudden weightlessness disappeared. There was a girl talking to him. "That was my quirk. Please forgive me for using it without asking first. But I saw you trip and thought I'd help." Izuku gaped, but that was okay, because she didn't seem to expect a response. "Let's do our best. See ya." With a wave, the cheerful brunette continued on. "I talked to a girl," Izuku thought, clearly still suffering from emotional whiplash. "Then, I didn't get to ask about her quirk. And finally, shoot, it's about to start." Once the written exam was complete, the hero course applicants were directed to the physical exam orientation, which was in an auditorium and apparently delivered by Present Mike. Trying to ignore the fact that Kaken was seated next to him, Izuku focused on the orientation as much as he could while simultaneously geeking out over Present Mike's mere existence. Kaken threatened to blow his face off if he didn't stop, and then another attendee reprimanded both of them. And eventually, after the whole debacle of Kaken also threatening that boy's facial integrity, the crowd of examinees was split up and directed to the various testing grounds. Battle Center B. 10 minutes to get as many points as possible versus robotic foes. Considering how bulky they looked during the presentation, he only had a few ways to deal with them. He was sure he could rip out the wires inside or destroy some of the weaker joints with compressive force, although both methods required physical contact to be most effective. He doubted being able to divert the smaller limbs would be helpful for anything but dodging ... but he was optimistic. He just had to be quick. And if anything, Izuku was quick. The waiting student hopefuls milled around as they waited to start. Izuku spotted the nice girl from earlier through the crowd and perked up. Since they hadn't started yet, it couldn't hurt to go thank her for earlier. Deciding to do just that, he took a step forward but was immediately halted by a hand to his shoulder. Flinching at the tight grip, Izuku turned to see the outspoken boy from the orientation. "That girl appears to be trying to focus," the dark-haired teen said sternly. "What are you doing here? Are you taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else?" "What?" Izuku squeaked, mortified at the accusation. "No, of course not." This did nothing to prevent the murmur rippling through the crowd. Was a stutter really enough to label himself an opponent not to worry about? "Okay, start." What's wrong?" Present Mike cried from above. "There are no countdowns in real fights. Run. The die has been cast, you know." By the time Izuku turned to look at the open gate, the entirety of the crowd was already halfway into the battle center. Izuku hurried after them, ducking his head as he surveyed the lifelike urban environment. There weren't any robots near the entrance. After a few moments of peering into alleys, he broke off from the main group. Just in time, it seemed, as the sounds of destruction emitted from the central road. He'd like not to deal with that much wayward debris, thank you very much. He slipped out of the alley onto one of the side roads and found himself face to monitor with a one-pointer. "Target acquired. I'll kill you." It bleeped menacingly with a swipe of its arm. He leapt backwards and got a good view of the extendable part that the rest of the arm was mounted on, the same mechanism that made up its neck. "I can tear those apart if I stick my hands between the plates. But that's too risky. But the neck is only connected to the head by a small piece that I can definitely crush. I just have to get up there." Before he could do anything, though, the robot was blasted apart by a glittering laser. "Thanks for distracting it," a flamboyant blonde boy said with a wink. At the same time, Izuku was yanking a piece of the resulting shrapnel away from a passing examinee. "Merci. We make a good team. But I don't think we'll meet again." "Adieu." The laser boy dashed away after delivering that less than uplifting comment. Izuku shook his head and looked for other foe villains. He located a free two-pointer just as the remaining 7 minutes were announced. Its head didn't have the same weakness as the one-pointer did, but he managed to climb onto its back where he would be able to mess with the wires inside the main body. He gripped the tail first and broke the tip off with the extra pressure his telekinesis allowed for the crushing trick, then put his palm on the metal frame beneath him and tore blindly at the inside. He did something right, considering the villain shuddered and collapsed to the ground. From then on, Izuku made progress slowly. He could deal with 1- and 2-pointers at a decent rate, but 3-pointers weren't efficient because there were no easy weak points to tear and the large body made it impossible to tear out wires without time wasting trial and error. Whenever he ended up in a crowded area, he kept getting distracted with making sure other examinees weren't hit by the abundant debris that seemed to be flying everywhere. Izuku only just earned his 20th point when the entire cityscape shook. He had to use his magic to land off of the one-pointer on both feet. Down the street, dust clouds erupted as the corner of a building fragmented. A large shadow was cast over the teenagers fleeing past Izuku. Craning his head up with dread, he realized this was what Present Mike had called the zero-pointer. It was taller than even the fake buildings. No wonder they don't expect us to fight it, Izuku thought in horror. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Mike announced, 20 isn't going to be enough. I need to find more points, even in this chaos. Izuku moved to follow the others. The zero-pointer was huge, but it would be moving slowly. He could dispatch another few robots in the remaining time without worrying about it. That is, he didn't need to worry about it until he heard the yell. That was all it took for Izuku to switch track against the flow of the crowd. He swept away as much dust as he could until he could see the fallen applicant who, surprisingly enough, was a familiar bubbly brunette. Her foot was trapped under a pile of fresh rubble that she was straining to escape. Izuku had noted earlier in the test that her floating quirk relied on 5-point contact, but it would be hard for her to twist around to touch what was pinning her down without aggravating her foot, and she'd been using her quirk a lot. She was probably close to or past whatever her limit was. Though relying on that, he skidded to a stop next to her, examining the various concrete chunks layered over her foot and mindful of the dangerously close zero-pointer. There were too many to just try to lift with telekinetically aided strength. He had to do them one at a time. That in mind, he set to work. The instant you can, get your foot out of there, he told her. Right, she said, strained. He pulled away 3 layers before only the one on her foot was left. And from there it was simple enough to lift it enough for her foot to get out. He quickly helped her up, just as the zero-pointer slammed a fist into the closest building. Look out, the girl cried, sending them straight back down to avoid a piece of concrete riddled with rebar. His teeth slammed together painfully as his chin collided with the ground and his head rattled with exhaustion. We need to get up fast, he thought. The zero-pointer's too close, and I still need. Time's up. This announcement was made in conjunction with the loud mechanical screeching of the zero-pointer slowing to a complete stop. A few more bits of building crumbled to the ground. Points. Izuku's hastened scramble upward accumulated into simply sitting on the ground panting. There was frustration, but also relief. His dangerous situation standards had been met. No one was dead. Well, as far as he knew. It was a surprisingly hazardous exam. Okay, good work, a voice called. With the tapping of a cane, the youthful heroine, recovery girl, hobbled through the crowd handing out gummy bears. Was everyone at UA a pro hero? Not that Izuku was complaining. And it was smart to have her quirk on staff, especially since it was painfully clear there was no failsafe to prevent blunt force trauma to vital places. Here we are, dearie. The brunette he'd helped was treated to a kiss to the cheek and gummies deposited in her hands before recovery girl moved on to Izuku. The stars in his eyes quickly faded into embarrassment when she tutted at him. You have a nasty gash there, she said with a sigh. I do, Izuku said, glancing at himself, not helping his case. His hands were battered from the jagged shrapnel that resulting from crushing metal. His clothes were littered with rips, and his left leg had a long bleeding wound visible through the corresponding tear in his pants. Naturally, his body chose that moment to send pain signals to his brain again. Right, he finished through gritted teeth. He reluctantly bore through receiving a kiss as well and had to wait out the extra wave of exhaustion that followed before standing up. Recovery girl checked over his leg, informed him that it was perfectly healed and shoved some gummies onto him before continuing on. There were a few other kids with similar injuries around, and the medical hero was thorough in treating everyone before herding them out of the testing center, clearly in a hurry to visit the other exam groups. Thank you for helping me out back there, the brunette chirped as she plopped down next to him on the bus. I was gonna get stepped on for sure. I'm Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you. She gave a little wave. Izuku spluttered. Izuku Midoriya. It's fine. It's not like I could have just left you there. And you helped me out, too. He pointedly ignored the intense gaze of the glasses-wearing boy sitting not far from them. Gosh, it would be great if we were in the same class, wouldn't it? Your quirk looks a lot like mine. Choosing not to comment on how unlikely he was to get in with only 20 points, Izuku happily engaged in an intense conversation about the differences between his telekinesis and Uraraka's zero-gravity quirk. When he went home that night, he was torn between telling his mom he had a new, actual, human friend, despairing over his flunked exam, and pretending a girl hadn't just given him her phone number. So it looks like Eraserhead only patrols over here a few days every other week, so our best is to catch him here where we know he always goes on Friday evening. Izuku punctuated his muttering by circling the areas in question on the judiciously marked map spilling off his desk. Katsuhimo's lengthy intangible form was sprawled over the floor and the yakai's face was inches from the paper. Was it dishonorable ambush a hero at a cat cafe? Maybe. It's not like Eraserhead would even notice them. Izuku just had to get close enough for Katsuhimo to get into Eraserhead's scarf apparently. There was a distance limit from any intact current object of residence, which had made getting close enough while donned in pseudo-vigilante gear tricky, and then everyone would be happy. Izuku gets rid of the yokai, setting off the window wards in the middle of the night. Katsuhimo gets the ideal host, home, and Eraserhead gets ... he gets ... a guardian spirit. Izuku wasn't really sure how actively helpful it and Momen were to their host's owners. Katsuhimo's perpetual irritation manifested in minor if annoying bad luck. Would good luck mean Eraserhead's capture weapon would never tangle, or something? Anyways, in civilian clothes Izuku wouldn't stand out at all. He would walk past the cafe while the underground hero was inside and then head home. Simple as that. That Baku is looking at me funny. Katsuhimo scowled before engaging in a staring contest with the droopy-faced, tapir-like yokai that had been following Izuku for the past half hour as they hovered around the cat cafe. The speed at which the Baku burst into tears could have given Izuku a run for his money. Darn it, Eraserhead had yet to show his face. He always came sometime during the evening but never with a set schedule. Izuku could just ignore the Baku ... but the poor thing looked miserable. Was he being a sucker? Yes, he was. Hey, he approached the cat-sized creature with a modicum of caution and a whole lot of concern. I know Katsuhimo's mean, but it won't hurt you. Debatable. I know you've been following me. Do you need help with something? The Baku nodded its furry head eagerly but didn't elucidate. ... Can you tell me so I can help you? The Baku began to trot away. It paused and looked back at Izuku as if asking him to follow. Fantastic. There's always next week, Izuku defended at the deadpan look Katsuhimo gave him when he started walking. Don't expect to be able to unknot your shoes tomorrow, the yokai grumbled ominously. Izuku was led all the way back to the point where the Baku had begun following him before they turned into an alleyway. Katsuhimo began a running commentary, seemingly determined to hurt the Baku's feelings. You're not as big as the other Baku I've met. Why is your face so ugly? As they scrambled up the fire escape, you can't even float. What are you, a baby? This is the Baked Nico all over again, Izuku muttered. On that note, he was on the roofs now. Eraserhead was probably in the area, so he slipped on the mask that he'd brought just in case and applied the other precautions he'd been taking since that night with the Oni. He'd been practicing with his natural shapeshifting ability so he could use that in place of a spell. His hair went in kai black and some of the bones in his face shifted. It always caused an unpleasant itchy feeling for the duration that he left his face like that. But at least it preserved his magic for combat and lessened the chances of him being identified for assumed vigilante activities. His mask had been completely knocked off at least 3 times since the Oni attack, once in the presence of heroes that had been responding to yokai-induced commotion. If he hadn't been disguising his face ... well, he wasn't technically labeled a vigilante yet because nobody had proof of the criminals he'd been fighting. But it was only a matter of time before he was labeled a vigilante or outright villain. It only took 15 minutes, with 45 minutes left until the cafe would close, for the Baku to come to a stop in a more residential area with less apartments. Actually, it came to a stop in someone's backyard. Izuku lingered on the street. You look like someone tossed the animal kingdom in a blender and then threw the result up, Katsuhimo was saying. That's very rude, Izuku said. It sort of looks like a puppy, albeit with the snout of a tapir and coarse stringy fur, but the miniature elephant ears really sold the puppy look. It's ... cute. That didn't work. It was still crying. Please tell me what we're doing here. The Baku blew snot out of its nose. Katsuhimo, what do Baku do? How am I supposed to know? You've obviously met a few before. Izuku rummaged around in his jacket, pulling out his phone and looking up what a Baku was. Okay, so they eat dreams ... is that right? The Baku nodded. No wonder I've never met one of you guys before. There's not really any other yokai that would make problems for you, except maybe that one that steals pillows ... Is that what's wrong? It shook its head. Izuku frowned and started googling the heck out of sleep-related yokai, but every question he threw at the Baku was the wrong one. Oh, whatever. He threw his hands to the air in surrender. Katsuhimo, go look and see if anything is going on in there. Please. Fine. All of the lights were off, so the residents must have gone to bed already. If Katsuhimo didn't find anything, Izuku would have to get the Baku to show him exactly where the problem was, which meant breaking and entering at the same time as entering an unknown situation. The Itten Momen swooped back through a window. Some foreign demon is trying to strangle a human in there, it reported, casually. What? Izuku exclaimed. He moved for the window so fast he nearly tripped. The Baku skittered away. Show me. He was so jittery it took him 5 seconds longer than it should have to remotely open the window. And then he was diving into a homey kitchen and sensing the foreign magic for himself. Katsuhimo led him up a flight of stairs, which he took at the speed of light while praying that he wasn't being as loud as he thought he was being, and bursting into a drab bedroom. The occupant, who looked to have fallen asleep at the desk rather than in the bed, was rigid in the grip of a goblin-like creature. His eyes were open, so Izuku assumed he was awake, but he didn't so much as twitch despite his terror-filled expression saying he very much wanted to. Not a yokai. Perfect. It was with great satisfaction that Izuku didn't even have to move from the doorway to yank the unknown mythical creature right off the boy's chest. There was a loud gasp and coughing as the purple-haired teenager regained the ability to breathe. The goblin creature struggled in the air until it slipped right out from the hold of his magic. It snarled at Izuku and Katsuhimo and scurried toward them with sharp claws. Since physical contact was probably what caused the paralysis, Izuku grabbed it with telekinesis again and bashed it against the wall above the bed hard enough to shake the window. The former victim watched all of this with what Izuku had long ago labeled the WTF is happening expression. The goblin continued screeching. "You don't happen to know what this is, do you?" Izuku asked. The boy startled, then pointed at himself. "Yes, I'm talking to you." It's not like he could see Katsuhimo outside of its shoelace. "I can't even see whatever the thing is." Wow, full invisibility even when directly attacking someone. He'd thought it was too physical for that. Would fire be more effective than the knife? Well, Izuku would rather not commit arson again. You never knew what worked with foreign magic. He'd try the knife first. The look the purple-haired boy made when he pulled out his dagger and stabbed the goblin was priceless. It was made even better by how anticlimactically the creature keeled over and died. Izuku holstered his knife without wiping the gore off it and looked at the body slumped on the floor. What was he supposed to do with it now? It wasn't disintegrating. He kicked it. Apparently that was effective enough, because the body promptly faded out of existence. Shrugging, he turned to leave. "Hey, who are you?" the boy yelled. Then the hallway light turned on, accompanied by the shouts of people who were presumably his parents. Izuku shamelessly chose to turn back around, ignore the boy, open the window, and hop out. Phoenix, Eraserhead greeted him, leaning on the fence and slurping his cat-themed cup of coffee. They gave me a name already, Izuku thought, heedless of Izuku's inner denial of vigilantism. Eraserhead set down his coffee and flung his capture weapon at him. Katsuhimo let out a shriek of joy and promptly disappeared into it, which caused the scarf to immediately falter in its path to Izuku. He was glad he'd hardly had to use any magic, because that meant his escape was ridiculously more clean than last time. With Eraserhead's scarf attempting to turn the underground hero into a mummy, Izuku moved himself so fast his feet barely touched the ground. He saw the Baku watching in bewilderment from the backyard and police cars turning into view from the other end of the street, which caused him to immediately cut into the nearest alley. It was almost an exact echo of the Oni incident. He wove through the suburbs until he reached the more populated city areas and shed his disguise at first opportunity. Mission complete, even if it wasn't exactly how he'd planned to do it. Now, the next thing to worry about, UA entrance exam results. Uraraka, Izuku had found, was a texter. She used an excessive amount of emojis, and the only use of punctuation to speak of was typically in the form of exclamation marks. It was not much of a surprise that she was also a relentless optimist. The day after the exams, Izuku had informed her of his chances at getting in, and all she had done was tell him not to worry about it. She had then proceeded to go radio silent for the next hour or so, but Izuku was sure that was unrelated. Probably. She hadn't done anything extreme, right? Anyways, with her being an avid texter, he was surprised to find that she was calling him on Saturday morning. He stared at the phone as if it were a foreign object. He should probably answer. Uraraka. The soul-piercing screeching on the other end made him drop the phone. He scrambled to retrieve it, but did not hold it up to his ear again. "Are you in trouble?" he exclaimed. "Do you need help?" "I got in," was the only explanation he got before she devolved into an unintelligible blend of words, laughter, and sobs. "You what?" He then tried to leave his room, but slammed into the door frame. "Your letter came." Walking out properly, he called, "Mom, do we have mail?" The ensuing loud gasp answered that question. "Did you get in?" He managed to hear through his pounding heart as Inko eagerly handed him the sealed envelope. "I don't know. I haven't opened it yet," he hissed, voice raised to an unnatural pitch. He was ushered into his room. "I'm going to open it and call you back, okay?" This was, as he soon found out, a terrible idea because watching All Might declare him a UA freshman did not leave him in any state to dial Uraraka back until over half an hour later. "Midori, wait up." Uraraka skipped her way up the stairs, meeting him right outside the doors of their class building. He flushed at the nickname. Uraraka. Oh geez, she looks good in a uniform. Izuku self-consciously readjusted his tie. If he didn't know any better, he'd think Katsuhimo was still hanging around. But no, he was just terrible at tying ties. "Let's head to class together," she suggested, as if Izuku would have just ignored her and gone ahead. "Sure. You don't happen to have a map, do you? This place looks big." Nope. Regardless of their combined incorrect senses of direction, the duo found the large door to Class 1 with a few minutes to spare. Uraraka didn't hesitate to slide it wide open, striding in with a confidence Izuku could only hope to gain. "I hope we're not in the same class as Kaken and that scary person ... he thought, sidling in after her. "Don't put your feet on the desk." Scary person was demanding in front of a nearly full classroom. Huh, Kaken, naturally being the perpetrator, goaded the intense blue-haired boy with a smirk. Don't you think that's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the people who made the desk? Kaken spat an insult back and the two went back and forth. A bizarre conversation split evenly between rudeness and politeness until both of them noticed the newcomer's entrance. Kaken seethed as he laid eyes on Izuku, doubtless remembering their confrontation after he learned that Izuku had made it into UA. Scary person, Tenya Ada, apparently, straightened up. Izuku balked as all the teenagers in the classroom swiveled their heads towards him. Good morning. Ada marched towards them. I am from Sumi Private Academy. My name is, we heard. Izuku blurted. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Ada. And I'm Uraraka. She added. Midoriya, you realized there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? Ada asked. For a moment, Izuku was confused. Then he realized he was probably referring to the rescue points. Was that what he was staring at me after the exam for? I had no idea. I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. No, it's fine. I didn't know anything. Ignore him. He's totally amazing, Uraraka said, clearly trying to make him spontaneously combust. He was freed from his embarrassment as she began to ramble about what the school day would be like. Then, strangely enough, he felt magic inch its way into range. That's weird. Is there a yokai in the hallway? Before he could look, someone piped up. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. Outside the doorway was a sleeping bag with a face. Since he had just noticed the magic, Izuku did not deem the accompanying appearance of what looked like a yokai to be particularly surprising. What was surprising, however, was the look of horror Ida and Uraraka shared. This is the hero course, sleeping bag yokai delivered in deadpan, putting a juice pouch to his mouth and slurping it. It wasn't until he stood up and shed the sleeping bag that Izuku realized what was going on. It took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Time is limited. You kids are not rational enough. Izuku tried very hard not to stare accusingly at the very familiar scarf. As if his despair had woken up the resident, Katsuhimo briefly lifted its face out to wink at him. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. Of all the pros, he had to have Eraserhead as his homeroom teacher, the same underground hero he'd just assigned Katsuhimo indefinitely to. What has he done to himself? The underground hero pulled a PE outfit from the sleeping bag and tossed it at Uraraka, who caught it with a yelp. Put these on and go out onto the field, Aizawa ordered, proceeding to distribute the clothes to the rest of the students and then ambled down the hallway without even stepping foot in the classroom. What are you waiting for? Ada said, herding the stunned class out into the hall. We must head to the field. A quirk assessment test. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Uraraka reasoned. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. This will be like those physical assessments you took in junior high, but using your quirks. Bakugo, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters. Then, try doing it with your quirk. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle. Kaken stalked up to the marked area after grabbing the softball. He did a few stretches, then used his quirk to blast the ball into the air with a war cry. Die. Izuku heard a few students echo his word of choice in confusion. Know your own limits first, Aizawa said, checking his handheld device as the ball hit the ground far in the distance. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. The measurer displayed 705.2 meters. Kaken dusted his hands off, viciously grinning at the shocked faces of some of the students. What's this? It actually looks fun, a pink-skinned girl exclaimed. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected from the hero course. It looks fun, huh? Aizawa's mouth twitched in a way that didn't bode well. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? All right. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests ... will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Seriously, that seemed harsh. Weren't the entrance exams enough? Was this an empty threat? Izuku couldn't tell. It was only the first day of school. He had no idea how things worked. The simplest thing to do was assume it would be followed through on. Last place will be expelled. It's the first day of school. That's too unfair. Uraraka cried. Life is unfair. Heroes have to expect the unexpected. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Overcome it with all you've got. Demonstration's over. The real thing starts now. Izuku was surprised by how well he did. Telekinesis had a lot of applications. And there wasn't a single activity he couldn't use a little magic to help bolster his score. Slowly his worry about his progress faded. No, the only thing causing him stress was Aizawa's watchful eye. Telekinesis and related quirks were fairly common, but he couldn't help wondering if Eraserhead would notice the familiarity of his power. To make matters worse, he'd recognized the quirk of one of the other students. It was the bird-headed teenager he'd saved from the Oni, and he'd been staring at Izuku ever since his sentient quirk came out to do the tests. "All right, that's it," their teacher announced as the last student finished up. "I'll tell you the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once." A holographic list of the results flickered into view. Izuku found himself around the top third. Most of the other students had done really well on a couple tests, but couldn't apply their quirk to as many as he and the top student, Momo Yaoyorozu, who just pulls stuff out of her body. What the heck, could. Of course, plenty were in better physical shape than Izuku. Kaken shot him a venomous look. It was all he really could do. The sweet security of all your teachers being pro-heroes. What? A short boy with dark purple balls in place of his hair shrieked. "There's no way I got last. How'd that invisible girl do better than me?" "Excuse me," said invisible girl exclaimed. "Minta," Aizawa stated. "Pack your bags. You clearly have no potential as a hero." The boy spluttered in tears, then stomped away. The class watched in awe, fear, and disbelief. "You were serious about that?" The girl with the spiky ponytail breathed out. Aizawa looked her dead in the eye. "This is the hero course. There's no room for messing around." There was nothing the class could say to that. "Well, we're done here," Eraserhead continued as if he hadn't just struck utter terror into the hearts of the remaining 19 students. "There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them." Izuku let out a tentative sigh of relief. This was going to be just as hard as he thought it would be. The boy with the shadow quirk intercepted him outside school at the end of classes. "I believe we have met before," he said bluntly. Well, Izuku did still need to thank him. Yeah, I'm Izuku Midoriya." He rubbed the back of his head as they kept walking. They were surrounded by other students leaving the building, but nobody was close enough to overhear. Besides, it wasn't like they'd be able to tell what they were talking about. "But how did you figure it out?" "Dark Shadow sensed magic when you entered the class this morning. Your hair is also recognizable." "Oh, that's your quirk. So he can do more than see yokai?" Izuku asked eagerly. "Yes." The mutated teen seemed to hesitate. "I am Fumikage Tokoyami. I have been looking to thank you since that night, but the spirits at the shrine refused to speak with Dark Shadow." Izuku snorted despite himself. "You didn't bring an offering, did you?" "Well, don't worry about it. Yokai practically invented grudges, so they probably wouldn't have answered anyways. And, I actually wanted to thank you for helping me get away. It was the least I could do." Tokoyami fell silent again for a moment. "I have never met anyone else able to detect those creatures. Is it part of your quirk, like mine?" "Oh no, I don't actually have a Midori." He twisted around and spotted Uraraka waving from some distance away. "Who are you talking to?" Izuku waited until she caught up before introducing them. Topic sufficiently muted. Uraraka initiated a conversation about the events of homeroom that morning as well as how the rest of the day had been. Somehow as they began walking, Uraraka being the most likely cause, it had joined their little group. Dark Shadow even came out and shyly introduced himself. A giddy feeling settled itself in Izuku. It was only the first day ... and people already wanted to talk to him. UA was going to be challenging, but it was also going to be worth it. The second day of school brought on a new challenge, Hero Basic Training. It was clearly on the backs of everyone's minds, although they were all still too much in awe of the rest of their classes for it to be the main topic of discussion. On his part, Izuku was surprised he lasted until lunchtime from the sheer anticipation of being taught by All Might, much less from reviewing the facts of every single pro-hero he could identify ... that he hadn't already noticed the day prior. "That's the cook hero, Lunch Rush," Izuku gushed as Uraraka literally dragged him over to a table that it seemed she and Ida had claimed. "He's a master in the culinary arts, and not just because of his quirk. I can't believe I didn't see him yesterday. Although he's probably in the kitchen most of the time." "Where's Tokoyami?" Uraraka asked, glancing around. "Isn't he your friend?" "I don't know. I've only known him for a day," Izuku said. "People aren't usually friends that fast, are they?" "I was your friend after only a day, remember? And Ida's our friend now, too," Uraraka said matter-of-factly. Izuku had the feeling Uraraka was a special case, but did not comment. "Ah, there he is. Tokoyami, over here." Izuku just barely spotted Tokoyami through the crowd, nodding at Uraraka in response to her wave. He didn't move towards them, though. "Oh, I guess he doesn't want to sit with us." Izuku was a little hurt at that prospect. "No, silly," Uraraka said. "I know what this is." He's a total introvert, just like you." "Wow." Izuku felt vaguely offended ... for absolutely no reason. It was a true statement, after all. Uraraka laughed at his face. "Don't worry, I'll get him." "Uraraka, if he does not wish to," Ida tried, but the bubbly brunette had already unleashed herself upon the bird-headed teen. Ida's affronted expression was actually sort of scary, but not as scary as Uraraka's enthusiastic social skills. My apologies, Tokoyami said as he approached their table with his lunch. I did not realize you were inviting me to sit with you. It's okay, Izuku said. He then stuffed his face with some delicious rice in an effort not to be expected to say anything else. Aren't you guys excited to see All Might next class? Uraraka squealed. Izuku immediately regretted his tactic and compensated by nodding his head vigorously. It will certainly be interesting, Tokoyami said. It is to be expected of UA that they hire the best of the best. But this is another level of prestige. Ida added, it will be a great honor to learn from the #1 hero. Izuku swallowed, took a breath, and said, All Might is such a great hero. I think it's interesting how UA hired him. Like, why is the greatest hero of all time taking on another job? He definitely doesn't need the money. It's true he hasn't been as active recently, so I don't think it will cut into his active hours, and he'll totally be able to do both, but there has to be a reason for it, you know. To completely move his operations just to teach here ... It can't be that he's preparing for retirement ... He can probably continue on for at least another 5 years excluding anything drastic happening ... Why did it feel like somebody was staring at him? Izuku blinked, glancing up from his half-finished plate. 3 pairs of eyes stared back. Oh, he blushed. Sorry, I was muttering, wasn't I? Totally, Uraraka said, but in a nice way. You really thought hard about that, didn't you? I can't imagine All Might retiring. Maybe he's doing someone a favor. He is a UA graduate. We don't know how long All Might will be teaching at UA, after all. It could just be a year or 2. Right, I should have considered that, Izuku thought, nodding along. From what he'd seen of him in the news, UA's Principle Nedzu seemed like the type to collect a lot of favors, although maybe Izuku was just projecting that based on the fact he looked like a yokai. And if you had the means to make it happen ... well, who wouldn't want All Might teaching at their school? We should finish eating before the bell rings, Ida suggested. Right. Izuku squirmed in his seat, already able to feel All Might's presence. He usually had an easier time pinpointing the location of yokai when there was only one, but like most strong magical beings, the Onabai's aura was spread out in a radius. Really, his passive magic detection was so finicky that it was frustrating sometimes. I am coming through the door like a normal person. The effect was somewhat undercut by the Onabai floating through the door shortly beforehand. But it was still startling to see All Might burst into the classroom clad in his amazing Silver Age costume like he was making a grand entrance into a battle zone. Izuku practically vibrated out of his seat. Judging by the exclamations filling the room, his classmates were not faring much better. With All Might, hearing that he would be a teacher this year, seeing was believing, despite or maybe because of the conversation he and his classmates had earlier. I teach hero basic training, All Might announced, settling at the podium. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You'll take the most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today, combat training. Here we go, Izuku thought. And to go with that are these costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. After you change, gather in ground beta. Several wall panels sprung out, filled with bulky and numerically labeled containers. This sent the class into another round of excited muttering. Izuku was smiling so widely his face hurt. His costume was nothing fancy, but he was looking forward to fighting in clothes that were actually fighting material. Not to mention wearing them would probably make him feel like a hero already. Everyone went as fast as they could to the locker rooms. For the most part, Izuku doesn't think anyone so much as glanced at anybody else. So enamored they were with examining their completed costumes. Izuku felt pretty confident in his own, but that was mostly because he took no risks while designing it. And also because his mom reviewed it before he sent the design in. He'd tried consulting his father on it, but Hasashi had suggested using all of the Hou-ou's traditional colors, red, yellow, green, black, and white ... Yeah. Izuku was sure that an experienced designer could make such a bold color combination work, like how All Might's costumes do, but Izuku, no, especially since he used those colors for his phoenix mask, which was both proof how gaudy they could look and was not an association he wanted to hint at so blatantly. Subtlety was key. He'd chosen dark green for the outfit as a whole, although Inko had added some white accents. His shirt was a tight hoodie, something he longed for when he was out saving people from yokai but usually couldn't utilize because his mask had a few annoying feathers that always got caught in the hood fabric. And he had black gloves and shoes. He had a grinning mouth guard that may or may not have been inspired by All Might. But that was okay because Izuku added his own twist by making the teeth sharp. Every cool yokai mask had sharp teeth, except Izuku's just had a beak, so he was making up for that in his hero costume. even if it did look a little spooky. Attached over his hoodie was a black harness, so he had something nice and lightweight to pull with his magic. Unfortunately, weapons don't come with the costumes, but he had places for any he might arm himself with, as well as a simple utility belt. Somehow, he was not the last one out of the locker room. That honor went to Ida, who appeared to have a full-blown set of armor. Actually, it sort of reminded Izuku of a different hero outfit, but he couldn't quite remember which one. Maybe he'd look it up later. Ida caught up to Izuku right as they exited the tunnel. "Ah, Midoriya ... that costume is certainly striking," he commented. "Although to be honest, I thought you would have something brighter." Izuku shrugged, smiling sheepishly. "I'm planning to go into underground heroics, so I didn't want something that stands out too much. And your armor looks great, too. It's very sleek." "Thank you. You two look awesome." Uraraka butted in from the crowd of gathered students, wearing a very flattering outfit herself. "I'm sort of embarrassed. I didn't want mine to be skin-tight like this." "Tokoyami's is awesome, too. He's like a vampire." She emphasized this by holding her arm up over her chin like she was pulling a cloak around herself. "Very mysterious." "Thank you, Uraraka," came Tokoyami's voice. The boy was indeed sporting a long black cloak hiding most of his body and dark shadow. "All the costumes are impressive, including yours. Now, it's time for combat training," All Might announced to the crowd. "Sir," Ida thrust a hand into the air. "This is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again?" "No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside. But if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. In this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles." All Might, sir," the girl with the spiky ponytail, Yaoyorozu, asked. "We're an uneven number right now. How are we fighting 2-on-2 battles?" "I'm glad you asked. You're a recommendation student, aren't you? But either you or Todoroki want to try this exercise without a teammate. For this test, it doesn't matter so much that you do well. It is meant to be your first taste of combat, after all." "I'll go alone," the red and white-haired boy offered without hesitation. "Yaoyorozu, is this fine with you?" All Might asked. She gave it a bit of thought but ultimately answered, "Yes, I'm okay with that." Once that was cleared up, the class burst into a round of questions. All Might looked a little overwhelmed but valiantly continued, "I'll answer all your questions. Here's the situation. The villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon the whole time or catch the heroes. The weapon is retrieved if one of the heroes lays a hand on it. You catch someone by binding them with capture tape, which I will hand out at the beginning of each round. Both teams get some time to prepare before the round begins. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots, with the exception of Todoroki and his enemies." Once the class settled down again, All Might began drawing the lots. Izuku immediately ended up on Team A with Tokoyami. Uraraka was on Team G with Asui, the frog-like girl, but poor Ida got stuck with Kaken on Team C. "Fate has decreed we work together again," Tokoyami mused. "Yeah, we already know each other a little, so we should cooperate well." "That's pretty lucky," Izuku noted. "The first teams to fight will be Team A and Team C. Team C will be the heroes and Team A will be the villains," All Might loudly declared. ... And that's not so lucky," Izuku sighed, cringing at the expression on Kaken's face. "Everyone else, head toward the monitor room." As the rest of the students walked away, All Might grabbed a box and started handing out rolls of what Izuku assumed was the capture tape to both teams, as well as some communication devices. "Villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. You have 15 minutes to win or lose." All Might held out a piece of paper as they approached the building's door, which displayed a blueprint of the building. Their instructor pointed at a red X on one of the floors as he handed it to Izuku. "That's where the weapon currently is. Feel free to move it somewhere else. You two should also learn to think from the perspective of the villains. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt. If things go too far, I will stop it." "Yes, sir," they responded, hurrying inside. Izuku stuck the map up to his face, trying to quickly memorize the layout. The weapon was on the 5th floor in a large room, so they took to the stairs. "We only have 5 minutes to strategize and set up the base," Izuku muttered. Tokoyami listened carefully, dark shadow already emerging from the cloak. "We should start with quirks. I forgot to tell you, but my power is telekinesis. I can move any object from a distance, usually one at a time, but distance and weight factor into this. Humans are too heavy for me to affect directly unless I'm touching them, but clothes are easy enough. Kaken, that is, Bakugo, knows my quirk but not my limits, and I don't think Ada knows exactly what it is. Kaken might not tell him, either. You know Ada's, right?" It's pretty obvious. He took a breath as they entered the weapon room and continued. Kaken's quirk is explosion. He can make explosions from the nitroglycerin sweat on the palms of his hands. It's strong enough to lift him off the ground, as you probably saw yesterday. I've seen your quirk before, but I don't know the details ... so I guess it's your turn ... Oh. And we need to decide what to do with this weapon. Seeing the strange expressions on Tokoyami and Dark Shadow's faces had Izuku nearly apologizing. But Tokoyami spoke up pointedly. That is very valuable intel. For my quirk, Dark Shadow is stronger in the dark and weaker in the light, but my ability to control him is the opposite. Bakugo would be a poor matchup for me. Wait, so the darker it is, the harder Dark Shadow is to control? Izuku cast him an accusatory look. You were in the forest at midnight ... and it was pretty dark, he didn't say. Tokoyami understood quite well, however. He managed to pull off a sheepish expression despite having a bird head. Later, please. And as for the weapon ... we want to keep it from their reach, but I do not see any way to do that in here aside from guarding it. You're right. Those pillars are too far apart to wedge it between them near the ceiling, and it's too big to hide without being obvious. The 5 minutes are up. Let the hero training between teams and C begin. Those 5 minutes were way too short. Kaken will go after me first ... and Ida has an advantage in a big room like this ... so Tokoyami, how about you intercept them on one of the lower floors and engage Ida? The 3rd or 4th floor are best ... they're like a maze and don't have much light. Kaken will probably blast ahead looking for me. It's a little risky, so if he doesn't leave, just contact me and I'll lure him away. Sounds good to me, Tokoyami replied. As you wish, my lord. Dark Shadow saluted with a mischievous grin. But Tokoyami was already out the door. Moving on from ... Izuku wished they'd had more time to plan and move things around. One of the downsides of being the first to battle, he supposed. He could still suspend the weapon between the pillars if he used some of the rope laying around. But Kaken could easily reach that height with his explosions. The rope might help with something else. The device in his ear crackled to life. Bakugo is heading your way from the 4th floor. He did not see me, so I will wait here for Ida. Got it. As if on cue, a bellowed Deku could be heard from beyond the room's entrance. Izuku hid the surprisingly light weapon half-heartedly behind one of the pillars and turned to the doorway right as Kaken sprung in, explosions crackling. It was almost reflex for Izuku to fling the plank of wood leaning on that wall at Kaken's back. But the blonde didn't even glance at it as he threw a hand behind himself and blasted it to smithereens. Ida is here, Tokoyami reported. Engaging now. Kaken found me, Izuku replied. There it was. Kaken threw his right hook and Izuku ducked under it, grabbing, twisting, and tossing him to the ground. The rope on the floor snuck closer to Kaken as he forced Izuku away with an explosion in order to give himself time to stand up. It darted between his feet as he lunged forward. And the only thing that saved him from tripping was that he noticed Izuku looking down. Kaken blasted himself backward to regain his footing and snatched up the rope. Izuku attacked with the capture tape as he incinerated it, but took a face full of an explosion from Kaken's other hand. You think your cheap tricks are gonna cut it? Kaken snarled. You're just wasting time. He stood, his breath wavering behind the mouth guard. Kaken dove at him. Izuku pulled his feet out from under him, and as he again stabilized himself with his explosions, Izuku managed to land a punch on his jaw. It was hasty and weak. Izuku pushed harder with his attacks, jittering as he tried to tangle Kaken's limbs with the capture tape. He was blasted away by a particularly good hit and stumbled across the room, only staying upright with telekinetic assistance. He pulled the capture tape back into his hands but backed away further as Kaken approached and used a large chunk of magic to send a barrel flying from the side. His opponent leapt backward, deflecting the edge that would have clipped him with a larger blast. It was out of his comfort zone, fighting something that he wasn't supposed to kill. He felt like he was holding back, but it still felt like his life was in danger. It was strange, and it put him on edge. Are you scared now? Izuku asked himself. Or just frustrated? You're winning by stalling. He's not trying to capture you, and he's still nowhere near the weapon. This isn't life or death. He's not going to kill you. Calm down. The grenade-like devices attached to Kaken's arms flashed red. He was no longer scowling, but Izuku still didn't like the look on his face. They're loaded, Kaken said. You're just running away now. You think you can win without even fighting me? Are you underestimating me, Deku? He slowly leveled his fist in Izuku's direction, the device on it dwarfing his hand almost comedically. You already know. I sweat nitroglycerin from the palms of my hands. If they made these gauntlets the way I asked, then they've stored up the nitroglycerin inside them, and his finger hooked the grenade's pin. Never mind. Panic now. Kaken said something else, grinning, but Izuku wasn't listening. He flung his magic out with desperately careful precision. Place the pressure wrong and he could make the situation worse. Dodge or redirect and who knows where the blast would go. Kaken yanked hard on the pin. It didn't budge. Izuku didn't dare lose his laser focus by sighing in relief. Kaken scowled, jerked his hand one more time, then switched arms. Izuku snapped his gaze to the other device. Kaken's hand was completely hiding the other pin from view. Crap. No time to focus on the hand. Too many factors to fight through. He latched onto the grenade device and shoved. He only had time to cross out 2 possible places to redirect it, up and down, before fire tore the room apart. Heat blasted his face and his ears were deafened from the noise as he was thrown backward, and dust choked the air. Izuku laid there winded, trying to catch his breath. He didn't feel any major injuries. For a second, he let himself believe he'd successfully avoided infrastructure disaster. Then the ceiling crumbled down. The pillars. It hit the pillars. Midoriya, what was that? Tokoyami's voice came. He was too frazzled, trying to split his magic up too much to catch the debris. Kaken will be okay with his quirk, so stop trying to. Oh, crap. That one's gonna hurt. Izuku woke up only a few minutes before the last class of the day ended. Are you awake now? A wrinkly face invaded his vision before he had the chance to panic. Good, good. He cautiously sat up, but was pleased to find Recovery Girl must have already used her quirk on him. His right arm was wrapped up, but it was just a little sore. It felt like some of his magic had been drained in the process too. The implications about that were interesting. You really should be more careful, she tutted. You had a bad concussion and a fracture in your arm. I completely healed the concussion, but you should leave those bandages on and avoid using that arm until tomorrow. If it still hurts, come see me. Yes, ma'am, Izuku said as if he wasn't considering healing himself the instant he got home. She eyed him dubiously. I can already tell. You're going to be quite troublesome, aren't you? She gave an exasperated shake of her head. To preserve his dignity, Izuku said nothing. Well, you'd better pick up your belongings from your classroom. All Might is waiting with your results from the training exercise in the teacher's lounge. Thank you, Izuku said, sliding off the bed as the last school bell rang and giving her a hasty bow. It would be great to get that feedback. He didn't even know who had won the exercise, but he headed for the classroom first, since he was still in his battered but completely intact hero costume. Oh, Midoriya's here, the red-headed boy exclaimed as he slid open the door. Surprisingly, this prompted several more of his classmates to approach him as he entered. Great work. The look on Bakugo's face when his bomb didn't work was priceless. You did do that, didn't you? The boy with the black lightning bolt in his hair added. Yes, Izuku managed to get out before he was swamped with similar comments and a variety of introductions. Midoriya, Tokoyami called from atop a desk, in the process of ignoring a vehement lecture from Ida. I am glad to see you are well. I was quite worried when the building shook. We all were, Uraraka added. But hey, did you hear? You guys won. Only because we were disqualified. Ada insisted. Had the exercise not been called off, the hero team may have won. Tokoyami captured you, and the timer almost ran out. The villains were totally winning. Wait, disqualified? Izuku asked. This onslaught of information was making him reel. Of course, Ida responded. Bakugo disobeyed a direct order from All Might and you were injured. As a result, the exercise was called off and the hero team disqualified, meaning you and Tokoyami won by default. Speaking of, where is Kaken, anyways? He got sent home early after class, and he got chewed out by All Might and Yaoyorozu so bad during the review. Uraraka had an amused tilt to her lips. It really knocked him down a peg. Didn't All Might go over the results with you? He said, trying to process that Kaken had gotten in trouble for something. No. I need to meet with him in the teacher's lounge, actually. Reminded of his purpose for being in the classroom in the first place. He snatched up his bag. Oh, in Tokoyami, maybe we should discuss that thing over the weekend. Thing? Uraraka echoed, looking dangerously interested. Indeed, Tokoyami agreed as Izuku backed out the door. The weekend would be a good time. What thing? Teacher's lounge, teacher's lounge. Izuku trekked the maze of the UA building in its general direction, although he wasn't certain he was close until he felt a strong magic nearby. And, there was a flash of white at about waist level disappearing around the corner at the far end of the most recent hall. Must be Principle Nedzu, he deduced. Sure enough, by the time he had the lounge in sight, Nedzu and a tall skinny blonde man were at the entrance. The stranger was partially inside the door, mid-conversation with the principal. Midoriya, Nedzu chirped, looking past the blonde man to Izuku and clasping his paws together. To what do we owe the pleasure? Izuku tore his eyes away from the creature's beady-eyed gaze, and he thought some yokai had unnerving expressions. I'm looking for All Might. The stranger opened his mouth as if to say something, but the principal cut him off. Unfortunately, All Might was called out for an emergency. An oddly threatening look was pointed at the skeletal man. You're going to have to wait until your next class with him. Right, Izuku said, internally screaming. If All Might wasn't here, then what was this presence he felt? Was there yet another yokai at you and as strong as the Onabai? Thank you. His eyes were drawn once more to Nedzu, whose smile only grew wider as if the creature could sense his inner turmoil. For all he knew, he could. Some yokai could sense emotions. And Nedzu was such a strange mix of creatures. Was his story of being an animal with a quirk just a cover for his strange appearance? There was an easy way to find out ... and it wasn't as if there were any hostile yokai on campus to be attracted by the side effect of the spell he was about to use. Before he could talk himself out of it, Izuku cast his detection spell and kissed the last of his magic for the day goodbye. At that very moment, the magic in the corridor disappeared like it had been smothered out of existence. The detection spell continued on, registering a few wards surrounding the teacher's lounge and 2 minor yokai presences elsewhere in the building. Had Izuku been paying attention instead of draining his face of all its blood, he would have noted that that was 1 yokai more than expected. Was there something else you needed? Nedzu asked with deceptive innocence. Ah, no, Izuku said. With great effort, he gave a shaky smile and walked away stiffly. You had to be immensely powerful to hide your own magic, after all. That weekend, Tokoyami and Izuku had agreed to meet at the Musutafu Forest Shrine. Izuku had considered inviting Tokoyami to Dagaba Beach ... but reconsidered when he remembered that there was still a large amount of yokai there, of unknown intent. He'd only gotten the beach 2/3 of the way clean so far, and the going was even slower now that he was only there on the weekends. Perhaps the shrine wasn't a much better choice when the yokai there still hated Tokoyami and Dark Shadow, but Izuku had an entire batch of yokai that he needed to relocate there from Dagaba. That shrine must be getting quite crowded, Tokoyami commented as Izuku passed back through the Torii gate, no longer lugging possessed or sentient objects. Most of them are incorporeal, Izuku shrugged, setting a trash bag of formerly possessed items down. Sure, it was starting to clutter with some of the more physical yokai, but it wasn't like that bothered the resident. So what were you doing out here past midnight? Anyways, I was attempting to train my quirk, Tokoyami admitted. Dark Shadow nodded along. It was still early evening, so they had plenty of light, and therefore the quirk was out. I often enjoyed the solitude of the forest at night on walks. I took advantage of the isolation to practice my control in anticipation of UA. There were no problems until that demon attacked me. Unfortunately, after that incident my parents temporarily restricted me from coming out here. Even now, I am bound by a curfew. Izuku nodded sympathetically. You weren't hurt too badly, were you? Sometimes he couldn't save the victim of a yokai attack, and he knew there were a lot of attacks that he would never be aware of. He knew even just the victim being alive was something to be grateful for, but he couldn't help but feel guilty for injuries he couldn't prevent. No, the bird-headed teen paused. You know what type of creature attacked me? Oh yeah, Izuku said, entering lecture mode. That was an oni, a physical and malevolent yokai. They're smart enough that you can reason and make deals with them, but only when that caters to their bloodthirst. Some of them are also sorcerers, like the one that attacked you. They tend to stay away from civilization, though, so your encounter was some bad luck. Would you mind telling me how you know so much? Tokoyami asked. I believe Dark Shadow has figured it out, but he won't tell me. The quirk in question muffled a giggle. Well, my dad was a phoenix. He rubbed the back of his neck. The eastern kind, not the one that reincarnates. Although, you never know these days, he added in a mutter. So I have magic, and I can see mythical creatures. There's almost entirely yokai here in Japan, though. And, Dark Shadow ... what exactly did you find out? Judging by what he had called him during the training exercise, Izuku had a suspicion. I came across this delightful spirit the other day. Using your advice, I got them to tell me all about you. Or rather, the bird snickered, your father. He's the king of all birds, which makes you the prince. That's an unofficial title, Izuku said with no small amount of exasperation. He's not royalty, and neither am I, please. Don't call me that. He never thought that rumor would extend to him. The mythical creatures of Japan did not have a monarchy, or even any form of society. But some bird yokai could be such pranksters despite their respect for Hasashi ... Case in point. Magic, Tokoyami prodded. Yeah, I'm actually quirkless, so I just use my magic instead. I can also shape-shift, cast spells. Using it telekinetically was just more efficient to pass off as a quirk. Hey, now that you actually know about yokai, I should tell you the general rules. If you come across another hostile one, magical fire or an iron weapon can destroy them. Although, iron only works on physical yokai. Salt is helpful too. How would I create magical fire? A spell ... but I don't think you can do any with your type of magic. Sakaki wood will turn any fire fueled by it magical, though. He demonstrated by showing his pack of matches, although they were currently transformed into a wooden comb, so he quickly took the spell off. And fire quirks count, too. Quirks are magic. You really think things like tape dispensing elbows are an evolutionary development? They're human, belief, magic, so they don't usually affect regular magical creatures, but fire has purifying properties, so it works out. I still have many questions. Ask away. Tokoyami's curfew arrived unexpectedly quick, although Izuku could probably have talked with him for hours longer. He returned to Dagaba Beach with another phone number added to his growing list, so chances were he would keep talking to him. Whoa. Actually, never mind. He wasn't going to work on Dagaba tonight. He should probably just go home. Good thing he hadn't left any of his stuff over there. Emergency services was already here. He didn't need to call them, then. Mom, Izuku called as he entered the house. She was cleaning up the living room table, which had been set up for tea. Oh, did you have company over this late? Somebody forgot to check under the welcome mat, Inko said. You know how Mizisa gets. Her stories are endless. What? Izuku cried, momentarily forgetting his latest brush with disaster. I just put a fresh leaf under last week. She shouldn't be coming over without invitation. Well, I think the janitor came around early, Inko hummed. The rug was crooked and the flower pots were disturbed. Sloppy, as usual. I'll put one out again, Izuku sighed. Don't worry about that. I took care of it. Were you going to say something else to me? Oh, right. Well, Dagaba Beach is on fire, so I'm not going back there for a while. He wasn't sure why she looked so alarmed at that news. He obviously wasn't hurt. And usually with these types of situations he actually ended up in the middle of them, which was clearly not the case. Maybe I can meet Tokoyami there sometime. If that cleared all the yokai out ... or actually, he can just come over here, can't he? Izuku thought aloud. Teenagers do that all the time, don't they? Mom, are you okay? What's with that face? Monday of the second week of UA. A crowd of reporters blocked the front gate. I didn't even think about how the public would react to learning All Might is teaching at UA ... Well, it was only a matter of time until they found out. Izuku didn't actually know when the public had learned, but he assumed that if it had been any time before the start of UA that the media would have swarmed the place during the first week of school. It may have dropped over the weekend, actually, if he checked the news for anything other than an explanation on the sudden beach fire, which had been attributed to vandalism, but was more likely the outburst of a particularly annoyed or bored yokai. He might have had the foresight to come to school extra early. Hey you, random reporter lady called out to Izuku, who was struck with the sudden urge to research invisibility spells. Did those even exist? Maybe it was illusion spells he was thinking about. How are All Might's classes? It was fortunate Izuku found himself momentarily mute, because anything that came out of his mouth when under such attention was bound to be embarrassing. Excuse me, he eventually squeaked out, trying to shuffle past them. As he did so, he noticed yokai magic behind him. With a backwards glance, he saw Aizawa drawing the reporter's interest, along with an irate Katsuhimo awake and glaring at the bustle. He watched with amusement as the yokai left the scarf in order to sweep through the closest crowd members, causing a few of them to shiver or drop what they were holding. Aizawa caught his gaze with a raised eyebrow. Izuku quickly hid his smile with a hand and darted inside. If Aizawa was already here, then it must be closer to the start of class than he thought. It wasn't suspicious that a student with a telekinesis quirk was near when people were inexplicably dropping things. Right. Homeroom that day was an unexpectedly school-typical event. Today you'll be choosing a class representative, Aizawa said. I understand you've only known each other for a week. I don't care. Pick someone before homeroom is over. The class exploded, but eventually settled down under Ida's influence. It was quickly decided there would be a vote to decide who would take the position. Izuku considered how he felt about it. It would look good academically, but it was also a lot of responsibility. He couldn't handle that on top of school, and the need to reserve his free time in anticipation of certain activities. Not to mention it probably involved a lot of public speaking. His mortal enemy, Yaoyorozu or Ida, would be the best choices, wouldn't they? They were smart, reasonable, and very responsible people. He would go with Ida, then. Yaoyorozu didn't speak up often outside of class activities, so it seemed she was less confident or outspoken than Ida, who had proven his skill at corralling the class multiple times. Upon seeing the results of the vote, Izuku let out a noise akin to that of a dying porcupine. 3 votes. Why me? Clearly, 3 people in the room had their heads in the clouds. I should have tried to coordinate votes, he grumbled, staring as venomously as possible at the obvious culprit. It had no effect. They were shameless. Kaken, as usual, attempted to spontaneously develop the power to kill with a single prolonged glare. As surprised as Izuku had been to learn he had been sent home early on Tuesday, it was even more surprising to hear the hero exercise incident had garnered detention for the explosive blonde. Something about a 3-strike policy. Nobody in class was privy to the details, but Kaken seemed irked by the whole thing. The class rep is Midoriya and the deputy class rep is Yaoyorozu, their teacher intoned. Now, shoo, it's time for lunch. While Izuku secretly plotted ways to get out of serving as class rep, the group briefly discussed Ida's heroic heritage. He knew that costume design was familiar, among other things, like nicknames. So Midori, Uraraka started. Why does Bakugo call you Deku? Oh ... It's just an insult. We grew up together. He doesn't like me very much. Ida sniffed in disapproval. Uraraka smiled, bright and cheery. Oh, that's too bad. It sort of sounds like Deku, as in you can do it. Exactly. Huh, he thought. Not a bad take on that. And then a sudden, piercing alarm cut through the cafeteria din, startling the whole table. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. What's a level 3 security breach? Ida echoed. An upperclassman who had been sitting next to them replied as he stood up hurriedly. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. It hasn't happened the whole time I've been here. The entire cafeteria was rising from their seats in a panic, and Izuku had thought squeezing through the reporters that morning had been difficult. There was absolutely no room to move in the hallway that led out of the cafeteria. Where did Ida, Uraraka, and Tokoyami end up? He could have sworn they were right next to him a second ago. Izuku stumbled, slowing his breathing and trying to distract himself by glancing out the windows. He wasn't too worried, but the chaos of the evacuation was getting to him a little, unexpectedly. He noticed the group of reporters from earlier was now within UA walls, pestering Aizawa and Present Mike. He could faintly see Katsuhimo rise up and look around, not retaliating against them like last time. Actually, the yokai was leaving Aizawa entirely, following somebody or something. That was all Izuku could observe before Ada dramatically flew out of the crowd, caught everyone's attention, and calmed them down. Great job, Ada, Izuku praised breathlessly when they reunited in front of the classroom. This is why you should be class rep. You were so cool out there, and I did practically nothing. Ada spluttered at the compliment, even more so when Izuku handed him the pair of glasses he had rescued from falling into the stampede. See, all I did was catch your glasses. Was that a pun? Uraraka laughed. What? No, thank you for the compliment. But regardless of what you think, you are the class representative, Ada said. We cannot change what has already been decided. Just watch me, Izuku declared, inadvertently drawing another laugh from Uraraka. His bravado, although short-lasting, was still enough for him to grant Ada the class rep position despite the severe chattering of his teeth while at the podium in class. Today's hero basic training is going to have 3 instructors, All Might and me, as well as the Rescue Hero 13. You'll be going to an off-campus facility to do rescue training. Costumes are optional, so you should consider whether or not yours will hinder you in the circumstances of a natural disaster. Get ready, and then we'll take a bus to the facility. Since the previous and first practical exercise, some hero gear had changed. Kaken's was the most notable, still having gloves, but the large grenade portions of his gauntlets were gone. Izuku wasn't sure if that was a side effect of Kaken's punishment, or if his gauntlets had been damaged during the exercise, or both. Aside from that, Yaoyorozu had swapped the shelf on her belt for a more convenient book bag, and Izuku himself had stuffed some knives in his boots. He doubted he'd be using them much during rescue training, though. Ada, apparently choosing to go decked out in his armor, blew a whistle to direct everyone inside the bus. Izuku ended up settled between Asui and Sato, and was watching everyone else find their seats when the kid with the odd rock-like mutation let out a screech, which was probably the first ever noise Izuku had heard come from him, and practically plowed Kaken over as he retreated to the back of the bus. Koda, Ada reprimanded harshly. Such conduct is spider, Kaminari interrupted. Not quite as terrified as Koda, but still unnecessarily alarmed. Izuku peered at the ground between the facing rows, finding an average-sized spider scuttling between the startled students' feet. It's not morning anymore, but I wonder if that's still considered good luck. Somebody kill it, Kaminari said, looking like he was considering doing it himself as it approached him. What? Izuku said. Wait, don't die, Kaken declared, promptly eliminating any salvation for the arachnid with a blast of his quirk. Class 1 stared at the instantly cremated spider in silence. There was the distinct feeling that Aizawa was rolling his eyes at them from the front of the bus. Well, since it's not morning, it probably wasn't bad luck to kill it, Izuku hoped as Ida commanded the class to finish boarding. After the bus started to move, a conversation about quirks and popularity cropped up, courtesy of Asui. Somehow, it was widely agreed that Kaken's sour attitude was detrimental to his image and that Todoroki would have better luck because despite his unapproachable air he wasn't hostile. Izuku surprised everyone with his declaration of wanting to be underground. I'm not good with public speaking, Izuku said, while secretly going over all the reasons having cameras on him would be a bad idea. But you're right, my quirk's good for both combat and rescue, so I probably won't be completely underground. Since most of the class was aiming for spotlight heroism, Aizawa cut off the conversation with the announcement that they'd arrived, and they met the Space Hero 13 outside the impressive domed structure of USJ. After a quick introduction, they headed in. The rescue hero started by pointing out the various zones, but was briefly distracted by Aizawa. Izuku couldn't quite hear what they discussed, but he thought it might have something to do with the fact that All Might wasn't present. That didn't seem to bother the teachers though, as 13 continued on with a speech on the use of quirks. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. That is all. Thank you for listening. 13 finished up. Right as the pro stopped speaking, it felt like a veil had fallen over the building. It wasn't quite magic, more like a foreboding feeling. From the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Katsuhimo drowsily lift its face from its host. They traded a look. So you feel that, too? And then everyone else caught on as the lights began to flicker. From the clearing where the fountain was, a dark viscous sensation bubbled up into existence in unison with a visible rift in reality. Now that was magic. It felt an awful lot like the Oni had, except less like rotten eggs and more like death. Figures, people, immediately spilled out from the portal. This, Izuku knew with certainty, was not part of rescue training. He hardly needed to see the look on Aizawa's face to figure that out. And since it wasn't planned for, it was an attack. He wasn't sure what his class was seeing, but he assumed the imposters weren't all yokai. There was no way such a large group would be working together. This was an organized villain attack plus magic, which was bad. Gather together and don't move. 13. Protect the students, Aizawa bit out. As more villains fanned out of the portal, a few of his classmates stepped forward cautiously, but were immediately stopped by Aizawa. Don't get any closer. Those are villains. Dark Shadow had slipped out from Tokoyami's cloak, looking to Izuku as if asking if that was what was really happening, only to receive a helpless shrug in reply. The rest of the class burst into murmurs as the teachers speculated on the possibility of an electricity quirk messing with the security system. Aizawa readied his weapon, causing Katsuhimo to hide back in it, and 13 moved to evacuate the students. Sensei, are you going to fight by yourself? Izuku realized. There's too many. Even if you erase their quirks, your style isn't suited for frontal battles. Eraserhead barely glanced at him. You can't be a hero with just one trick. I'm leaving it to you. 13. With that, the pro leapt down the stairs to the large group of waiting villains. Izuku hesitated at the platform's edge as his class headed for the exit. Should he cast his magic detection spell? He would definitely make a target of himself, and who knew how much magic he would need later on, but he needed to know how many people in here had magic. Gritting his teeth, Izuku cast it and watched for a reaction in case anyone was masking their magic. Immediately, the portal villain's bright yellow eyes narrowed in his direction. Not good, but nobody else was reacting. He sensed Dark Shadow's human magic first, and then the radius reached Katsuhimo, then the mist villain. The dark magic lingered on him and was, apparently, layered over top a quirk. The combination of Izuku sensing the human magic just like how Dark Shadow's magic was easily detectable combined with the villain's reaction made him sure the villain was magic aware, but not sure if he more than a quirk. It felt more like he was under a spell. And there was only one other, affected by the same sickly magic. It was that beaked, humanoid creature. It had multiple quirks. There was no way someone could have multiple quirks and still be alive. That was simply too much magic for the human body, no matter the mutation. This was necromancy. Hurry up and take shelter. Ada called to him. Izuku looked away and rushed after his friend. Wait, how did he detect the warp villain first? The beaked one should have been closer. The portal completing its formation ahead of the class answered that question. I won't let you, the villain said as he blocked their way, eyes lingering only briefly on Izuku before sweeping over the rest of the group. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Class 1 was not particularly inclined to answer him. Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part I am to play. Hiroshima and Kaken didn't let another word come out of his misty face before springing at him ahead of 30. An explosion rang out, obscuring the villain with smoke. Oh dear, that's dangerous. The mist of the villain retreated from where it had risen to meet the attacking students. That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. No, move away, you two. 13 commanded. My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death. The villain's cloud of deep purple surged forward before 13 could use her quirk. Izuku braced himself against the whirlwind of energy, no longer able to see any of his classmates. He reached for his knives, only for the environment to suddenly shift around him. He dropped a short distance from the air into a stiflingly hot atmosphere. All around him, fire crackled. The conflagration zone. Izuku pulled his mouthguard and hood up to help with the smoke and grabbed one of his knives as he assessed the street he was in. There was a haze in the air from the fires, but it wasn't as bad as could have been. None of his classmates, or anybody, for that matter, were in sight. Okay, a fair play for the portal villain to isolate the only known magic user. Would he be coming to deal with Izuku once the rest of the class was dropped off? A one-on-one fight would be convenient, if only so that nobody saw something they weren't meant to see. 3 people who looked very much like thugs rounded the corner of one of the buildings. "There's one," a man with mummy-like bandages over his face and torso shouted. He was accompanied by 2 other men with weapons in hand, one with a club and the other with 2 daggers. A 3-on-1 fight. Izuku was willing to bet that at least one of them would have a fire-based quirk. The warp villain probably didn't know if he was full yokai or not, but had sent him here to be safe. Thankfully, Izuku was only as flammable as the average human. Double Dagger rushed at him first, knives poised to slash. Behind him, Bandage Face was drawing the fire from his surroundings into his hands, knew it, and Club Guy was just standing there menacingly. Izuku yanked a knife out of Double Dagger's hands, throwing it through the glass of a 3rd-story window. When the criminal paused in surprise, he promptly did the same to the other knife, although he had to twist it around a little to get his grip relent. "Seriously?" the criminal cried, and then Bandage Face was hurling a ball of fire at Izuku as Club Guy approached with bulked-up muscles and club at the ready. Wow, this was a very familiar situation. But this club was far lighter than the Oni's. A quick tug on the weapon which the villain was clutching rather desperately, and Izuku no longer had to dodge a fireball. Club Guy might need some burn cream, though. He was also the only one out for the count, so the other 2 tried to rush him again. Izuku dodged a punch from Double Dagger while tucking his knife in a way, snatched the club off the ground, then spun around and clouted Bandage Face's head. The club was made of rock, so the thug went down pretty hard. Hopefully he wasn't dead, but Izuku really shouldn't be worrying about that right now. Double Dagger was gaping and weaponless, so it was easier than it should have been to knock him out as well. Izuku dropped the club and stared at the trio of unconscious criminals. "Huh," he said, a bit nonplussed. "I really thought my first time facing villains would be harder than this." A clamor from around the corner the thugs had come from meant Izuku had to think fast. He slipped into one of the nearby buildings and peered through the window to see a group of 6 or so criminals enter the street. They spotted their unconscious friends and approached, so he slunk deeper into the building, completely out of sight in the hallways. Conveniently enough, there was a back door. He peeked out quickly, and once he determined the coast was clear, he exited into an alleyway. It was annoying to maneuver around the fires, but he slowly picked his way through the conflagration zone as he searched for the exit. Clearly Misty wasn't going to come fight him, so he'd just have to see what was going on outside. He wasn't sure if he'd be especially helpful against either of the necromancy puppets, since they were basically humans with quirks, but maybe he could find the necromancer. From what he knows of necromancy, it's like puppeteering. A dead body, the puppet, is revived and controlled by a magical connection, the strings attached to the necromancer. If the necromancer dies or ends the spell, the strings are cut and the puppets will go back to being corpses. In the case of Misty, Izuku assumed some strings had been cut in order to let him have sentience and free will. Presumably, he'd die when the necromancer did. He would also have to see if the beaked creature was the same or if it was a normal necromancy puppet. Of course, there was no guarantee the necromancer was even in the building. Izuku hadn't sensed anyone else with magic, after all. Oh, there was a villain guarding the exit. He sort of wished he had kept the club with him. Well, an iron club would be a little heavy, but Izuku could pull it off. He took out his knife again and snuck as close to the villain as possible, which turned out to be a few meters away behind a fake car. With a deep breath, Izuku vaulted over at her. She startled badly, bringing up earthen fists to block his swipe. He let his lunge fall short and pulled her feet backwards, sending her face first to the ground, then brought the knife over her head and cast a transformation spell on it. The sudden weight bludgeoned the top of her head, but it shouldn't have been dangerously forceful. Ideally, she would just have a nasty concussion. Swiftly, he restored his knife, stepped over her crumpled form, and tried the door. Unlocked. It was surprisingly calm in the immediate area outside of the zone. Izuku tugged down his hood and mouthguard, eager for some fresh air. He could see Aizawa still fighting villains in the central plaza, and far in the distance by the exit was a hint of Misty's dark form. But none of the action was near him. The closest zone was the flood zone, where quite a few figures dotted the water around the mountain and water slide portion. The boat that had been in the lake previously was now sinking in pieces. If he squinted, he could barely make out 2 smaller figures on the mountain. Hopefully, those were his classmates staying safe. He definitely wouldn't be able to help with that situation, so he turned his attention to the central area. The beaked puppet was there, and even if he couldn't find the necromancer, he could help his teacher by tripping up the villains. Decision made. Izuku moved to keep the fountain plaza between him and Aizawa's fight, which was gradually moving from the entrance stairs closer to the flood zone. Aside from the plaza, the only cover was the flood zone, and Izuku didn't want any of the villains in there to sneak up on him, so he crossed closer to the landslide zone and climbed up the stairs of the plaza out of sight. On it, he crouched behind one of the trees to watch Aizawa take on the slowly dwindling group of criminals. He was clearly tired, but still holding his own against the inexperienced villains. Izuku wondered how the villains had planned on taking All Might down if they relied more on numbers than strength or skill. There were a multitude of public fights where All Might demonstrated he could easily take out a large group. None of those had been as large as the one that had warped into USJ, but the villains had split up to deal with the dispersed students, which had obviously been part of their plan. The size of the group Aizawa was fighting wouldn't be much of a match against All Might. It was just a distraction for Eraserhead. Misty was probably a more dangerous villain, and he was facing 13 by himself. Who did that leave to kill All Might? Duh, the other necromancy puppet, which was why it had multiple quirks. It was sitting out the fight against Eraserhead. Towering silently beside a skinny blue-haired man covered in were those severed hands. Were those real? Eraserhead paused after flinging away another thug, catching his breath. Facepalm broke from his position to charge at him. Izuku thought he heard the villain whisper something, but it wasn't clear. The underground pro quickly retaliated with his capture weapon, only for Facepalm to catch the approaching end without slowing down. Izuku kept an eye on the hovering criminals and particularly the beaked creature, but didn't dare touch the fight Eraserhead was currently in. 20. Once he was close enough, Facepalm began reaching for Eraserhead's face with his bare hand. A 5-point activation quirk like Uraraka's, or one relying on skin contact. 17. Eraserhead twisted his scarf to throw the villain off balance, then elbowed him in the guts. His hair flopped down, which probably wasn't a good sign so close to a villain with a contact quirk. It meant a race wasn't active, didn't it? It's hard to see because you keep moving around. Facepalm started, shifting enough for Izuku to realize he had a tight grip on Eraserhead's elbow. But there's a moment when your hair falls. That's when you've finished an action. Eraserhead flinched and Izuku leaned forward in worry, trying to see what was happening. The time between has gotten shorter and shorter. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. The capture weapon suddenly convulsed, tearing Facepalm's hand away as Eraserhead gave the villain a bodily shove, hair floating once more. His elbow was cracked, with the muscle showing through. Some sort of destruction quirk, then. As Eraserhead backed away, a few thugs leapt at him. Thinking quickly, Izuku tripped the one closest to himself into the ground and Eraserhead punted the other two away with his capture weapon. As more of the lowlifes swarmed his teacher, Facepalm fell back. "You're so cool, you're so cool," the villain exclaimed, sounding more than a little unhinged. "But hero," he made gesture with his hand. Izuku couldn't even blink before the puppet was looming over Aizawa. He had to clutch onto the tree to stop himself from leaping forward and blowing his cover. And not the last boss. What happened next was something Izuku could not have prevented, but desperately wished he did. Bodies with human magic were difficult enough to grab with his telekinesis. Looking back, with the creature's enhanced strength and the decent distance between them, there was no way he could have held it back. That didn't stop Izuku from hating himself in that moment when the puppet's grotesque hand passed right through his grip and smashed Aizawa's skull into the concrete. Izuku managed to cover only his mouth for the motion that ruptured his teacher's arm, despite how much he wanted to cover his eyes. An unholy shrieking rose up, the capture weapon writhing under Aizawa's body. The monster and villain were unaffected, one mindless and one either uncaring or oblivious. Katsuhimo's attempts to yank the puppet's feet out from under itself were fruitless, and when the puppet stopped, the capture weapon went eerily still. "I'll tell you, Eraserhead." There was an invisible grin in the villain's voice. "He's the anti-symbol of peace, the specially crafted Nomu. You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless." To Izuku's surprise and brief hope, Aizawa managed to lift his head up and use his quirk on the Nomu. That hope quickly faded when the puppet ground his arm into the ground hard enough to crack the concrete, before viciously doing the same to his head. This time Aizawa stayed down. The new silence was broken by the appearance of the warp villain. Tamura Shigaraki, Misty addressed. "Kurogiri, did you kill 13? The newly dubbed Shigaraki asked. "I put 13 out of action, but there were students that I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away." Shigaraki began to scratch at his neck in agitation. "Kurogiri, if you weren't a warp gate, I would have crushed you to pieces." He paused. "We can't win against dozens of pros. It's game over. Let's go home." "Yes, do that," Izuku thought frantically, eyes on Aizawa's still form. The instant they left, he could go heal him, if it wasn't too late already. "But before we leave, Kurogiri, go find a student for me to kill. I want to smash some of his pride as the symbol of peace." No. Kurogiri nodded and began to make a portal, but it fizzled out unexpectedly. "Damn it," Shigaraki scoffed. "You really are cool, Eraserhead." The Nomu bashed Aizawa into the ground once more, and Kurogiri warped away. Izuku tensed in place. It was better to get to Aizawa sooner. And now there are only 2 threats. What I need is a distraction. And then capture weapon suddenly burst into motion. It swirled into the air with ease. Had Katsuhimo been untangling itself this whole time? And went straight for Facepalm's neck. "Katsuhimo, you are the best thing to ever happen to me." Shigaraki was too surprised to dodge, But the yokai stopped strangling him and fled when he tried to use his quirk on its host. At his word, the Nomu left Aizawa to grab at Katsuhimo, who began a magnificent demonstration of the phrase as slippery as an eel. As all of this happened, Izuku skidded down the side of the plaza to kneel by Aizawa, trembling hands checking for a pulse. It was so weak ... but it was there. He left a hand on Aizawa to trickle magic into his body, directing it towards the head, and used his other to bunch up his gloves and press them against where the blood was coming from. He didn't even try to help the arms at this point. He wished he could just shove a boatload of magic into the wounds. But it was hard enough to get the body to accept unfamiliar magic as it was. He glanced up just in time to see Shigaraki look his way, eyes narrowing. "Nom," the villain started. With 2 sharp tugs, Izuku yanked off the hand on his face and slammed his jaw shut, cracking his head up with the force and, judging by the enraged shriek, catching his tongue between his teeth. He hadn't sensed any magic from Shigaraki with the spell earlier, so regardless of the way he could control the Nomu, Izuku didn't think he was the necromancer. If they were going to hide their magic in the first place, they wouldn't be so obvious about being in control of the puppet. Despite Izuku's interruption of Shigaraki's order, the Nomu ceased its chase of Katsuhimo to look at its commander. The villain, covering his face with his own hand, pointed with impressive outrage towards Izuku, who was once again wishing for an invisibility spell. This might be surprising news considering Izuku's tendency to pick fights with magical creatures, but he'd never broken a limb before. As the necromancy puppet wrenched him away from Aizawa, Izuku discovered that it hurt a lot more than a fracture. The Nomu tossed him aside afterward, sending him rolling breathlessly across the ground. When he blinked, Eraserhead's capture weapon was prodding his intact arm. "Finith ga, finish him off," Shigaraki said, and that's when USJ was rattled to its core. Through teary eyes, Izuku squinted in the direction of the explosion. "What? It is fine now," All Might's voice boomed. "I am here." "Oh, looks like we won't be leaving after all." Izuku winced as something jostled him. Before he realized he was close the stairs to USJ's entrance, All Might carefully laying Aizawa beside him before taking off once again. A moment later, a dripping wet Ajiro and Asui stumbled as they joined him. All Might's usual smile was more of a grimace. "Everyone, go to the entrance. I'm leaving Aizawa and Midoriya to you." "Hurry." "Hey guys," Izuku said, getting to his feet. Katsuhimo was trying to wrap up his arm, but clearly had no idea how to deal with a wound and ended up letting Izuku tug the fabric into a makeshift sling. There was a lot of scarf left over, though, which he let settle around his neck. "Midoriya, are you okay?" Asui asked, both her and Ajiro staring at his arm and the entirety of Aizawa in alarm. "I can walk," which was about as okay as he could be right now. We should get moving." His classmates agreed, both taking hold of Aizawa. Izuku glanced back at All Might, then followed. "The Onibai is following him even now?" The first collision of All Might with the Nomu nearly blew them off their feet. The group faltered but pressed on, occasionally looking back at the battle behind them. "He doesn't know the Nomu has multiple quirks ... but it doesn't seem to be making a difference." Izuku looked back again, lingering a moment longer than usual. Just as he was about to look away, something caught his attention. During one of its punches, the puppet reached past All Might, as if to grab the Onibai. The yokai darted away, and it missed. But for a heart-stopping moment, Izuku was certain the Nomu would be successful in whatever it was trying to do. He had stopped walking completely, trying to decipher the panic he'd felt at that moment. Why did it? All Might grabbed the Nomu and dragged it into a suplex, sending the area into an eruption of smoke. Asui and Ajiro paused to watch in wonderment for a few seconds, and then the dust cleared, revealing All Might bent level with the ground, stuck in an odd contortion with the Nomu coming in and out of portals. Their owner now present. "This isn't right." There was a dark red stain spreading from where the Nomu clutched All Might, who released his grip to try to pry the Nomu's hand off. "He's bleeding." Kurogiri was talking, but Izuku couldn't just listen to him describe exactly how they'd planned to kill All Might. "Midoriya," Ajiro yelped as he took off. Izuku only made it halfway before Kaken was there, delivering an explosion to Kurogiri's face and pinning him down. A wave of cold announced the arrival of Todoroki, ice crawling up the Nomu and loosening its grip enough for All Might to jump away. Kirishima was warding off Shigaraki. "Nomu," the villain commanded. The ice creaked as the monster pulled itself from the portal, breaking off its arm and lower leg as it tried to stand. The puppet wasn't affected by the loss of its limbs at all, but Izuku was surprised when the ice fell off as muscles burst back into existence and the limbs fully regrew. That must be one of its quirks. "First, we need to get our gate back. Go, Nomu." The Nomu barreled towards Kaken faster than Izuku's eyes could follow. There was a blast that knocked Todoroki and Kirishima as far back as Izuku was. "Kaken, I'm right here, Deku," Kaken shouted into his ear. "You dodged." "No, so shut up." All Might had taken the hit, creating twin trenches in the ground all the way to where he replaced the border wall of one of the zones. "Do you not know how to hold back?" All Might said with a few coughs. It was to protect my companion. I had no choice. I mean, earlier that plain-looking one. He tried to strangle me with his quirk, you know. Izuku made a face at being blamed for Katsuhimo's murderous tendencies. Violence for the sake of others makes it admirable. Isn't that right, hero? The villain continued on with a long tirade, ending with, violence only breeds violence. The world will know this once we kill you. That's ridiculous, All Might countered. I recognize that look in your eyes. You don't need an excuse, you enjoy this. All Might, let us help, Kirishima called. No, run away. Just watch as a pro gives it everything he's got. You're bleeding, Izuku muttered. All Might only smiled wider. He turned to face the villains once more. Nomu, Kurogiri, get him. I'll deal with the children. All Might and the Nomu met each other in the middle with renewed force. Whatever Shigaraki had said about dealing with the group of boys, he couldn't follow through because of the intense force billowing from the two with every hit, and likewise Kurogiri was unable to help the Nomu attack All Might. They seemed so evenly matched, Izuku noted. But slowly, All Might's winning. All Might even got enough of an advantage to send the Nomu crashing into the ground. Hey villain, have you ever heard these words? He reared back his fist. Go beyond. Plus, ultra. The final punch rocketed the Nomu clean out of USJ, sending a rumble across the facility. His brute strength is crazy, Kirishima said in admiration. Izuku could only nod in agreement as the others chimed in. I really have gotten weaker, All Might said with a chuckle, poised amongst a swat of smoke and illuminated by the glow of the onibai. In my prime, 5 hits would have been enough, but that took me more than 300 hits. He settled back. Now villains, I'm sure we'd all like to end this as soon as possible. At this, Shigaraki devolved into more muttering and anxious scratching. What's wrong? You're not coming. You were dead set on killing me earlier. Come and get me. The alarm bells that rung in his head at that statement brought Izuku out of his awe. First he'd been bleeding, and now he was trying to goad the villains. Why didn't he just press the advantage he had? Is he bluffing? As Shigaraki backed away, All Might taunted him again. And then the onibai flashed. For just a moment, its light spiked drastically before snapping back to its original glow. A brief surge of magic practically smacked Izuku in the face at the same time. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri immediately said, eyes narrowed at All Might, or rather, the onibai. The rest of what he said was too hushed to be audible, but from the way Shigaraki perked up it didn't mean anything good for All Might. Clattering from behind alerted the group of students to the weaker criminals regaining consciousness. All Might will do something about the main bad guys. Let's go help the others, Kirishima said. Shigaraki sprinted towards All Might with fresh determination and Kurogiri by his side. The onibai's light and magic was going haywire now, fluctuating between blinding, normal, and weak. All Might didn't move to defend against the coming threat. Maybe he couldn't move. It was possibly brash, idiotic, and unnecessary, but Izuku was the one who moved. He leapt forward and extended his hand to ensure his magic would reach and threw Kurogiri into Shigaraki. The duo fell in a tangle of bodies, and before they could regain their bearings several loud cracks rang out in the air. A bullet, struck Shigaraki in his leg, and several more landed before Kurogiri could cover and warp them away. Izuku spun around so fast he went dizzy, barely making out the crowd of pro heroes who'd arrived at the top of USJ, but then he turned back at the sound of All Might coughing some more. Confusingly enough, the pro was still mostly obscured by smoke, but there was no time to think about that. That was blood splattering onto the ground from his coughs. All Might, Izuku cried with concern, pushing past the pain of his arm to get a better view of his hero. Young Midoriya, don't. All Might was interrupted by a sudden burst of steam rolling off his body. What? The haze cleared just in time to reveal All Might outright morphing into an oddly familiar emaciated form. At the same time a blindingly white multi-tailed fox phased out of his body and grabbed the onibai. No, grabbed the Hoshi no Tama with its mouth. Ah, All Might said sheepishly, at the same time that the kitsune swallowed its soul back into its body. I can explain. Izuku very much doubted that. Izuku stared blatantly, certain his jaw must have hit the floor. First the villains, then the necromancy, then Aizawa, then this. Izuku was understandably a little overwhelmed. But that explanation will have to wait until later, All Might was saying. The kitsune, a full 9. No, 8 tails, seemed uninterested, glancing away from them. It wasn't as pristine as Izuku had thought it was. White fur ragged and shadows developing under its eyes. It had decorative red marks on its face and gloving its front paws, like one might see on a typical kitsune mask, but they looked more like dried blood than paint. In contrast, its yellow eyes were bright and lively as they scoured USJ. A kitsune. Izuku had gotten the impression that they faded out of existence some time before quirks appeared. All Might's mysterious quirk couldn't be a quirk at all if he was able to host such a powerful yokai without consequences. No, scratch the no consequences thing. This freaky emaciated form of his couldn't just be his natural form. It was the result of some sort of toll on his health. So did All Might have a quirk? Was the kitsune protecting him from the effects of its power? Why was the kitsune possessing him in the first place? It was like it was lending All Might its power, but since he was unaware of magic, it couldn't possibly be getting anything in return for this. There were just so many questions that Izuku didn't know which ones to try to answer first. And All Might was right. Now was hardly the time or place to get those questions answered. Midoriya, someone yelled. Izuku was still gaping at All Might, but they both looked over to see Kirishima swiftly approaching. Are you okay? Izuku broke out of his trance when he realized that All Might was not exactly himself at the moment. They glanced at each other in panic and then frantically tried to assuage Kirishima's worries before he could get any closer. Cementos blocked his classmate's path with a strategically placed wall and redirected him towards the gate. Let's sneak you to the nurse's office, All Might, Cementos said, waving Izuku forward as well. If the pro-hero was surprised to see Izuku had witnessed All Might's alternate form, he didn't show it. Izuku kept pace with All Might as they walked and noted that the kitsune had chosen to keep its host between it and himself. It briefly met his eyes as he looked, expression unreadable. He tore his gaze away. Is Aizawa-sensei okay? He asked Cementos, who not so discreetly glanced at the blood-soaked Katsuhimo. And Aizawa, capture weapon looped around his broken arm before answering. Recovery girl is with him. He was badly hurt, but he will recover. It seems his wounds look worse than they actually are. Good. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. His magic had helped a little, then. Katsuhimo's eyes leered out of the wrinkles in the capture weapon for a moment, but the yokai didn't say a word. You seem a little banged up yourself. Does your arm hurt? Oh, it's probably broken. The pain was rushing back now that he thought about it, and he winced. Both teachers ogled him for a second. It's broken, and you're just... Cementos trailed off with a shake of his head. Belatedly, Izuku realized most people weren't used to his quite literally magically high pain tolerance. The rest of the trip to the nurse's office was spent in silence, although Izuku kept glancing at All Might and the kitsune. Once there, they were left to wait for Recovery Girl to finish treating Aizawa. Cementos had looked tempted to try to treat Izuku's arm himself, but apparently deemed his makeshift sling good enough for the moment. He did, however, pointedly get out a bottle of painkillers for the two patients before he left to help deal with incident cleanup. Looks like now is the perfect time for explanations, All Might said cheerily as they settled onto the beds. The kitsune sat down by the foot of All Might's bed, looking like it was torn between keeping an eye on Izuku and pretending to ignore him. You see, the world views me as indestructible. But there was a fight 6 years ago, and during that fight I got injured. Got a nasty scar. He gestured tiredly to where blood glued his ragged shirt to his chest. Lost my stomach, half of my respiratory organs. These days I can't do hero work for more than 3 hours before my quirk strains my body too much. That was a lot. But also, what about the shapeshifting? Izuku asked, glancing at the kitsune. Is that part of your quirk? Shapeshifting? All Might laughed as if the notion was ridiculous. No, that's just me flexing my muscles. No, that was very clearly shapeshifting, Izuku didn't say. He started in surprise a moment later when he registered a movement from All Might's companion. The kitsune ... had just rolled its eyes at All Might. What? Right, Izuku said. Okay, sure, ignore the magical fox. At that moment Recovery Girl bustled in, a whirlwind of movement as she simultaneously checked them over and scolded All Might. Her reprimands continued even after they'd been treated. And the number one hero looked more than a little embarrassed to be spoken to like a naughty child in front of Izuku. Neither adult appeared to mind the awkward silence emanating from him, probably because they thought he was processing. Which he was. Katsuhimo, that is, Aizawa's scarf, disappeared at some point during his treatment, and Izuku could only hope it had been returned to his teacher rather than thrown away. With the yokai gone, however, Izuku could properly sense the kitsune's magic, which had depleted to be so weak that even Katsuhimo had drowned out its signature. Though the fox's physical appearance was not nearly as downtrodden as that of its host, its energy level was clearly in bad shape. At some point a detective stopped by to ask All Might some questions about the attack, but decided to postpone upon seeing Izuku and left shortly after. He wasn't sure why, considering All Might's secret, at least regarding his different forms, had very clearly been revealed to him, but he supposed the superhero might have other secrets Izuku wasn't privy to. What exactly was going on with his quirk, for example? No sooner had Detective Tsukachi left than a yokai burst into the room from the floor, blaring an unholy screeching noise. Both Izuku and the kitsune practically jumped out of their seats at the sudden intrusion. It was a very clunky and old-fashioned phone, flapping lopsidedly in place with 3 feathery wings and a curly wire cord dangling from it like a tail. With each consecutive rattle the horrific tone grew louder and the phone. Yokai, Fonkai prodded at Izuku. Is something wrong? All Might asked, both of the adults having glanced over at Izuku in concern. Shut that thing up. The kitsune snarled in a decidedly feminine voice. Nope, Izuku said. I just need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. He hopped off the bed and fled the room, Fonkai swooping after him. Recovery Girl let him go with a reminder to be careful of his caste, and then he quickly found the closest bathroom and locked himself in a stall. Fonkai bobbed in after him and let out the loudest ring yet. Wincing, he gently grabbed the yokai and held it up to his ear, hoping that was what it wanted. Hello. Izuku. Rip eardrums. You're alive. Dad. Izuku yelped. Well, how? I saw the news on the attack, across time zones in America, somehow, but considering Hasashi was using a yokai to make a transoceanic phone call, Izuku should not be surprised. And I was worried. Are you okay? Yeah, just a little shaken. Good. I'll be there as soon as I can. What? Izuku was met with ... what was probably supposed to be the click of a receiver, but sounded more like a weird grunt. Fonkai squirmed out of his grip and promptly fell through the floor. He waited a second or two before realizing it probably meant to do that and wasn't coming back. Hasashi ... was returning to Japan. For how long? Someone entered the bathroom and he quickly cut off his thoughts. He exited the stall to wash his hands before returning to the nurse's office. Izuku didn't fully enter, instead asking if he could get his phone and call his mom, which was granted. As he settled back into his corner of the office, waiting for her to pick up, he quietly regarded the kitsune. She glanced at him impassively, still sitting rigidly on the ground near All Might. The question he'd wondered about her months ago drifted back into his mind. Just who are you? Naomasa Tsukachi had known All Might for a very, very long time. They're more than close colleagues, they're friends, and everyone knew it, so he practically had first dibs on any All Might-related incident. Naomasa was one of the first out the door when news of the USJ attack came in. He supervised the aftermath, but most of his attention was drawn to Toshinori, who he spotted in his civilian form being snuck into a car by Cementos along with one of the students. It was, perhaps, a sign of Toshinori's recklessness that Naomasa was more exasperated than surprised that his friend had apparently been forced to transform, most likely in front of a student, as well. The detective turned away from the assembled students to look at the hulking creature that had been detained and led away by the other police. From what he'd gathered, this Nomu had displayed multiple quirks. That alone was enough to stir dread up in him, but there was something else about it that rubbed him wrong. Something repulsive. He wasn't the only one unnerved by its presence. A few officers and students glanced at it with expressions different than just fear. But now was not the time to muse on it. He needed to have words with Toshinori. At the nurse's office, Naomasa got a clear idea of just how badly his friend had been hurt by the villains. He was practically swaddled in bandages and resigned to bed rest instead of smuggling himself into the investigation immediately, which spoke of a whole new level of exhaustion. Thankfully, it wasn't nearly as bad as when he'd first gotten his career-debilitating injury, but that didn't mean Naomasa wasn't ready to rip Toshinori a new one about being more careful the moment he could talk to him alone. And that time was now, still in Recovery Girl's office, with the nurse herself present, but the student had joined his friends to wait for the onslaught of worried parents that would soon be or had already arrived here at UA. Naomasa, Toshinori greeted boisterously as the detective stepped inside. Before you say anything, I think I found a successor. Naomasa blinked. Now is hardly the time for that. He couldn't say he wasn't intrigued, though. After One for All had failed to manifest in Mirio Tagata and they theorized that the quirk had rejected the boy as a host, Toshinori had gotten impressively picky about who he would choose as successor. He'd expected that trend to continue even after Toshinori started teaching at UA. You've said nothing about this to me, Recovery Girl spluttered. I just wanted to delay the scolding, Toshinori admitted, like a child. It is true, though. Tell me about them later, Naomasa said, before proceeding to deliver on his promised lecture. He stopped when Toshinori started to zone out. The poor man probably already went through this with Recovery Girl. Now, about the Nomu ... does it really have multiple quirks? Toshinori hesitated, his face darkening. Yes, so that means he's still alive. The mood plummeted at that, but it was a fact that needed to be addressed. Most likely, Toshinori heaved a sigh. I thought it was over. I thought One for All had fulfilled its purpose. I found someone who could be my successor, but can I really pass this responsibility off to a child? Naomasa looked away. It's not safe for a child to be on the front lines. But, and maybe it's selfish of me to say this, it's not safe for you, either. One for All is not at its fullest potential in you anymore. You're getting weaker. He paused. Do you want my opinion? Aren't you already giving it? Toshinori remarked dryly. He quailed under the look Naomasa gave him. Yes, I would greatly appreciate it. Pick a successor, Naomasa said bluntly, and focus on them. If One for All doesn't reject them like it did Tagata, you should focus all of your attention on training them until they're able to handle the responsibility. I don't want you or this child fighting all for one. He plowed through Toshinori's protests. He's making moves and you're at your weakest. Your successor won't be ready immediately, either. Trust your friends. There's an entire network of capable pro heroes who can help with this fight. Ideally, your successor won't be a part of this war until they're of age, and you'll still be alive. Besides, there's always the possibility that One for All won't manifest in this one as well. The sooner you find the right person, the better. Toshinori looked thoughtful. He glanced at Recovery Girl, who was staying carefully neutral. Don't look at me, the heroine griped. You're a big boy. Think for yourself. All right, Toshinori conceded. I can't guarantee I'll stay out of the action ... but I'll try. And I'll approach the boy about One for All soon. Which one are they, anyways? Miyamasa asked. I'll be performing a few official interviews now that parents and guardians are here. I'd like to meet them for myself. His friend opened his mouth. It's Midoriya, isn't it? Recovery Girl said. His friend closed his mouth. Predictable, she huffed. Just because he jumped in all reckless, got himself injured. A boy after your own heart. Toshinori smiled sheepishly. Miyamasa laughed. Well, I'm off then, as he closed the door. And don't forget to talk to Sir Night-Eye. The #1 hero groaned, putting his head in his hands. Miyamasa filed into the room Nedzu provided for the interviews, followed closely by the Midoriya. After they took their seats, he settled down with his notepad. By default, his quirk was active, but for witness interviews he wasn't expecting it catch anything important. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. Izuku, Miyamasa started, nodding at each of them. I'm Detective Miyamasa Tsukachi. Thank you for agreeing to this interview. I'll be addressing Izuku for most if not all of these questions since I would like his account of the events at USJ. Is that okay with both of you? Yes, the younger Midoriya said, his mother sniffling into a handkerchief as she agreed. Good. So to start things off, when did you first notice something was wrong? Right before the attack, actually, Izuku said. Yes, apparently the lights had. I got this weird feeling. And then the lights flickered and the portal opened up. Feeling? Miyamasa blinked. And I was talking to Tokoyami earlier and apparently Dark Shadow felt it too. Izuku rambled on. It was pretty scary, feeling that and then suddenly being attacked by villains. Do you often get strange feelings? Would it have anything to do with your quirk? Not this kind of weird. And no, I don't think it's related to my quirk. I have telekinesis. He looked at Mrs. Midoriya, who was unfazed and still decimating the second box of tissues that had been given to her since she arrived on campus. It wasn't like Izuku was lying, so Miyamasa let it go. Maybe it had something to do with the aura the Nomu gave off. He'd have to see what Tokoyami had to say. And once the portal opened, what happened? The villains came out right away. Aizawa-sensei went down to fight them and 13 stayed with us. We tried to leave, but one of the villains blocked the exit. The purple fog one with the portal quirk, he elaborated. Kirishima and Kaken, sorry. Bakugo, I mean. They both attacked the villain but didn't do damage. Then the villain used his quirk on all of us, and I ended up in the conflagration zone. There were a few villains in there, and I ran into 3 right at the start. 2 of them primarily used weapons, so I managed to disarm them and actually knock them all out. I might want more details on that later, Miyamasa said, if only for the purpose of hearing how this scraggly boy defeated 3 villains. Then went in and acted so calmly reciting the tale afterwards. Continue. Then I went into one of the buildings before any of the other villains could see me. Other villains? Yeah, another group came around a corner. So I went through the building to get to a different street and searched for the exit. There was a villain with some sort of earth-based transformation quirk guarding it, so I rushed her and knocked her out with the club I had. Club? One of the villains in the first trio had a club, which I used, Izuku said by way of explanation. Ah, Miyamasa said, nodding like another person hadn't just been added to the boys' casualty list. I didn't hurt her too bad, did I? I hit all of them pretty hard. Izuku worried aloud. Do you know? I'll see if I can find out. So after you knocked her out, you left the zone? Yeah, I saw Ajiro and Asui in the flood zone. And then Aizawa-sensei and the villains at the plaza. So I went there, directly to the fight, when you could have tried to sneak past it to 13's group. He flushed in embarrassment. ... Yes, I wanted to help. I was mostly planning on tripping them up to help out Aizawa-sensei. Anyways, I did that when I had the chance, but it was mostly Aizawa-sensei and the blue-haired villain with the hands all over him fighting. That villain had some sort of destructive, disintegrating 5-point contact quirk. He also commanded the Nomu, which hurt Aizawa-sensei a lot. And here the kid was showing more concern for his teacher than he had for himself during the entire interview. Toshinori, you sure know how to pick them. So after Aizawa-sensei was hurt, the warp villain came and called the hand guy Tamura Shigaraki. And the hand guy called the warp villain Kirigiri. Kirigiri told him about Ida escaping, and then warped away to find a student for him to kill. Aizawa-sensei tried to stop him, but it didn't work out, and Kirigiri left. Izuku hesitated here. Is this when you took control of Eraserhead's capture weapon? Miyamasa asked, hoping to prompt the boy into continuing. What? I talked to a few of your classmates before you, Naomasa said, intrigued at the boy's confusion. One of them mentioned seeing the capture weapon moving on its own. The capture weapon did start moving without Aizawa's input, Izuku said carefully, looking bewildered. You think that was me? You have a telekinesis quirk and we're nearby, Naomasa pointed out. But his voice was weak. The capture weapon is way too big and heavy ... and I wasn't even looking at it most of the time it was flying around. Those were probably all conditions for the effectiveness of his quirk. You just witnessed your teacher brutally attacked and you felt under threat as well. It's not unheard of for quirks to accomplish things they typically can't under extreme stress. Additionally, capture weapons like Aizawa's are particularly sensitive to telekinetic energy, which is how they move in the air almost independently sometimes. So your theory is, I did that with my telekinesis. That is most likely what happened, yes. That does make sense. And I guess ... you could say I was responsible for the capture weapon moving like that, even though Izuku was making a strange face. He wasn't lying. Naomasa prodded him forward. So, the capture weapon started moving once Kurogiri left. Yes. It attacked Shigaraki and then sort of led the Nomu on a goose chase. I took advantage of the distraction and left my hiding spot. I was up by the fountain to see if I could help Aizawa-sensei. I tried to treat him, but Shigaraki sent the Nomu after me and it broke my arm. Then All Might arrived. Mrs. Midoriya had burst into tears all over again when Izuku mentioned breaking his arm. And Naomasa wondered how a woman so prone to crying hadn't done this back when Izuku was talking about the conflagration zone villains. Well, Naomasa said upon registering that Izuku looked a little worn out. All Might can fill me in on the rest. If you want, you can give me some more details on those 4 conflagration zone villains you fought so that I can find out what happened to them. Otherwise you're free to go. If I think of any more questions I'll contact you later. Both Midoriyas heaved sighs of relief. Izuku gave what probably qualified as a professional level analysis when he described each of the quirks of the 4 villains he fought, and then the 2 left the room they'd been sequestered in. Naomasa followed them all the way back to the remaining students and families, singling out the Tokoyamis. As they headed back to the temporary interview room, Naomasa mused on the boy who might be the next holder of One for All. It wasn't uncommon for even victims to lie during an interview, with little fibs to justify any decisions they make even if those decisions were completely innocent in the moment. Usually it came in the form of their emotions. They tried to at least not come off as cowards, no matter how understandably they acted. Even being a teenage boy, Naomasa was pleased to note that Izuku Midoriya didn't lie once. After his phone call with his mother, filled with partially nonsensical worried babble on her end that only toned down after many reassurances, and the news that Hasashi was coming home, Izuku decided to go to 1A's classroom, where he knew the rest of the class was milling around waiting for worried family members, picking up stuff they'd left there, or just hanging out. Not a second after he'd left Recovery Girl's office for the last time that day did a very familiar yokai wind itself around his free arm. Boy, kid, Katsuhimo hissed as it slithered around his neck, settling on him like it often did on Aizawa. Katsuhimo, Izuku spluttered. Why are you? I can't find the man with the eye bags and greasy hair, the yokai whined. Which, of course that was why. Not because it wanted to have a friendly talk with Izuku, no, because it wanted something from him. Izuku rolled his eyes and started walking. Why'd you have to stay so close to the skeleton man's pet? She's so mean. Katsuhimo, Izuku started, a thought dawning on him. Have you known about the kitsune since the start of the school year? Hard not to notice when her wards on the place all the adult humans gather keep waking me from my beauty sleep, it grumbled. A statement that prompted a very vivid flashback to that day. Just last week, though it felt like longer, Izuku had been looking for All Might in the teacher's lounge. Looking back, apparently he'd found him. And it hadn't been Nedzu who was hiding their magic but the kitsune who must have been inside the actual room. Why didn't you mention? Izuku started, before remembering that even if Katsuhimo had bothered, it was both rarely awake and never away from Aizawa when it crossed paths with him. Never mind. Glancing at the yokai again, it was only then Izuku noticed how spotless the capture weapon's fabric was. Wait, you can repair your host. He'd assumed the yokai couldn't use its magic like that after being unable to repair that ridiculous scarf Izuku had accidentally torn up. Of course, I'm a yokai, aren't I? Katsuhimo huffed. Then why did I have to find a new host for you back at Dagaba? Couldn't you have just fixed your scarf then, before just attacking me? I couldn't. You used your magic on me. ... but I didn't. Not until Katsuhimo tried suffocating him, at least. Yes, you did. The yokai insisted petulantly. Izuku gave up. The yokai had probably been looking for an excuse to leave that scarf and saddled a debt on him. Izuku didn't blame it. He was no fashion expert, but that scarf had definitely been some form of distasteful. In the silence he kept walking. The first person he encountered in the halls other than the occasional lingering business or support class student was Tokoyami. who was exiting a flight of stairs with some sort of drink Izuku assumed came from the cafeteria. The bird-headed boy gave Izuku a subdued nod, with perhaps some relief at seeing he was healing up, whereas Dark Shadow popped out with an exuberant greeting. "Who's that?" the sentient quirk asked, peering closely at where Katsuhimo's eyes glared out of the capture weapon. "Have they always been in there?" "Hello. Oh right, I never introduced you," Izuku realized, talking over Katsuhimo's snobbish reply. "This is Katsuhimo, a type of yokai known as an itten moment. I guess because you're never out during class you never noticed. Katsuhimo was actually helping me out back when I met you guys, before I founded a host." "A host ... our teacher's weapon?" Tokoyami asked with a raised brow. "It was a weird coincidence," he admitted, "but it did come in handy for the USJ. On that topic, I wish to know, were there magical beings involved in the attack?" Dark Shadow sensed magic, and even I felt a dark presence. Izuku nearly shivered at the reminder, but explained the necromancy as best he could. He also hesitated telling his friend about the kitsune because ultimately that could lead to the reveal of All Might's secret, which wasn't his to spill. So although he did warn Tokoyami of her existence, Izuku was vague about the topic other than that she had been present at USJ and was probably not malevolent. Learning that kitsune exist and one was on campus was understandably shocking to Tokoyami, given their nearly all-powerful reputation in mythology. But Izuku had hardly finished informing them about her before they'd arrived at Class 1 and were rather enthusiastically greeted by Uraraka, Hida, and the others. There were a few adults in the room, he noticed as he assured everyone he was fine. A member of the police, a pair Izuku assumed were Ajiro's parents, and present Mike-sensei. Izuku called upon seeing the voice hero supervising the room. "Can you, He sheepishly lifted Eraserhead's capture weapon up in offering. "Get this back to Aizawa-sensei." "Sure thing, little listener." Present Mike readily agreed. After taking the scarf, a baffled expression crossed his teacher's face and he searched through the folds like he was examining it for something. "Where did all the blood go?" Izuku's face screwed up in panic. "Izuku, honey," came the heaven-sent voice of Izuku Midoriya. His mother burst into the room wielding a box of tissues and hovered carefully around him. "I came as fast as I could." Now tasked with calming his mother down, Izuku found himself distracted until the policeman who'd tried to talk to All Might earlier approached and requested they do an interview while they were still on campus. Once that nerve-wracking experience was over, the Midoriyas found themselves at home waiting for Hasashi's arrival. They weren't sure how long he would take since it was entirely possible he would procure a magical favor to get him there sooner, but by dinner time it was clear he had probably taken a plane and wouldn't be in Japan until past midnight. Even though he would have all day off of school tomorrow to spend with his father, Izuku went to bed reluctantly. And was out within moments. Morning came with the distinct clatter of supplies from the kitchen, the smell of food accompanied by the low murmur of voices. Izuku practically leapt out of bed when he heard his father's laughter and tumbled out the door. "Dad," he yelled brightly. Hasashi grinned up at him from his seat with a ready greeting, the table the only barrier preventing Izuku from glomping him then and there, which was probably for the best, considering he still had to be careful with his arm. He settled for a wave of greeting as Inko dragged him into one of the opposite seats and set plates of food down in front of them. "Looks like you woke up just in time," she teased as she sat down herself. "I made your favorite." Izuku blinked at the katsudon set in front of him. "For breakfast." Well, he wasn't complaining, until he looked across to Hasashi's plate. "Dad," he started in horror. What are you doing to that katsudon?" Hasashi looked up from the bottle of ketchup he was viciously squeezing over his food. The label was in English. "Oh, just adding some sauce. Everything really does taste better with ketchup. Hou-ou do not have taste buds." Nothing else could explain why Izuku's own blood relation could commit such a crime towards perfectly good katsudon. "Sweetheart, I can't see the katsudon anymore," Inko commented dryly while Izuku was short-circuiting. "I suppose that's enough." He put the probably illegally smuggled bottle down and actually started eating the monstrosity that sat on his plate. "So kiddo, you weren't hurt too badly, were you? I know you're healing up from that arm, but nothing else happened, right? You weren't too shook up?" Izuku let himself be distracted for a moment by the fact that Hasashi wasn't even using his mouth to speak, since it was preoccupied with eating. He often forgot about the fact that the bodies of yokai sort of didn't exist. And for the ones that liked drastic shapeshifting, their consciousness and voice were the most consistent things about them. It was interesting. Really, voices could only change if the yokai had the technical biological know-how of how physical bodies produce voices in order to supplement their shapeshifting abilities. This wasn't the case for most if not all yokai, since they didn't need organs or bones in the first place, unlike Izuku, who had to research carefully before shapeshifting any part of his body. Well, I guess that answers that, Hasashi chuckled. Izuku flushed and scooped some katsudon into his mouth to stop the mumbling. "Well, actually, at the USJ there were necromancy puppets." Hasashi promptly spat out his meal. It was already a little crispy from being in his mouth, an effect Izuku had only seen before on pencils that his father often chewed on while in thought. Necromancy, Inko echoed shakily. As in, zombies. Izuku, please, explain, Hasashi asked. Right, he nodded and began. After he'd filled his father in on most of what had happened at the USJ, Izuku once more hesitated on the topic of the kitsune. Hasashi wasn't really human, and certainly was no danger to tell All Might's secret to, but he would feel bad telling him about that detail when he hadn't told Tokoyami. Then again, Tokoyami was his classmate who would be faced with All Might at school often, so any difference in his behavior towards All Might would have been noticed, part of the reason Izuku hadn't told him. His father was good with secrets for obvious reasons and wouldn't interact with Izuku's teachers much if at all. He decided to at least breach the subject, since he had a certain motivation for telling Hasashi other than informing him about the attack. Dad, you can turn invisible to humans, right? Hasashi blinked at the non-sequitur. It's more like letting go of my physical form, but same difference. Well, there's this yokai that was at the USJ that I want to talk to, but she's always following around this human. I don't think I'll get a chance to talk to her without looking like a weirdo. She attached to them or something? Hasashi asked with intrigue. I mean, possibly. Unlikely, though. How's that? Well, she's a kitsune. Hasashi slapped his hands on the table. Say what? He didn't wait for an answer, eyes suddenly sparkling as he vaulted to his feet. Hasashi, Inko reprimanded as cutlery went flying. A kitsune. Though, I just have to meet her. Where is she? Izuku had a brief flashback to that time when he'd asked his dad why he'd never seen some of the more well-known mythological creatures. Stuff like Eastern dragons or kappa. He'd understood why foreign ones were so rare, but not why yokai that should be powerful and common because of the sheer amount of familiarity with them due to popular culture. In short, the answer had been that popular culture had been exactly what made them more rare. There was belief and knowledge in the yokai, yes, but humans believed in them specifically as fictional beings or characters in stories. It was a paradoxical effect. So, kitsune, some of the most popular and powerful Japanese yokai, had been believed straight out of existence, or so his father had theorized. No wonder Hasashi was so shocked and excited. Izuku said. Yue, she's following around All Might. I don't know if he's on campus right now, though. A cloud of feathers burst into existence, originating from his father. Izuku spluttered as some landed in his katsuden, while Inko startled slightly, probably only aware that Hasashi had blinked out of existence rather than outright ditched his human form for the amalgamation of birds that made up a Hou-ou. Izuku had a mere second to process Hasashi's colorful peacock-like phoenix form before his father dove out the nearest window, presumably to go to Yue. Dad, he yelped, getting up and running to the window. That man, Inko huffed indignantly. Did he leave already? Yeah. Izuku replied in exasperation, staring as his father's glimmering form swiftly disappeared. Secretly, though, he thought to himself, that will never stop being cool. His mother tutted, then went back to her meal. Hasashi came back a little over 30 minutes later. He sat back in his seat almost somberly, picking at the katsuden ketchup soup. Izuku was a little confused at the mood change, but addressed him before his mother could tell him off. Well, did she talk to you? His father made a face. I really tried, but... He cast his head down in shame. She told me to EFF off. But, like, with the actual swear word. But Kitsune told you to EFF off, Izuku repeated blankly. How did she resist my charm? Hasashi wailed dramatically, only to get whacked by an irate Inko. Oh, not like that. All Might's Kitsune ... uses swear words, Izuku said. Associating swearing with All Might just plain felt wrong. His father sighed, oblivious to Izuku's plight. Sorry about that. I guess I didn't even ask what you wanted to know anyways. But I thought I'd at least get a name out of her. Izuku recovered himself. I would have been happy with just that, honestly. I didn't mean to hijack your visit just to make use of your powers. Well, I'll admit I didn't come here only to check up on you. I have a few things I wanted to talk with you about in person. Knowing there's a necromancer mixed up with those villains is just further incentive for this. This, Izuku echoed in confusion. Hasashi grinned. My decision to teach you that fireball spell you've been begging for since your 7th birthday, of course. There was a moment of silence. Izuku exploded. Finally. Oh my gosh. Yes. Inside voice, dear, Inko said, looking more than a little concerned at the prospect of her son gaining the power to set things on fire. More so than a set of matches allowed, at least. I figured since you were being taught at UA, you would be getting the collateral damage know-how to be earned the responsibility. I was planning to wait until your birthday, but then those villains attacked and, well, I didn't want to wait any longer. The only problem is that we need somewhere to practice. Izuku was literally vibrating from excitement. I know exactly the place. That night, after paying an afternoon visit to Recovery Girl to get the cast on his arm off and agreeing to be careful before using magic to finish the healing up the instant he was out from under her suspicious gaze, they arrived at that very place. Wow, this is. Hasashi was at a loss for words as they stood by the entrance to Dagaba Municipal Beach Park. Kind of a dump. Perfect, right. Izuku's eyes roved over the familiar heaps of trash. There was a fire over the weekend, but it looks like it didn't do much damage. But I don't sense any yokai left here, so it really must have been a yokai or quirk that caused it. Extra burn damage wouldn't be noticed. And people are even less likely to wander around here because it's been labeled a fire hazard. It's a few weeks before the cleanup is due to start as well. Is that so? His father hummed, and they began the trek into the maze of garbage. Well, this lesson is a quick one. Sort of has to be. I need to leave for America tomorrow evening. Already, Izuku cried in surprise. He'd hoped it would be closer to a week. There's always stuff to do over there. I've told you about how messy it gets with all those magical cultures, Hasashi huffed, sounding just as annoyed at this as his son. Not to mention my human job and… I'm sorry, Izuku. Even though… well, I just can't stay as long as either of us would like. Even though what? His father paused and shifted uneasily. Dad, he exhaled heavily. I'm a Hou-ou, Hasashi started. Izuku fidgeted impatiently as he waited for his point to be made. And Hou-ou are omens. I don't know exactly how it works. Magic has always been annoying like that. But I know I can't stay in a place where something big is going to happen. Something bad. And Izuku, he lowered his voice. All of my instincts have been telling me to avoid Japan. For a few years now, but it's nearly unbearable now. And I don't want you or Enko to get mixed up in whatever is going to happen. But there isn't anything I can do about it. The League of Villains, the mysterious necromancer. Izuku could see all too clearly how that could turn nasty. He'd never seen his father look so worried. And all of a sudden his knees were weak at the idea of some looming catastrophe. But then, he scrounged up the courage to speak. You're doing something about it now, aren't you? You're teaching me to protect myself. His dad laughed. You're right. Did you think about taking us with you to America? Izuku hardly wanted to leave Japan and UA, nor leave his new friends to possibly be victim to whatever was coming. But if it made his dad feel better, it might just be worth it. Enko doesn't want to leave. I've already talked with her about it. She has her own reasons, but in the end… we've both noticed how happy you've been at UA, even just a weekend. And we don't want to take that away from you. I trust you to take care of yourself. Oh, Izuku's eyes felt hot. I do expect you to keep me informed, though. Hasashi suddenly perked up. But regular phones are too unreliable for me. You met that cute little phone yokai I sent to you, right? I'll tell you how to use it. Okay. He less than discreetly rubbed something out of his eyes. Call it by holding your arm out like this. Hasashi pulled Izuku's arm perpendicular to the ground, hand flat. Then snap your fingers and whistle. The instant Izuku did so, a buzzing static filled the air. With a popping noise, Fonkai teleported into existence beside him. There's the little guy. Hasashi waved at Fonkai cheerily. Thanks for coming. I'm just showing my son how to call you. The telephone yokai blared the sound of a buzzer in response, but otherwise just flapped in place. Addressing Izuku again, Hasashi continued. It's good to use when you don't have a phone. Just tell it a phone number or the person you want to call and it'll contact them right away. The reverse works too, which is how I called you yesterday. If the person you're contacting doesn't have a phone on them, tell this yokai their name and it'll teleport to them as long as you have a phone yourself for it to connect to so you can talk to them. I'm taking care of the payment, so that's all. Oh, you can go now, his father added to Fonkai, which proceeded to drop into the ground. Got it, Izuku. He nodded. Okay, let's get started on that spell then. It's pretty simple. Start with gathering your magic together into a ball shape. It might help to visualize this by cupping your hands close together, which also lets you estimate the amount of heat you'll be generating. No, don't touch your hands together. Just pretend you're holding a basketball or something. Izuku flushed and corrected himself. A good chunk of his magic was sitting between his hands. But it wasn't doing anything else even when he compressed it a little tighter. Hasashi was squinting at the heat mirage effect it was giving the air. Looks like you've got enough there. Okay, point it at the sand somewhere. It might accidentally go off for these next steps. Quickly, Izuku did so. Use some your magic telekinetically to trap the rest inside an orb shape, like a shell. That'll keep the fire you're generating contained until you're ready to throw it. Now, rub the magic inside together quickly to start heating the air up. This is all just using my telekinesis, Izuku noted as he felt it working. A tiny flame sprang to life, and he barely stopped himself from flinching when it suddenly grew to the size of the telekinetic shield he'd made. Nice job, Hasashi complimented. Aside from this, the other technique for making fire is to transform some air into combustible gas or any explosive substance and give it some magical friction, but that's less predictable. Okay, now we're going to fire it. Since you're using your hands to help you, just turn them outwards and shove while releasing the magic shell, and keep in mind it will go in a straight line. If you were throwing it into the sky, it would fizzle out after a bit from all the wind. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku pushed the fireball out of his grip. The flames roared as they left their telekinetic bubble, shooting a few meters away and spraying sand onto all the junk near their point of impact. Izuku didn't even mind the sand showering into his hair as he let out a whoop of victory and a fist pump. Hasashi spat out some grit and smiled. That was a great first try. You don't need to use your body, though, so you should practice here as much as you can. And of course, be careful. Unlike natural yokai fireballs, the fire generated by this spell is physical and, well, flammable. Izuku paused in his celebration. They're different. Oh right, I never told you the difference. You wouldn't tell me anything about fireballs in case I snuck off to try them, Izuku pointed out, unimpressed. Well, now you know. His father gave a sheepish shrug. Natural yokai fire like my fireballs can impact physical objects but tend not to ignite anything that's not magical on fire. I think the fire can spread from those objects if it lasts long enough, though. Oh, that's interesting. It did explain why Dagobah Beach had been nearly untouched by the fire even though all the yokai had cleared out for the time being. Izuku huffed and ran a hand through his hair to shake out some of the sand. I'm glad you decided to teach me this, anyways. Thanks, Dad. Hasashi grinned. You're welcome. Now ... want to practice some more while we're here. Of course, Izuku was sorely disappointed that he had school the next day, since that meant he only had the morning to spend with Hasashi. But on the other hand, he had sort of been hoarding his father from Inko, so he really shouldn't complain. Breakfast was filled with mostly mundane conversation. Not in the sense that it was boring, but in the sense that it wasn't magic-oriented. And Izuku put off leaving the house until he needed to sprint to make it to school on time once he'd finally said goodbye to his father. Class 1 greeted each other with a sort of relief, even though almost all of them had already seen that everyone was mostly okay after the USJ attack. The only ones that didn't seem to share the subtle camaraderie were Kaken and Todoroki. And that was because ... well, Kaken and Todoroki himself was impossible to read, and everybody was surprised when Aizawa walked through the door like he hadn't just been smashed against the floor by something strong enough to go toe-to-toe with All Might 2 days ago. Amidst his classmates' protests at Aizawa's presence while injured, Izuku was secretly gratified to see that there were far less bandages on his teacher's head than on his arms. The fight isn't over yet, Aizawa said over the complaints, which promptly set off worse alarm bells. These were quickly subdued. The sports festival begins in 2 weeks. Until Jiro asked about the safety of such a public event, their teacher replied tiredly. Apparently they think that holding it will prove the efficiency of our crisis management system. Security will also be stronger than usual. Overall, the sports festival is too important to cancel just from one attempt. Students like you need it to show off your skills. This, of course, led the conversation into discussing the exact purpose of the sports festival. Everyone's so into it, Izuku noted when it was still going even as classes were released for lunch. You're not. Ada stood up enthusiastically. We have enrolled to become heroes, so of course we would get fired up. Midoriya, don't you feel the same? Of course, although Izuku was definitely looking forward to the sports festival over the potential publicity of it. It wouldn't do to draw too much attention to himself while he was a student, because that might circumvent his purpose for becoming an underground hero when he graduated. Speaking of fired up, Uraraka absolutely dominated the class in terms of her declaration to fight at the festival. Startled by the intensity of her determination, it occurred to him to ask her about her reasons for wanting to become a hero as he, along with Ida and Tokoyami, followed her out of class. Uraraka looked away in embarrassment as she revealed her reasons for wanting to become a hero, which were surprising, unusual, and heartwarming all at the same time. After they'd reassured her that she wasn't being as selfish as she thought she might be, she turned her attention to Tokoyami. Now you're the only one left. Me. The quiet teenager blinked at being put on the spot. What do you mean? Why do you want to be a hero? Tell us. Before Tokoyami could reply, a familiar boisterous voice interrupted them. Ah, young Midoriya. Everyone startled as All Might appeared out of nowhere. Izuku had noticed the Oni, Kitsune, was present, but hadn't had any reason to think her host might be approaching them. Would you mind coming with me for lunch? What was this about? Izuku had already agreed to keep quiet about All Might's condition ... and technically hadn't broken that promise. Even if Hasashi had to have noticed the person the Kitsune followed around very much did not look like All Might. Was this unrelated? Oh no ... what if something was wrong with Izuku's schoolwork? Well, Ada was nodding for him to go, so there was only one way to find out. Izuku scrambled after his teacher, biting his tongue to keep his queries in check as All Might sequestered them into his office. As soon as the door closed, the hero deflated into his skinnier form. Izuku hopped out of the way as the Kitsune sprang out. She seemed to be more cross than when he'd last seen her, but at least this time she was acknowledging his presence, even if it was by sending scathing glares his way. Had his father annoyed her to this point? Or was this merely the same level of irritation that had led to her telling Hasashi to beat it? He couldn't help but be a little put off by the fact that her only 2 registered emotions so far were indifferent, or perhaps haughty would be more accurate, and irritated. I hope I'm not taking up too much of your time. All Might started, catching Izuku's attention. But this is rather important, and has a little to do with this alternate form of mine. So it was about that. I already told you I have diminished use of my quirk because of my injury. I and my colleagues in the know expect that my condition will only worsen over time, and it's become more pressing of a problem to ensure that my inevitable retirement will not be abrupt. There are other factors I will touch on in a moment, but the point is I'm looking for a successor to take up my mantle. He paused to look at Izuku, who was too busy realizing everything about the implications of All Might's injury that he hadn't had the chance to back when he'd been distracted by the kitsune to muse on why All Might would bring this up to him. All Might, for his part, continued, Izuku Midoriya, despite the fact that I am the #1 hero and by all appearances was handling the situation, you did not hesitate to leap to my defense against 2 villains. I would like to train you to be my successor. Izuku had to rewind the conversation in his head a few seconds to make sure he'd heard that right. He opened his mouth, but All Might cut him off. It's not like he would have known what to say, anyways. There's more I must tell you, however, before you make a decision, and he continued, this time talking about his power itself. What is this? Izuku was frozen as All Might's words roll over him. A transferable quirk. Even though that hinted at possible reasons for why All Might didn't know he had a yokai attached to him, it made even less sense regarding what the kitsune's motives could be. All Might prattled on. Izuku wasn't paying attention, his eyes on the quirk in question. During his speech she had stood to attention, directing her seemingly permanent glare at All Might. Now her contempt was directed full scale at Izuku. Hackles raised and growling in an animalistic show of hostility. She looked like she was daring Izuku to say something. So he did. There is only one problem. All Might started to say. I'm sorry, All Might, Izuku interrupted. The words spilled out of his mouth without a filter as he met the kitsune's gaze. I don't think she wants me to be your successor. Both the kitsune and All Might couldn't have looked more shocked even if they'd been struck by lightning. Izuku would have been morbidly pleased at getting such an emotion onto the kitsune's face if he hadn't been slapping his hands over his mouth in horror at the slip. I'm perfectly happy with my own quirk. And I think, perhaps, you should find someone a little more qualified, and, sorry. I'll leave now, bye. He blabbered out, bolting to his feet and out the door so fast that he practically teleported. Young Midoriya, All Might called, but in his skeletal form he was no match for the panicking teen. As the door flung shut, he flopped back into his seat. She, the #1 hero echoed, floored. Out of all the members of One for All, Tashinori personally only knew one woman, the one who, as his mentor, was the most likely to still be watching over him even in death. Could she be the reason One for All rejected young Mirio as a host? Had he picked successors she didn't approve of, and twice now? Could he have meant Nana? Izuku still hadn't recovered from the jitters his blunder gave him by the time classes ended for the day. But that problem was solved when they were shocked out of him by the sudden appearance of a large crowd of students blocking 1A's doorway. What's going on? Uraraka cried, having been the unfortunate individual to try to exit the classroom right after Aizawa. Izuku and Ida flanked her, but they were equally surprised at the sudden group of unfamiliar teenagers awaiting them. What business do you have with Class A? Ida asked, trying to be diplomatic above the complaints of his classmates. Scouting out the enemy, Kaken said. He stalked up to the crowd without care. We survived a villain attack. They want to see what's so special about us. There's no point to it. He stood intimidatingly in the doorway, practically nose to nose with a few of the closer onlookers. Out of my way, extras. I came to see what the famous class was like, came a voice from deeper in the hallway, but you seem pretty arrogant. The owner shuffled to the front as he continued talking, but Izuku was distracted by how familiar he looked. From the shock of purple hair to the deep eye bags, there was no doubt that this boy was the very same one he'd rescued from the attack of some variety of sleep paralysis demon the night he'd passed Katsuhimo onto a racerhead. But there was something very wrong with this picture. Why did he still have eye bags? Baku eat dreams or nightmares, a very simple concept that meant they needed to feed from a sleeping human. That was why the Baku from that incident cared that its human was being tormented by the foreign magical creature, because it woke up its human, therefore meaning the Baku couldn't feed. Izuku killed the creature causing the problem. If a similar problem had come up, even though that was highly unlikely to happen to the same person twice, the Baku knew where and how to find Izuku, and that he could help. If the boy had sleeping problems such as insomnia, the Baku wouldn't have bothered to feed from him because there were plenty of other options. It was unlikely something like that had developed as recently as... When had that happened? Sometime after the entrance exams. But before he got his acceptance letter, right? Yeah, that was a little too recent for such impressive eye bags. So either something had happened to the Baku, or he remembered all of the things Katsuhimo had been making fun of the Baku for, like being small, not floating, not speaking. Most yokai never bother learning how to change their voices when they shape-shift. Either something had happened to the Baku, or the Baku had not been a Baku. Maybe Izuku was jumping to conclusions. But he was feeling a little paranoid after a necromancer had attacked the school. Midoriya. Someone placed a hand on his shoulder, and he whipped around to see Tokoyami tilting his head at him. The room and hallway were completely clear. "You were muttering," he said after a moment. He took his hand off his shoulder. "I told the others to go ahead. Are you well?" Yeah, Izuku said, and maybe that was a lie. "Let's go." He did not fall asleep easily that night. Izuku woke up to complete darkness. This in itself was not unusual. What was unusual was that he wasn't in his bed. In fact, he was standing up. Izuku said into the black void, which he was quickly realizing was also what he was standing on. He could see his own pajama-clad body in perfect lighting, which was weird. He turned around, which didn't solve anything and in fact made him incredibly disoriented because it was getting harder to tell up from down by the second. A white fox melted out of the shadows. "Oh," Izuku said. "Oh, mythology claimed kitsune could manifest themselves in dreams." This was apparently true, unless this was just a regular dream, which would be a little disappointing. "Hello, boy," All Might's kitsune said with a disdainful sniff. She looked remarkably better than her waking world self, the colors of her eyes and markings vivid against her practically glowing fur, and Izuku wondered if this was what she looked like at full health. "What are you playing at?" Izuku blinked. "What? Why did you refuse All Might's offer?" she snarled. He suddenly came to the realization he might have had the wrong impression earlier. "I'm sorry. I thought you were telling me not to accept ... If it's important, I can take back my refusal." "No," the kitsune barked harshly, making him jolt from surprise. She let them fall into an uneasy silence as he squirmed under her searching eyes. What ... What do you want?" To get to know you. Maybe to help you, if you need it." The look she gave him made it clear she thought he was lying through his teeth. He threw his hands into the air. "What else would I want?" She scoffed. "I don't make deals with those who don't reveal their motives. Take your gold digging somewhere else." "What the heck? No. I'm not trying to make a deal with you. I just want to talk." She looked at him as if he were speaking a foreign language. Okay. If that's what she was convinced was going on ... Time to start over. Izuku straightened and bowed as deeply as he could. "I'm Izuku Midoriya," he declared. "Nice to meet you." The kitsune looked at him with an unreadable expression on her face. Izuku realized he was holding a hand out, and she very much did not have hands. He awkwardly turned it into a little wave. "Do you, have a name I can call you by?" She scrunched her nose up and shifted in place. "Terasu." "Nice to meet you, Terasu," he dutifully acknowledged. "Let me phrase things differently. I want information on why you're following All Might, and in return, I'll help you with anything you need, within reason." Claiming something like this felt almost dirty. No yokai had expected to have to pay him in return for his help, and all he'd wanted was to talk with her. He wasn't even sure if Terasu needed or wanted help with anything. She was just treating this situation like she couldn't trust anyone not to have ulterior motives for interacting with her, and that was what he had to offer. In contrast to Izuku, however, the kitsune seemed to relax at the proposition. She by no means lost her distrustful disposition, but she at least stopped glaring at him. You're not with him, are you?" It wasn't really a question. "With who?" Terasu ignored him. "Well, if talking to you will get you to leave me alone." "Well, I made a pact with a human a couple centuries ago. That is why I follow All Might around." There was a pause. "Wait, that's all you're going to say? Why did you make that pact? What about why All Might isn't even aware of magic? Why does he think you're a quirk? Were you really passed down from host to host? Is there a reason you couldn't heal that injury he has? You're a nosy one." She looked extra irritated by that last question. He put on his best pleading look. "Please tell me." The kitsune rolled her eyes and looked away, then sighed and sat down before looking back at him. "If you must know, the deal I made was meant to be a mutually beneficial contract between me and the human. We both had similar goals ... and a common enemy." She hunched over herself, and her tale began in earnest. "I was born not long before the human population started to gain the specialized magical abilities you call quirks. We didn't have any parents or other kitsune to teach us." And here, Izuku had to bite his tongue to stop from interrupting. "So we learned about the world through observation and experience. We discovered humans couldn't see us despite the new outbursts of supernatural abilities. We learned that other yokai were ... less than friendly. We spent most of our time eavesdropping, keeping to ourselves, and playing petty tricks. I wouldn't call it lonely. We had each other, after all. But that didn't dim my brother's excitement when we found a human whose quirk allowed him to see yokai. His name was Shigaraki." "What?" Izuku cried. Terasu was not particularly impressed at the interruption. Are you thinking of that child who attacked you and your friends? There's no doubt they're associated with each other, but they're not the same person. Button again and you'll find yourself being rather rudely awakened. He promptly shut up. We weren't wary at all. We thought he couldn't hurt us, like any other human. It wasn't like he could burn us up even if he wanted to. And for the first time in our lives our games weren't one-sided. But that week was how we found out what happens to Kitsune whose Hoshi no Tama are stolen. Shigaraki took my brother's soul and wouldn't give it back. He took my brother. She suddenly stood up again, nails scraping against the non-existent ground and voluminous tails lashing as she growled the words out, and wouldn't give him back. Izuku backed up a few steps at the display of anger. He wanted to say something, anything, but had no words. What could he even say that wouldn't result in him being kicked straight out of the dream? Thankfully, Terasu calmed herself down quickly. It was hardly a few moments before she continued on, heedless of whatever face he was making. Shigaraki used my brother to steal the magic from other humans, and his power over quirks spread his influence over other humans like wildfire. I couldn't do anything about it, because it takes more than magic to take a Hoshi no Tama. I needed a physical body, which is why I sought out Shigaraki's younger brother. He didn't have any magic at first, but after Shigaraki leashed my brother he passed down his original quirk because well, I'm not sure why. Maybe because he didn't need it anymore. Maybe there was some other reason. It didn't matter to me at the time. And it doesn't matter to me now. The important thing was, Shigaraki's brother could see me and was willing to make a deal. I was young and thought I was more clever than I really was. After Shigaraki, I felt I had to make the deal airtight to make sure his brother couldn't betray me in any way. I insisted on a blood oath and together we created a list of conditions. But I didn't have any experience and I screwed myself over. Quite a few actions need agreement from one or both parties in order to be carried out, and revealing magic is one of the latter. I was stupid and thought my first host would be coming back from a battle he wouldn't be. I let my oath be transferred to another host for safekeeping but refused to reveal my existence to them. The magic I left the first wasn't enough, and he died. And then I couldn't reveal myself to the second without their own permission. Izuku could definitely see what the problem was there. That last one, I couldn't completely heal All Might because the wound was magical in nature. But he's still alive because of me, the same way Shigaraki is still alive after causing the injury because he's been using my brother. Terasu couldn't quite shake out of the miserable mood that she had gradually taken on as her tale progressed, even as she narrowed her eyes once more. So does that answer your questions? Are you satisfied? It was clear she wanted him to leave her alone, but he couldn't help himself after all of that. I'm sorry, there are just a few more things I want clarification on. He winced under the weight of her silent promise of death but continued towards his grave. From what I understand, Shigaraki Sr. can use your brother to both steal and give quirks. Does that mean you can do the same for All Might? No, she responded shortly. I can't. Humans can't host multiple quirks without severe consequences. That's what was confusing Izuku. But Shigaraki Sr. can. Shigaraki isn't the one hosting the quirks. Oh, was all Izuku could say to that, because that implied that Terasu's brother was the one hosting the quirks. Human magic and yokai don't mix well, was the only other thing she said on the matter, which said everything about why she wasn't doing the same for All Might or her previous hosts. It must be physically painful ... and who knew how many quirks her brother was being forced to hold onto and use at any given moment. Izuku almost allowed the awkward silence return before he remembered the last thing he wanted addressed. Eagerly, he spoke up. Terasu, about your contract, is there anything stopping secondary parties from revealing the existence of the supernatural? She frowned as much as the face of a fox allowed her to. The contract doesn't apply to you. The closest condition would be the one that prevents the host from asking a secondary party to reveal the existence of the supernatural to someone. There isn't one stopping you from asking. ... No. So then, he grinned. Would it help you if I told All Might for you? She stared at him blankly. Then, what's the point? He spluttered. What do you mean what's the point? You'd get to talk to him. There are more things you can't do without his permission than just telling him about you as well, aren't there? Like using your magic more freely. Won't it help? You wouldn't be able to make him believe. And it won't help as much as you think it will. In fact, it will just make things worse. He doesn't need to know it's much harder than he thinks it is. He gaped at her. His jaw flapped uselessly for a good minute as he took her words in. They were so tired. She looked so resigned. You ... You. In an instant, Izuku felt more indignant he had in a long time. He pointed a finger at her in childish accusation. You've given up. How could you? You're a kitsune. One of the last ones ... Have some faith in yourself. You have hundreds of years left to exist. Are you going to waste them moping around feeling sorry for yourself? Are you really going to let your brother suffer for the rest of his life? Holy crap, he did not mean to say all of that. He would have taken it back instantly had he not felt so justified in saying it. Terasu looked just as stunned as he was at his outburst. But unlike what happened in All Might's office earlier, she reciprocated with a vengeance. I can't save him, she snarled, pitch rising to a near yell. I can't ... If I could save him, he would have been free 2 centuries ago. The only way I could have failed him for so long is if it were impossible since the very beginning. It's not like you could do anything about it. At the end of it, they were both still panting for breath, staring accusingly at each other. Izuku was not someone who got angry easily, and he wasn't even really mad right now. He was just frustrated, and he wanted to help so badly. It was obvious Terasu still cared about freeing her brother, but it was just as obvious she'd lost all hope. It was painful to even look at the expression on her face. It was so filled with self-loathing. Terasu, he started once he'd gathered his thoughts. Just because something takes a long time doesn't mean it's impossible. You haven't asked anyone for help, have you? I won't tell All Might for now. But since you told me all that, I owe you a little more than just leaving you alone, right? He attempted a chuckle that came out weak. I know I'm not very powerful in terms of magic ... but I think I might surprise you. Can you at least let me try to help? She kept her glare up for only a few moments longer before sagging in defeat. Do whatever you want. I don't care. At that, the discussion tapered off into silence. Like the other times, it didn't last for long. Terasu, in an instant, the distrust was back. What? Your brother ... does he have a name? She startled, and then, for the first time during the conversation, she turned around and began to walk away. Izuku was immediately worried he'd finally pried too much, and she would end the dream. But then, Kiyoshi. I called him Kiyoshi. Izuku mustered up the most determined smile he could, even if she wasn't looking. We're going to free Kiyoshi, Terasu. I promise. The dreamscape dissolved without another word. A certain night not long after the UA entrance exams, Nico's blackest, bitterest coffee had a discount every Friday that Shota routinely took advantage of. Friday nights tended to get a little crazy. He needed that caffeine. After untangling himself from his capture weapon and failing to locate his target before eventually returning to the scene of the crime, Shota took a spiteful sip of his cold coffee. Sorry, Hitoshi, Shinsou said. The boy wasn't apologizing for Shota's coffee. Someone else was responsible for that. I tried to catch him with my quirk, but it didn't work. That's okay, kid. One of the responding police officers said offhandedly from his place investigating an open window leading to the house's kitchen. It's not your responsibility. Hey Sarashina, he called up and around the building's corner to his coworker in Shinsou's bedroom. It looks like this window wasn't forced open with any tool. What about that one? It was open from the inside. He wouldn't need a tool. Oh right, the officer muttered. The guy unlocked that one without touching it, Shinsou offered, and then pulled it up with his hands and jumped out. He was wearing gloves, though. He'd already told Detective Tsukachi his view of the seemingly bizarre circumstances of Phoenix's latest appearance, with Shota on the sidelines, although certain details like that were obviously still occurring to him. The man in question was currently talking to the kid's foster parents at the front of the house, and Shinsou had wandered to the edge of the police's investigation while casting furtive looks at Shota. It was hard to tell with that dead gaze of his, but the underground hero thought the boy might be a fan. He also knew Hitoshi Shinsou was one of the many hopefuls who had taken UAS entrance exams. Shota typically didn't pay attention to the contestants, but he vaguely recalled Shinsou hadn't used any discernible quirk the few times he'd shown up on screen. Hey kid, he started with blunt curiosity. What's your quirk? Shinsou tensed. Shota eyed him, about to point out that he didn't have to answer, but then the boy said, brainwashing. Why didn't it work on Phoenix? Phoenix, Shinsou echoed in confusion. Shota raised an expectant eyebrow. It's triggered by the target responding to me. And he didn't. Shota hummed and thought but didn't have a chance to say anything else. Tsukachi and the Guardians approached and Shinsou swiftly left for his caretakers when Tsukachi indicated he wanted to talk to Shota. The hero and detective walked out to the street, lingering by the parked police cars. What are you thinking? Tsukachi asked. You'll have to be more specific. He took another sip of his coffee, because caffeine was caffeine and he still had the rest of his patrol after this was wrapped up to get to. Your thoughts on Phoenix? There was a barely restrained obviously in there. It's looking more likely that he has a telekinesis quirk. The kitchen window is the most obvious giveaway. A hallucination quirk like you were thinking can't do that. Tsukachi nodded. Shinsou's foster mother's quirk gives her perfect memory, and she says the window was definitely locked. It could be a memory-altering quirk, but it's unlikely. Telekinesis is the simplest answer, although he must have very few restrictions if he could keep your capture weapon moving long after he disappeared. Or some sort of locomotive quirk, Shota mused, such as commanding an object to carry out a movement or action, which probably wouldn't have a distance limitation after the effect was applied. At least, not a short one. That would be pretty unique, Tsukachi said. I'll have to keep it in mind. Of course, assuming we're right and his quirk hasn't in any way been affecting the reliability of the witness statements. That means he's a vigilante. I thought that was decided when someone had the bright idea to give him a fond nickname, Shota deadpan. Sukachi's mouth twitched into a smile. Those guys would name each other's children if they had the chance. They were tossing out bets last sports festival about what hero names some of the contestants would come up with. This caught the attention of Officer Sarashina, who huffed indignantly as she approached her vehicle. I would never make bets within hearing distance of my superior officer, or in the station, even. But you would make bets, Sukachi said as she swiped Shota's cup of coffee off the car's hood. Don't leave your coffee on my car, she told Sukachi. Well, I'm all done here, Shota interjected. I need to finish my patrol. I'll come by for an update on Monday. We can discuss the implications of Phoenix's quirk then. The detective nodded and waved him away. Shota really did need to continue on, but it was worrying that Phoenix might be a vigilante, because then he would need to be a vigilante against something, like the presence of invisible forces reported by many of the witnesses that Phoenix seemed able to see or at least sense. The theory practically reeked of the possible vigilante fighting against a villain who was the cause of the forces. The whole thing was fairly small-scale and not much of a priority amongst Shota's other cases, but lack of clarity on what exactly was going on in each incident was frustrating and kept it on his mind. Shota sighed and shook his head. Well, he shouldn't ruminate on it too long or he'd be distracted during patrol. Better to put it aside for now. As he left, he noticed Sarashina spitting out his coffee in disgust, and smirked. After that Monday, the next time Shota encountered Sukachi was an hour after waking up with both his arms in casts and recovery girl by his side. The ensuing interrogation had apparently been why he was lucky enough not to suffer the excessive exuberance of a certain blonde coworker right away, which was soon evidenced by Hasashi's swift appearance after the detective had left the room. Shuate, his friend cried, marching in with snacks piled atop the weaponizable scarf bundled in his arms. He plopped down at Shota's side, tossed the capture weapon and packaged food unceremoniously on the hospital bed, and began drinking from a juice box without offering the underground hero any of his haul. You are terrible, Shota stated. Doctor's orders. Recovery girl was just in here. I can eat. Hasashi peered over his sunglasses with a frown. He took an obnoxiously loud slurp of his drink. Nope. Consider it motivation for taking it easy however long you're supposed to this time. Bribery. See, you get it. Not good enough. The sports festival is in 2 weeks. I'll be out by Friday. Keep telling yourself that, Hasashi said. But he looked uncertain as he no doubt recalled the countless other times Shota had made good on his promise. What do you even need to do for the sports festival? Let a sub take over for a few days. All Might's the one training them. I don't trust substitutes, and I'm considering one of the students for an internship. Hasashi looked baffled, but then his expression cleared. Oh, Midoriya. Shota blinked. No, someone else. Why did you think I meant Midoriya? You know, his friend gestured vaguely, 'cause of the capture weapon thing. Shota's face apparently betrayed his confusion, because Hasashi explained. During the attack, after you got knocked out, apparently the kid used your scarf to distract the villains for a while. Nothing too exciting, except he apparently didn't realize he was doing it. How do you know this? Sukachi had, apparently, not bothered to mention it to Shota. Eavesdropping, Hasashi replied nonchalantly. On what? Midoriya's witness statement? No, the students. Like that's any better, Shota grumbled. Who was it you actually had in mind? Hitoshi Shinsou. Oh, the voice hero snapped his fingers. That kid with the fantastic purple hair. Shota snorted. They bickered on for a while longer before Hasashi was dragged away for something and Shota was left to plan his escape in peace. And also, reconsider his plans for internship week. He'd wanted to approach Shinsou about what the kid planned to do for the sports festival. Given the nature of his quirk and his desire to be a hero meant he would likely become an underground hero, which meant the publicity of the sports festival wouldn't be desirable for his future career. Students were allowed to abstain from the tournament, so he wanted to make sure Shinsou had considered that option and in fact offer an internship as a chance to prove himself to Shota and earn personal recommendations to other underground heroes for future events like the work study. On the other hand, Izuku Midoriya had a telekinesis quirk, a sense of justice strong enough to lead him to attend a hero school. Green hair. Shota wasn't an idiot. He knew Midoriya matched some of what they knew about Phoenix. It wasn't very likely. He was, after all, directing that sense of justice into his future career, and that meant he didn't have the distrust of the system most vigilantes did. And green hair only popped up in a few of Phoenix's descriptions over the dozen or so reports they have of him, even if the only other colors were less conspicuously black or brown. Not to mention that although the more reliable reports were only in the past year and a half, there were incidents suspected to be linked to him going back 4 years. 10 or 11 was a young age to be a vigilante. Not that it wasn't possible, nor was it guaranteed Phoenix really had been active for 4 years. It was all just improbable. Something about the fact that Midoriya used his telekinesis on Shota's capture weapon, though. Well, the boy wanted to be an underground hero. Offering an internship would be a good excuse to observe him. But he would rather not leave Shinsou to his own devices. What to do? Shota thought about it throughout the school day on Friday, his presence during which was much to Hasashi's ire, and came to a decision over the weekend. After school on Monday found him ambling out of the teacher's lounge to meet with both boys in classroom 1A. Shota, Hasashi yelled. Where are you going? I thought you were going to eat out with me and Nimuri. I told you already, I'll meet you by the gate in half an hour. I have an appointment. That said, he promptly kicked the door shut in the voice hero's face and nearly ran into All Might in his civilian form as he turned around. Sorry, All Might said hastily, looking like a lot was on his mind. He did look substantially better than when Shota had seen him on Friday. The number 1 hero had been pale as a ghost, and had somehow gotten paler when Nimuri had commented as such. Well, it wasn't any of Shota's business. He moved out of the way without a second thought and continued to his student's classroom. By the time he arrived, most of the class had cleared out and Shinsou was already there, lingering inside the doorway while seemingly trying to ignore Midoriya's curious gaze from his seat. Because, of course, neither student had any idea what this meeting was about, nor why the other was there. Shota moved to stand at the front of the classroom. This meeting is about the sports festival, he said flatly. You both want to be underground heroes. So what are your plans? Both boys blinked and glanced at each other briefly. They looked reluctant to speak with the audience of a stranger, so it was little surprise Midoriya was the one to speak first, as one of Shota's actual students. I don't really have a plan. I want to try it out, since all my friends are going. He shrugged, flushing. And I do want to increase my chances for an internship. Shinsou, however reluctantly, nodded his head at the last comment. I'm going to participate, he said, and win. However much of a deal is being made about the first years this year, it'll go away by the time I graduate. I can secure interest by winning this year's contest. And the general public will forget about me if I abstain from the second and third year tournaments. You can do it that way, or you can do it my way. Your way, my way, Shota repeated, by taking the deal I'm about to make to you. Both the boys looked at him in surprise. I want both of you to attend the sports festival. I want you to pass the first round. Slowly, his lips curled up into a smile. I want you to get 5th place in the second round. Whoever does this gets an internship with me. If you do well, I'll put a word in for you with other underground heroes. Whereas Midoriya looked ecstatic, Shinsou seemed torn. What is it? Shota addressed the purple-haired teen. You want us to purposefully lose the second round. There was a deep frown on his face. Yes, Shota was mildly impressed. The boy knew off the top of his head the typical schematics for progression through the festival's second round. Is there a problem with that? Is it about what you were saying to class on Friday? Midoriya piped up suddenly, startling both Shota and Shinsou. I wasn't really paying attention. Shinsou donned a vaguely offended expression at this, but you were challenging us, right? So you don't want to back down from that challenge. What's it to you? Shinsou scowled. Midoriya sank into his chair in a surrendering manner. Nothing. Shota rolled his eyes. Are you done? Kid, it doesn't matter. I've told you my requirements. Know your priorities and make your decision based off those. And caring too much about what other people think, you won't get anywhere. He paused, then nodded at both of them. I've told you everything you need to know, so you can leave now. Shinsou stared at him for a moment, then gave him a curt nod and walked out of the room briskly. Midoriya jolted as if waking up and scrambled to do the same, giving Shota a cheery wave and some words of gratitude for the offer as he went. It was obvious that he was going to try for it. It remained to be seen what Shinsou would choose to do, and Shota suspected he wouldn't find out until the sports festival. Well, it wasn't like he hadn't been expecting some uncertainty. After all, he'd already determined when coming up with the offer that if he couldn't decide who was interning with him, he'd let the candidates decide for him. Excuse me, Izuku called as he left classroom 1A, hastening to catch up to the Gen Ed student striding down the empty hallway. The boy tensed and glared over his shoulder at him, but Izuku was getting a lot of practice ignoring such efforts these days. He pulled up next to the teenager with a nervous smile on his face. I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. Shinsou, was the curt reply. He didn't say anything else but gave off the same distrustful aura as Terasu had during the dream a few nights ago. Izuku briefly pondered trying to make some conversation in order to get to know him better, especially since he wanted to figure out the whole Baku not Baku thing, but it was obvious Shinsou didn't want to talk to him. Well, there was plenty of time later, probably, assuming no creature was stalking Shinsou and trying to kill him again. Good luck, Izuku said as unawkwardly as possible, and forced himself to split off from Shinsou's path before he could devolve into a fit of calculations regarding the chances of Shinsou still being plagued by a yokai. He didn't look back at the other student as he left, instead focusing on what magic he could sense in the building. The smaller one of Katsuhimo was long gone. both from the distance Izuku had gained from the classroom and from Aizawa leaving the opposite way of the two boys after their meeting. And what a meeting that had been. He definitely never expected to be offered an internship like that. And there was no way he was going to pass up the chance, although he felt guilty that he might end up taking the same opportunity from Shinsou. All Might was still in the building, around the teacher's lounge, with Terasu's magic back at full strength, or at least back to the partially hidden strength she kept her signature at. School today had been interesting, to say the least. He wasn't sure, but Izuku thought he was having an easier time discerning where Terasu was despite her magic's large radius. It was possibly a side effect of her invading his mind, and a welcome one at that, since Izuku had been avoiding All Might all day. It had started that morning before class, when Izuku noticed that that All Might was on campus. It was very unusual for a Monday since All Might taught classes only on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And if he was at school on other days it was usually in the afternoon. Izuku had wanted to see Terasu, though, so it felt like good luck. It was not good luck. It was the opposite of good luck. All Might had been actively looking for him, skulking in the background in skeletal form trying to catch his attention. Because as the hero himself had told Izuku when he pulled him aside that morning, he had something to talk to him about, regarding something Izuku had said when he left their meeting on Friday. Given that Izuku had then very vividly recalled both that he'd alluded to Terasu during that meeting, and that he had promised not to reveal her to All Might, he had never lied so blatantly in his life, because you must be imagining things. While chuckling maniacally and avoiding eye contact totally convinced All Might to drop the matter. Good job, Izuku. You slip up one time. So yeah, All Might was probably going to be stalking him for the foreseeable future. Not that he was one to talk. On the way home Izuku made a detour to the closest suitable store and bought a loaf of bread. Then he bribed the Minas that liked to perch on their balcony into spying on Shinsou's home for 2 weeks. You know, just in case Shinsou really was still being haunted. Don't ask how he managed to find the house again. Just know that the experience resulted in him nearly getting caught and finding out Koda could talk to animals. Both occurrences which may or may not be related. Tuesday he survived class with All Might and during lunch he asked Tokoyami to train for the festival with him, only not inviting Uraraka and Ida because he wanted to help Tokoyami do some very illegal quirk training at Dagaba Beach, free of yokai, and with Izuku now armed with the fireball spell, that place would be perfect for Dark Shadow. Their other friends found them before he could finish explaining, so he tried to convey the illegal stuff with just his eyes, and Tokoyami at least picked up the darn it portion of his telepathic gaze and nodded along. And then Uraraka asked, "Hey, you're into the occult, right? Do you have an Ouija board?" And Izuku coughed up his water. "I do," Tokoyami replied calmly. Izuku wasn't sure if she'd been addressing just him or both of them. "That's cool. I was thinking of bringing cards or something, since lunch is so long, but I think an Ouija game would be much neater. Can you bring it tomorrow? Would it not be more responsible to do our homework during lunch?" Ida tried, to no avail. "Unfortunately, I cannot. My aunt is currently borrowing it. I will have it on Friday, if that will suffice." Curse his altruism. "I can bring mine," Izuku offered tentatively. "Great," she accepted without a hint of surprise, which, okay. Maybe it was sort of obvious he shared that certain interest with Tokoyami even when cutting off most supernatural-related conversations whenever the other two were around. And thus, the next day Izuku came to school with his homemade Sakaki wood Ouija board that had been collecting dust under his bed ever since its close encounter with Kaken in the first year of middle school. They returned to classroom 1 early during lunch and clustered around Izuku's desk, messing around with the board quietly as to not disturb Todoroki eating from a bento at his own desk. After a short while, Izuku began glancing at the door because it felt like Terasu might be near. Sure enough, he managed to catch All Might doing a double take at the classroom as he passed, a certain kitsune's tails sweeping along the ground as she continued without her host. The number 1 hero left quickly with a spooked look on his face. Izuku wasn't sure whether to be worried about that, since he wasn't sure what exactly All Might thought he meant with his slip-up on Friday, but he just knew it had something to do with the Ouija board. He shoved it out of his mind. It was Uraraka's turn, and the hands holding the planchette were slowly moving towards the word yes in response to something Tokoyami had asked. So far Ida's only contribution had been to sit there holding the wood with a stubborn expression on his face. And the same thing happened the instant Uraraka relinquished her turn to him. "You're no fun." Uraraka pouted, just as Izuku prodded the planchette in Ida's hands over to Hou-ou. "Finally," she cried. Ida frowned down at his hands in bafflement for a second, then jumped to the most logical and correct conclusion. "Midoriya, it is improper to use your quirk during break. I have no idea what you're talking about." Izuku lied unashamedly, and then Yaoyorozu, Jiru, and Isui walked in. They kept playing until just before Kaken arrived, because Ida wanted to review his notes and the rest took that as a sign to disperse even with a decent amount of time left before class resumed. After school, Izuku informed Tokoyami of Dagaba Beach's location and arranged for them to meet the next night for training. So Wednesday was some more Ouija board, and then illegal activities for the greater good at Dagaba, and Thursday Izuku came to school with a deck of cards in addition to the Ouija game and found that half of their class had done something similar. Most had brought homemade meals as well, so they didn't even have to leave the classroom for lunch. "Ni and Ida want to try shogi," Uraraka said, pointing at where there was indeed a game of shogi sitting on Ajiro's desk. Ieyasu and Ajiro were currently playing. "They'll be done soon." Izuku had no idea how they planned to fit 2 games of shogi into their 45-minute lunch break, so he just nodded and dragged Tokoyami out the door to find somewhere quieter than the unexpectedly crowded classroom. Todoroki followed them, looking very disgruntled that his favorite spot for lunch had been invaded, and left in some random direction clutching his bento tightly. Izuku and Tokoyami went opposite of him to avoid annoying him further and came across All Might down one of the hallways. "Where might you be going, young men?" Skeleton All Might asked hesitantly. In what was clearly a stroke of genius, Izuku paused and made eye contact, saying, "Oh, just looking for a book I lost. The Mythology of Amaterasu. Unfortunately, I have not seen that anywhere," All Might replied, looking startled Izuku was even talking to him. "Okay." Izuku jogged away, promptly avoiding him again. Tokoyami tilted his head as they continued. "Were you trying to accomplish something?" He looked over his shoulder. "Ah well, it didn't work. I was trying to get someone to follow me." The fox in question wasn't even looking at him. They ended up at some benches outside their classroom building with nearly 20 minutes left, where it was thankfully not windy enough to blow away the cards. Izuku had no idea if Dark Shadow was allowed to be out, but the quirk wanted to play so he didn't say anything. The 3 of them got through 2 rounds, and then to his surprise he felt Terasu again. He paused in his dealing, and Tokoyami and in Dark Shadow followed suit as he looked for her. The kitsune stalked up to them sporting her default mood. Izuku couldn't help but smile at the fact she'd bothered to come. It didn't hurt that this confirmed that his conversation with her had been more than just a dream as well. "I thought I told you to leave me alone," Terasu stated flatly. "That doesn't mean you have to leave me alone," Izuku replied cheerily. "You came here of your own accord." "I did not," she frowned. "You called me here. What do you mean?" You said my name." Her eyes narrowed in suspicion. "Did I? Are you talking about when I was looking for that book earlier? That was just a coincidence. But since you're here, you're welcome to stay." Ni, Tokoyami, and Dark Shadow were just about to start another round of cards. "Want to join us?" Dark Shadow glanced between them with greedy curiosity, as if he thought an entertaining fight was about to break out. Tokoyami maintained a straight face throughout the one-sided conversation he was hearing. Izuku internally prayed for his life even as he tried to persuade the kitsune into agreeing. There was a tense silence. Terasu scoffed and walked away. Izuku sagged in disappointment. He really wanted to see her doing something other than brood. It couldn't be healthy to be on alert at All Might's side 24/7. "Awa, she left," Dark Shadow said mournfully. "Who was that?" Tokoyami asked. "Oh, that was the kitsune I told you about. Her name is Terasu and she hangs around the school for personal reasons." He exhaled and added as an aside, "She's not very friendly. But at least she's talking to me now." Tokoyami hummed in thought. Dark Shadow rubbed his claws together in stereotypical villain fashion. "I hope she comes back. She looks fun to play with." "You sound like a serial killer," Tokoyami said in exasperation. Potential serial killer or not. Izuku laid out another round of cards and they kept playing. Friday. Before class, Aizawa raised an eyebrow at the needlessly intense tournament of rock, paper, scissors 89% of the class was participating in, although their teacher had walked in late enough to only witness the final battle between Sato and Kaminari. Jiru lost 10 lollipops to the bet she made that Kaminari would lose, but both of them were smart enough to wait until lunch before making the shady-looking exchange. Izuku wasn't sure what bet Kaminari had lost, but Jiru ended up with all of his pencils for her troubles. Aoyama generously lent him a bright green glitter gel pen before the next class, even though Izuku could have sworn he only had pink and yellow ones. Izuku and Tokoyami kept up a training schedule of roughly every other night. The few times over the next week that he visited the cafeteria, Izuku tried to keep an eye out for Shinsou and was foiled by the Gen Ed students' persistent elusiveness. Wednesday of that week, Terasu sniffed in distaste at their terrible shogi skills and ended up decimating Tokoyami in the shortest amount of moves Izuku had ever seen before she sauntered away with the reminder that class would begin in the next 51 seconds. Thursday she returned and did the same thing to Izuku. But on Friday Asui and Kaken were using the board in the classroom and she didn't show up. For those 2 weeks, according to the Mina spies, Shinsou wasn't haunted by any yokai, baku or otherwise. Saturday, instead of a half day, was the sports festival. Are you going to watch it? Izuku stuffed his deck of cards into his backpack, right next to the extra money his mother had handed him earlier for if he wanted something from the festival's vendors. His phone was wedged between his ear and shoulder as he double-checked that he'd packed everything. Of course, I wouldn't miss it for the world. I'll even be live streaming it, Hasashi replied. Live streaming? It's just a competition. I'm not even going to make it to the third round. Not for the first time, Izuku wondered if his father ever slept. Hasashi had never graced the question with a proper answer. That'll just make the first 2 rounds more interesting, won't it? Izuku, you're going to be late. Got to go, Dad. Sorry. Hey, don't worry. You'll be fine. Knock him out. Figuratively, Izuku said, even though with Yue you never knew. Bye. Goodbye, his father said before tacking on, oh, and don't do anything reckless. I won't. This is perfectly safe, Izuku thought to himself in the middle of the first round of the sports festival as he dug out an explosive and placed it carefully onto a pile of other explosives. He stood back and proudly surveyed the pile of smoke geyser bombs he planned to use to blast himself to victory. Not reckless at all. Midori, I'll make sure to visit your grave every week, Uraraka called as she passed by. Despite her joking tone, she looked queasy at Izuku's very visible plan. Or maybe that was just from excessive use of her quirk. A couple other students had noticed what he was doing, but so far none seemed to want to try the idea out for themselves. Which, fair, and all the more lucky for him. You'd better bring flowers, he yelled back at her. He readied the metal panel he had scavenged from one of the robots earlier in the race. Here goes nothing. He dropped onto the pile with a metal sheet and a thin telekinetic shield as his only intermediaries. And the ensuing blast caused even present Mike to cry out in surprise. Before he knew it, he was soaring above the heads of the competing students. The entire race course seemed to have paused in awe beneath him. Even Todoroki and Kaken at the front, who had been in vehement competition with each other ever since Todoroki challenged Kaken that morning. Is this what it feels like to fly? Izuku wondered, admittedly a bit dramatically, but this was a dramatic moment, so give him some slack. He got first place. Not exactly what he'd been aiming for, but that didn't matter. The real precision would be during the second event. Whoa, that was awesome, Uraraka said as she jogged up to his side. The students who had reached the end milled around as they waited for the stragglers to trickle in. To nobody's surprise, most of Class 1A and 1B were already finished. Ada joined their little huddle momentarily, lamenting his own placing in the race, but Tokoyami was off talking to Koda. I didn't think that would actually work the way you wanted it to. Everyone that passed me looked like they expected to hear of my tragic demise by the end of the race, he acknowledged, but it was actually really fun. Too bad I'd probably get arrested if I tried anything like that at home. You would most definitely get arrested, Ada huffed. ... But it was quite impressive. Thank you. We'll make a daredevil out of you yet, Uraraka told Ada, who spluttered in denial. The crowd fell silent as the last students trickled in and Midnight took to the stage to explain the next competition, the Cavalry battle. Teams of 2 to 4. Point value based off of your score in the previous event. Izuku was worth 1,000,000 points. Wait, what? In an instant, the stadium was filled with bloodlust as every head turned towards Izuku. He chuckled nervously. It's fine. I can just get rid of my headband early on and then someone else will have to deal with it. I'm trying to avoid first place, after all. The attention was still a heavy weight in the background, though, even when everyone scattered to find teammates. Don't worry, Midori, I'll join your team, Uraraka offered as Ida split off. No, I need to get 5th place, so if you want to move on to the next round you should probably find someone else, he told her. She blinked. You mean you're stopping at this event? Yeah, I'll explain when we get a break. She looked reluctant, but she did wish him luck and went asking other teams if she could join. Like most of the students who had made it past the first event, she was really taking the tournament seriously. Now, who would work with someone that was trying to lose? There was one obvious choice, Shinsou. But while a 2-person team was allowed, Izuku doubted that would be very efficient since their bodies were somewhat similar in build. Could either of them even carry the other for an extended period of time? They should aim for at least one other member. But he was getting ahead of himself. First, he should get Shinsou on board. And unsurprisingly, the first thing the purple-haired teenager said when he found and asked him to make a team with him was, "Why should I help you? We're competing against each other." Izuku already had a rebuttal prepared. Are we? Aizawa-sensei didn't say we couldn't both intern with him. Shinsou opened his mouth, then closed it. He turned to face Izuku completely with a considerably less hostile, albeit still harsh, face. And what would you have to contribute? Well, Izuku grinned. My telekinesis happens to be perfect for this event. He pointed at his own shoes and proceeded to untie his shoelaces as Shinsou watched. With lightweight objects like those headbands, my range is pretty far, too. So long as I can see them, it'll be easy peasy. There was a long moment where Shinsou considered him in silence. Then the Gen Ed student gave a short nod. Fine, we have a deal. I'll get us a 3rd member. What do you mean, get? Shinsou walked away without listening to the rest of his sentence. Izuku dithered, wondering if he should follow the other boy, but he returned soon enough with Ajiro in tow. A very blank-eyed Ajiro. Izuku didn't resist the urge to wave a hand in front of his classmate's face and frown when there was no reaction. Did you use a quirk on him? So what if I did? Shinsou stared at Izuku in challenge. For some reason, he felt like he was about to tread on very thin ice by protesting. He did so anyways. That's not. I know Ajiro wants to do his best at the festival. Is this a mind control quirk? You should let him go. I'll find someone who will team up with us willingly. Who would do that? Shinsou sneered. It's easier this way. Izuku ignored the animosity. I'll be right back. If I find someone, will you let Ajiro go? He snorted. Sure, whatever. They had 10 minutes left. Izuku needed to find somebody quick. He didn't know anybody outside of Class 1A, but he had noted how competitive Class 1B had been earlier both before and during the obstacle course race. Somebody from the support or gen ed course would be his best bet. He sidled up to a group of loosely clustered students, only a few of whom he recognized as Class 1B students. When the group noticed him, they collectively frowned and looked at each other like they were wondering what he was doing. He opened with the very succinct invitation, "Hey, do any of you mind joining a team that's trying to lose?" They all glanced at each other again. Yes, one girl from the back said bluntly. A stocky boy with russet hair and coarse, furry bear paws for hands raised an arm into the air. Never mind, I guess this guy wants to help you, the girl amended. It depends, the boy said. I just want to know why you're trying to lose. Izuku explained the internship offer quickly. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Really? That's very interesting. I'm actually working on an essay about the marketing of underground heroes, so I suppose I'll help you too. He blinked. Are you a business course student? Because he'd almost forgotten those existed. No, none of the business course students are participating. The boy reminded Izuku as he gestured at a trio of students in the stands who were furiously writing in notebooks. I'm in Gen Ed. I might transfer over, but I'm not really sure yet. Well, nice to meet you. I'm Gen Carmine. Izuku nodded. Izuku Midoriya. Let's go. I don't know how much time we have left. And Ajiro needs to find a team as well. Ajiro, Carmine echoed as Izuku dragged him through the crowd. Our backup member. Not exactly the time to explain that particular situation. Speaking of which, hey Shinsou, you can let Ajiro go now. The purple-haired teenager snapped his head in Izuku's direction and eyed the newcomer. You're really joining the team? He asked. Yep, my name is Jun Carmine. HMPH. I'm Shinsou. He looked off to the side and Ajiro jolted in place, a hand automatically raising to his head. What's your quirk? He asked while Izuku shooed a very confused Ajiro away with 5 minutes left and the hope he would find a team to join. Perfect memory. Izuku perked up. Oh, that'll be helpful. Mine's telekinesis. Brainwashing, Shinsou tacked on, looking less than pleased to do so. Carmine didn't notice, merely nodding. So your bear paws are vestigial? Izuku wondered, still stuck on Carmine's quirk. Before he caught himself, well, we should probably strategize. Who's going to be the rider? You, Shinsou said decisively, and a bit quicker than Izuku had been expecting. You said you need to see objects to move them, and you'll have the best view there. And you don't look too heavy. I'll be the front of the horse and Carmine can serve as the rear. First thing we do is lose the 10 million points. Sounds good to me, Carmine said, with Izuku nodding along. Let's do this. The instant the cavalry battle began, they lost the 1 million points. The three of them blinked as Ciro reeled it in with his tape gleefully. I know we meant for that to happen, but for some reason I feel really embarrassed, Carmine commented. That was probably because of how easily the boy had taken them by surprise. Shinsou didn't say anything, but Izuku could feel his venomous look at Kaken's group, which found themselves under assault by everyone aiming for the instant win. A few more reserve teams skirted the edges of the battleground, looking to scuffle with each other. Without any points, everyone had immediately lost interest in Izuku's group. At least now they think we're not a threat, he suggested brightly. Are we going to wait before taking any headbands? Shinsou asked. That would preserve our energy. We would also have a better idea of who will be placing in the top 4. Carmine, do you know everyone's points? The only problem with waiting to collect points was that their group had pretty poor mobility. They wouldn't be able to swoop into the middle of battles between teams like Todoroki's and Kaken's and get away easily. Izuku's telekinesis would help with that. But there was also the entirely different matter of keeping track of who had what headbands at all times in order to calculate what headbands they would need to place 5th. If there was ever a time to pray to the 7 lucky gods, it would be now. There are 12 headbands at play. There's the 1 million points, of course, but also ones worth 90, 305, 460, 725, 685, 635, 455, 325, 245, and 2 worth 190. Wonderful, Shinsou deadpanned. Izuku shared the sentiment. But the worst-case scenario would have been if everyone had made two-person teams and they ended up with 21 headbands to keep track of. If everyone keeps their original headbands, the points that would land 5th place would be. Izuku blanked. So many numbers. 460 combine supplied. But obviously that's not going to happen. Team Bakugo already had the 1 million, which meant whatever number was after 460 would be the current 5th place. Combine. Try to keep an eye on the teams and scoreboard. I guess the scoreboard takes priority, since it's easier to get everyone's information at once. While they had been lingering in place, a few other headbands had already swapped teams. Teams Bakugo and Todoroki were duking it out in a stalemate on the opposite end of the arena. A few teams were hovering around there hoping to sneak a grab at the 1 million, and the rest were scattered. Their own team had no idea where to even start. We have 25 minutes to go ... So should we start moving with 15 or 10 left? 15, just in case. Right, Izuku nodded. Okay, they idled, and Izuku soon found that nothing was more awkward than standing still in the middle of a battlefield. Maybe we should at least pretend to be doing something. They were getting a few suspicious looks already. ... Fine. After shuffling around and not doing much more than observing everyone's quirks until the halfway mark, Team Midoriya made a few passes at some of the lower points in order to get a decent base amount that could easily be lost without affecting their placement too much, and eventually snagged one of the 190-point headbands from Team Tokoyami after a vicious tug-of-war between Izuku's telekinesis and Koda's birds. It was a struggle to lose Tokoyami's pursuit after that, but an advantage of their small 3-man team was that they managed to sneak through another team skirmish to escape. When there were 3 minutes left, their next target was the 305-point headband. A few teams had multiple headbands at this point, which meant 305 alone was 6th place. The team who had it, however, was currently in 3rd with 630 points because they also had the 325 headband. Taking 305 would move Team Isui below Team Midoriya, push Team Monoma into 3rd. Izuku double-checked the scores. Yep, Team Tokoyami would end up 4th and his own team would be perfectly within 5th. The problem was obvious when they got Team Isui in their sights. I can't see the headband, Izuku hissed. Below him, Shinsou cursed. Combine peered around them to look at the way Shoji sheltered Isui with only a small crack between his webbed arms for her tongue to shoot through. Oh right, you need to see it to use her telekinesis. Basically, Shinsou twisted to look at Izuku. Are you sure you can't do it without a visual? I can try, but I don't want to accidentally yank an eyeball out. His teammates blanched. You can do that, Combine whispered even as Shinsou turned back around. Whatever, I'll do it. How? Hey Kakashi, the purple-haired teenager yelled. Do you wear that mask because you're ugly underneath, or do you just get tired of your own pit odor? Shoji crinkled his brows into a frown as he noticed them. What? Put your arms down, Shinsou commanded. And the hero student staggered to a stop and unfurled the limbs in question. Isui blinked owlishly at her sudden reveal. The 2 headbands displayed clearly atop her head. Oh right, thanks, Izuku said, and pulled the one marked 305 straight into his hands. He pulled it over his head and checked the scoreboard once more. They were neatly slotted into 5th place, and the timer blared. Everyone paused. The scoreboard flickered as a last-second change was registered. Team Bakugo and Team Todoroki switched places, landing Team Todoroki in 1st and Bakugo in 2nd. Nobody else was affected. They were still in 5th place. Yes, he totally didn't cry. The students were released for lunch immediately after the 3rd event was announced. Shinsou left the field swiftly, ignoring Izuku's shouted invitation for him to join him during the break. Combine accepted, though, and as Izuku sat down with Uraraka and Tokoyami in the cafeteria, he soon found out it was mostly for the purpose of interrogating him on the deal he and Shinsou had made with Aizawa. Ada ate with Yaoyorozu, but he joined the trio as they left the cafeteria to head back to the stadium, Combine splitting off shortly beforehand to share his spoils with some students who looked like they were in the business course. Izuku was looking forward to the recreational games, since he wouldn't be occupied trying to prepare for the upcoming tournament. During the actual tournament ... Well, he'd had the foresight to bring a fresh journal with him today. Since he didn't know any of Class 1B's quirks, it was about time he rectified that lack of information. The break passed in a blur, full of simple yet fun games. Then when the tournament started, it was time to find a spot in the bleachers and arm himself with his journal and writing utensils. When they didn't have matches coming up, Uraraka and Ada sat on either side of him. During a break late in the tournament, right after Ada returned to his seat with a defeated expression in the aftermath of Todoroki winning their match, Izuku stood up and declared he was going to fetch them snacks from the concession stands. He overruled their token protests and departed, determined to try and cheer his friend up with the way to any teenager's heart, junk food. Although Ada might appreciate something a little healthier, he mused as he made his way down the corridors. Izuku was distracted from his thoughts when he felt magic around the corner. It seemed about average strength. With all these people, it was unlikely to be hostile, or it would have made a disturbance by now, so Izuku deduced it was inhabiting someone's family heirloom, a watch, he bet, and had been brought to the stadium that way. Curious to see if his guess was right, he continued onwards. "Oh," he yelped, immediately regretting his decision when he bumped into two people. He backed away and quickly bowed with a muttered apology to the first, the tall, intimidating hero Endeavor, and was more subtle as he also angled it to the other person nearby. A yokai in the form of a woman with a serpent's tail instead of legs, wearing a horned demon mask to conceal her face, and practically hanging off of Endeavor's arm as she leaned on his body with familiarity. As Endeavor grunted in reply to Izuku, the yokai tipped her head politely. "No worries, little one," she rasped, and returned her face to where it practically nuzzled against Endeavor. He suppressed a grimace at how touchy the yokai was being with the number 2 hero. She must be interested in seducing the man, which was thankfully unlikely to come into fruition due to the hero's unawareness. Izuku was just glad she was wearing a kimono. He'd seen a few too many nude or partially so human-like yokai trying to catch their infatuation's attention. Endeavor and his attachment forged onwards, already ignoring him. Izuku glanced at them before deciding there was no danger and returned to his seat in the bleachers once he'd picked out snacks he thought Uraraka and Ida would like, since there were still a few minutes left before the next match. He pulled out his phone to see if he could find any yokai matching the snake woman's description. As he did, somebody else's phone buzzed nearby. Ida shuffled out of his seat, revealing his was the culprit as he checked the caller ID and left the stands to answer the call. Izuku returned his gaze to his phone. Just as he pulled up his internet browser, there was a soft ping as a notification popped up from his Hero News app. The part of the headline that fit onto his screen read, "The hero killer strikes again? Ingenium." Ingenium. Izuku, alarmed, clicked on the pop-up instantly. That's Ida's brother. He didn't notice the start of Todoroki and Bakugo's match as he scanned the information in the article rapidly. The second he was finished, he turned to look at Ida's chair, which was, of course, empty. Ida was probably receiving the news of his brother's paralysis at that very moment. "What is it?" Uraraka asked, poking at him to get his attention. Izuku turned back around and showed her the article helplessly. He had no idea what Ida might be feeling, so he asked, "What do we do?" She stood out of her chair and put her snacks down, clutching a fist to her heart. "We go find him, of course." But they didn't find him. Soon enough it was announced that Ida had withdrawn from his match with Tokoyami, landing the bird-headed team 3rd place in the tournament by default. Todoroki got second to Endeavor's ire, judging by how he not so discreetly stormed out of the bleachers, and Bakugo was first, scowling throughout the entire award ceremony, and even rejecting All Might's attempt to give him the medal. The worried and supportive texts he and Uraraka and Tokoyami, once he was informed of the situation, sent Ida were left unanswered, and since it was the weekend, none of them would see him again until Monday. Before they went home, they agreed not to spam his phone anymore, hoping some time unbothered would help, and went their separate ways. It left Izuku simultaneously frustrated at himself and feeling useless. Give him a monster to fight any day. When it came to emotionally supporting a friend, it looked like all he could do was try his best. But would his best be good enough? Izuku shuffled impatiently at the street corner, hiding from the downpour of rain under his black umbrella. It was a quiet morning aside from the storms pattering against the concrete, and the sidewalks were empty aside from the stray pedestrian and the 2 yokai, an Aimfuri Kozo and a Tofu Kozo, who had gotten into a spat not far from Izuku, their enraged movements more than once threatening to splash him as they trampled through puddles. The Tofu Kozo had just thrown its piece of tofu with weaponized force at its opponent when both yokai suddenly abandoned their scuffle. The reason why was a surprising sight. Ida, decked in a yellow raincoat, blasted his way down the sidewalk and came to a stop jogging in place next to Izuku, also waiting for the traffic light to change. "Ida," the green-haired boy exclaimed in surprise. His friend was looking far more chipper than he thought he would be, considering what had happened to his brother. But Izuku knew better than to assume that just because he looked fine that everything was well. Ida had never responded to their texts and calls after all. "Good morning, Midoriya," Ida greeted, hand raised in a sort of salute. Good morning. Better hurry, we're running late." Maybe by Ida's standards, although that wasn't exactly what was on Izuku's mind as his friend rushed off again. Seeing that the walk sign had lit up, Izuku followed, trying to catch up, but finding that even without using his quirk, Ida was a veritable machine who outpaced him easily. He saw him again as he entered class, in the process of waving off Uraraka's worried interrogation. Izuku tried to help her tag team him, but Ida deflected their concerns with surprising ease. Homeroom began, and they were forced to leave the matter at rest. Displayed on the chalkboard were the whole class's names with corresponding numbers. Todoroki's was up top, followed by Kaken, Tokoyami, and so on. It wasn't hard to guess what they represented. and Aizawa confirmed Izuku's thoughts within moments of beginning the class as he pointed out they were the number of internship offers each student had gotten. Internship forms were handed out, along with lists of the agencies guaranteed to accept an intern. And Izuku wasn't surprised to see the number of offers were drastically low for those who didn't make it past the second round in the sports festival. Aside from the application form and internship lists, Izuku had received one other handout, a plain white envelope containing a piece of paper with scribbled out instructions on how to fill out the internship form in order to apprentice under Eraserhead. His teacher's gaze had been expressionless when he handed it to Izuku, but the boy held no such restraints. He grinned and silently pumped his fist in the air. Once everything was handed out, Aizawa tersely informed them to turn their forms in by the end of the week, and then a familiar hero popped her head into the classroom. Midnight Sensei. The surprised cries of the class rose up. Honestly, Izuku hadn't expected to see her so soon after the sports festival. She's here to help you choose your hero names, was the condensed explanation. So homeroom that day was particularly interesting, especially with names like Can't Stop Twinkling flying around. For his part, Izuku was starting to sweat as his friends came up with great names like Uravity and Tsukuyomi. What can I choose? He internally panicked, marker hovering his whiteboard. Phoenix is sort of taken, and Hou-ou is too close. And he winced as he recalled the numerous cheesy, All Might-inspired names he had come up with in his toddlerhood. Those ones are definitely out of the question. The closest thing he had to a nickname was Deku, wasn't it? Izuku glanced over at Kaken, pondering it. Uraraka had said the word sounded like Dekaru. It would be sort of ironic, wouldn't it, to turn that insult into a positive thing? Almost spiteful. He drew his gaze away from his old friend. No, that wouldn't work, either. In some mythologies, names had power. That wasn't particularly the case for yokai, but the fact remained the same that Deku had a taint to it. Izuku didn't want to recycle it into something better. He wanted something fresh, something more him. He turned and looked at his new friends. Wait a second. He did have an actual nickname now, and that realization came just in time. For Midnight was calling his name to check to see if he was ready yet. Ah, yes. He quickly jotted down the word and held his whiteboard close to his chest as he darted to the podium. He presented it, hoping it was good enough. From now on, my hero name is Midori. There was a pause, and he suspected the class was trying to decide if he was another person just settling for using his own name like Todoroki and it had done. Then, why didn't you do Lord Midori? Dark shadow sprang out from under Tokoyami's shirt with a pout on his face, startling the class. Dark shadow. Tokoyami and Izuku hissed in exasperated unison. I think it's great. Uraraka interrupted, a devilish smile on her face, no doubt because it was her nickname he was using. The rest of the class generally agreed, bobbing their heads and teasing him about fitting the name very well. In the end, the only one of the class who failed to come up with a suitable name was Kaken. Lunchtime was spent, for once, in the cafeteria. Ada ate with their group, although he barely spoke up at all even though their main topic of discussion was what hero agencies they would choose for their internship. Izuku, who had told his friends in their group chat about his deal with Aizawa over the weekend after having forgotten to do so the day of the sports festival, was congratulated at actually having the invitation in hand. The mention actually made him think of Shinsou for a moment, and he glanced around the cafeteria to see where the purple-haired teenager might be. He had to muffle a laugh when he glimpsed the Gen Ed student quailing under the enthusiastic force of Carmine armed with pen, notebook, and business course friends as he tried to eat his lunch. How unexpected. The pensive words drew his attention back to his own table. Tokoyami had been the speaker. Izuku resumed eating as he listened. What is it? Uraraka asked. One of my offers ... It's from Hawks. Izuku spat out his food in dignity. What? Take it. Hawks is the number 3 hero. You could learn so much. He has one of the best ratios of rescue to combat missions after All Might. And his words stumbled over themselves as he tried to express his elation. There was a slight quirk to Tokoyami's beak. Apparently I will be interning with Hawks next week. Izuku smacked his hands over his mouth as he flushed in embarrassment, but it quickly faded into victory. He bet he could learn some things secondhand from Tokoyami as well. Internships were going to be so awesome. What about you, Ada? Izuku tried. Are you going to intern at your brother's agency? Probably not the best question. His friend frowned, seemingly ignorant of the implication as he pored over his list of offers. I have not yet decided. He did not say anything further. All right. Just ask us if you need help choosing. Izuku offered. I will. Uraraka took up the conversation from there, and the day passed without much fanfare. Internships would start next week, but the students were given plenty of time to make their decisions. Izuku didn't need all that time. He headed straight to the teacher's lounge to turn in his acceptance of Eraserhead's offer. All Might intercepted him. Young Midoriya, might I have a moment? He was in his natural form, Terasu at his side yelling some rather unsavory words at someone inside the teacher's lounge. Judging by the returning insults, either she or Katsuhimo had done something to provoke the other. Izuku did his best to tune them out. Oh ... sure ... All Might didn't lead him far, to a fairly deserted hallway. Terasu abandoned her argument with Aizawa's resident Itten Momon to follow them and seemed to enjoy the quiet. She at least did not quite have her permanent scowl adorned. I was wondering if perhaps the symbol of peace fidgeted with something in his pocket. Almost nervously, he finally pulled out a letter, very similar to the one Aizawa had given Izuku. You can't be serious. All Might coughed into his free hand. About what you said ... that someone didn't want you to be my successor, or, I suspect, inherit my quirk ... You still impressed me. And I would be honored if you would intern with me ... and maybe tell me more about ... her. Izuku Midoriya.exe has stopped working. Rebooting. First things first. Sorry. I've already decided who I'm interning with, so best remove that temptation. He'd earned Aizawa's internship offer, and All Might was the most spotlight of spotlight heroes. Not exactly the style of heroics he wanted to develop habits for. No matter how much Hasashi would be drooling in jealousy at the mere thought of spending a week learning from All Might, Izuku might have been drooling some at the thought, too, hence the removing temptation bit. Now, for the part he'd seen coming and still didn't know how to deal with. And what do you mean by her? I won't tell anyone, I promise, All Might hastily assured, only looking a little put out that his offer had been rejected. I know it must be hard, seeing things no one else can see. Oh no, Izuku was right. He'd already broken his promise to Terasu and now she was never going to trust him. But I just need to know, is Nana here right now? Izuku blanked. The kitsune twitched. Who? Oh, has she not told you her name? Or maybe ... can ghosts not speak? Ghosts? Hold on. She's a woman, black hair and a spiky ponytail, most likely in a purple hero costume with a white cape. She's the one who didn't want you to be my successor, correct? Terasu slapped a paw over her eyes in a very human-like gesture of disbelief. Is that what this idiot's been thinking? She muttered to nobody in particular. Izuku put the pieces together enough to say, no. What? No, she's not. I can't see ghosts, he finally said, even if that wasn't technically true. I haven't met whoever Nana was, and I can't tell you who doesn't want me to be your successor. I'm sorry. All Might, for a few seconds, looked as if he felt very foolish. Then his embarrassment became alarm. You're not in any danger, are you? What? No, this was a mess. Nobody's blackmailing me or anything. This secret is just a promise. It doesn't hurt anybody. I'll tell you as soon as I get permission, okay? Terasu almost looked impressed that he was sticking to his word. But when he actually looked over at her, she had a neutral expression. All Might simply looked confused. Please. Finally, the hero relented. All right. I believe you. You can go now. He clearly needed to think things over. Izuku would let him. For now, he had an Eraserhead to catch. He rushed off, hoping Aizawa was still in the teacher's lounge. Today was his lucky day. Not only had he not broken his promise to a powerful entity very capable of snapping him like a twig, he also didn't have to wait until tomorrow to turn in his paperwork. He didn't cross paths with Shinsou as he did so, but he had the rest of the week to talk to him about internships before they began, so it was no big loss. Things were looking up. Izuku examined the piece of paper bearing barely legible directions once more, flitting his eyes up to the building in front of him as if it would magically morph into, say, a nondescript office building fitting for an underground hero agency. The storefront's curly display font letters remained steadfast. Nico, Cat Cafe. Allergies need not apply. Maybe this was just their meeting spot. Perhaps Aizawa would guide them to the hero agency ... if he was even associated with one. This internship was more like an apprenticeship, after all. Or maybe he's going to out you as a vigilante. The pessimistic voice of his anxiety sang in the back of his head. He shook the idea off like a champ though, because it would be more logical to merely get Izuku arrested if his identity had been discovered, and Aizawa was all about logic. The fact their meeting spot was at the same cat cafe Izuku had staked out before was just a coincidence. Enter Shinsou. The pair of boys blinked at each other. Shinsou frowned at Nico's door. He pointed at it, glancing at Izuku. Is this? The sort of human shrugged. If you're here too, then I guess I didn't mess up the instructions. Or we both messed them up, Shinsou and the pessimistic voice of his anxiety said simultaneously. Izuku plastered on a cringe-worthy grin in a futile attempt to keep the negativity at bay. Don't judge a book by its cover, someone said from behind them. The duo yelped and spun around to find Aizawa there in civilian clothing, raising a rather unimpressed eyebrow at them and sipping one of his jelly packets. It's not a good trait for a hero to have. Why yes sir, Izuku said, restraining himself from performing a salute. Shinsou merely crossed his arms and gave the teacher a curt nod like he was pretending he hadn't been just as startled as Izuku. This is the place, Aizawa continued gruffly. Save your questions for a few minutes. You're smart enough to understand, anyways. With that, the underground hero proceeded into the cafe. As the boys hastily followed, a growing suspicion nagged at Izuku. The store had glass display windows, so Izuku already knew what the inside of the cafe looked like. A few of the cats lounging in the morning sunlight on the decorative furniture glanced up at the tinkling of the bell, but apparently were too lazy at the moment to bother getting up. There were currently no customers. Aizawa strode to the counter where a young woman with honey gold hair, dark skin, and no obvious quirk waited idly. "How can I help you?" she asked cheerily. "VIP session for 3, Aizawa intoned, sliding a card over the counter to her. She glanced at it and then gave it back to him. "You're all set. Enjoy." Their mentor then ambled over the far wall, where a VIP lounge door laid. All of them entered, and once the door was closed behind them, Aizawa unceremoniously dethroned the chubby tabby sprawled over the rug in the center of the room in order to lift it and reveal a trapdoor. Izuku leaned over to Shinsou as discreetly as possible. "Are we in a spy movie?" The brainwasher bit his lower lip and did not reply, but Izuku caught the way the edges of his mouth unwillingly twitched upwards. Aizawa gestured for them to go first and didn't reprimand them when they both pet the tabby cat on their way. The trapdoor led to a ladder, of course, although the rungs were flat rather than round. It was small, but roomy enough for adults without any relevant disability to go down comfortably, and it didn't take long before they reached the floor. Instantly a musty smell hit his nose. Faint footsteps and voices echoed through the metal floor, the rustling of paper almost making the area up ahead sound like an office building. There was a bark of feminine laughter, and then Aizawa joined them below. "Welcome to the underground haunt." Oken, their mentor, informed them. "Yes, of course both of you would recognize that name." He sighed, putting a hand up to stop there, or rather, Izuku's visible fanboying before it could bombard him. "You're here for present heroics, not past vigilantism. If you want to interrogate someone over this place's history, do it later, and not to me." They trod through the echoing corridor as they tried to tone down their awe in the wake of Aizawa's relaxed gait. The chamber the path opened up into was spacious but cluttered with the byproducts of a very lived-in workspace. Cheap plastic chairs were strewn in seemingly random positions across the room, many with overflowing filing cabinets or briefcases or even support gear piled on and around them, with very few empty or being used as actual seats at a desk. There were a total of 5 different computers, all of them different models and makes, and one in particular looked like it might have been from before the dawn of quirks, yet still somehow chugging along. In contrast to the large amounts of organized clutter, because there was, in fact, carefully maintained floor space if not table space, there were only 3 people in the room other than the newcomers. A man and a woman in civilian clothing were seated at desks, the former fiddling with some sort of harness as he conversed with a mint-haired costumed pro, and the latter nearly hidden in the far corner as she shuffled through a mountain of paperwork. The mint-haired pro, a woman Izuku recognized as the Smile Hero, Ms. Joke, greeted the incoming trio with a broad grin. "Zawa, fancy meeting you here," she trilled. "Ah, what's with that frown? Why are you here?" It didn't even sound like a question. "Don't get your scarf in a knot now, dearest. I just had to get a look at your new apprentices." 2 in one go, who'd have thought? True to her words, Ms. Joke turned to examine Izuku and Shinsou, ignoring Aizawa as he muttered, "Interns. They are not my apprentices." The woman in the corner snorted in amusement, then tried to cover it up with a cough when Aizawa turned his scarlet glare onto her. "Ignore her, she doesn't belong here," he told them as an aside. "Since you've made it this far, you can officially count this internship as started. First things first are the rules, and here you can use your real or hero names, it doesn't matter. In and out of costume on the streets you use the respective names. You're both under my direct supervision. My word is law. You can ignore everybody else, unless for some reason I am incapacitated or unavailable, in which case you defer to Yasutomi first." The woman in back raised a hand in acknowledgement, and Maruta second. The man shot them finger guns from where he had returned to chatting with Ms. Joke. He continued, "The Oaken Haunt is not an official agency, but it is a point of contact for several underground heroes. This is the hub. There are multiple exits from here into city maintenance tunnels. The dorms you'll be staying in are down that hallway." He gestured to one on the right side of the hub's chamber, which also contains medical facilities and the combat room. "Your WIFI will work a lot slower down here because of our security measures. If you have a problem with that, you can use Nico's WIFI. Same thing if a vigilante shows up. Go back up the ladder or into your dorm room." "Huh," Maruta piped up as Ms. Joke went off to bother Yasutomi. "The haunt is neutral grounds. Vigilantes on our safe list are allowed to crash here for a night or 2, get medical attention, and so on without threat of their identity being revealed. None of them like to be bothered, though, and some of them can be real testy." His face darkened as if thinking of a specific individual. Anyways, we try to stay out of their way unless we're their underground contact. That's the gist of it. Interesting. Izuku had always suspected underground heroes had dealings with vigilantes, but he had no idea they had a safe haven system like this. What qualified a vigilante for the safe list? How many vigilantes used this haunt? And was that the difference between an underground agency and a haunt? The neutrality. What he said, Aizawa mumbled. Go pick out your rooms and get settled. Then change into your hero outfits and find me in the combat room. We'll be warming up for tonight's activities with some martial arts training. Tonight's activities? Izuku mouthed curiously, but Shinsou was already lugging his own backpack to the other hallway. The phoenix-blooded boy hurried to follow. The martial arts training was quirkless hand-to-hand combat. And despite Izuku having the self-defense basics drilled into him solidly, Shinsou still practically pounded him into the ground through sheer scrappiness and the marginally larger amount of muscle he bore. Neither of them were any match for Aizawa, though, and that evening found them both with sore muscles as they slurped cheap ramen over a cleaned-out spot on the floor of the hub. Although Yasutomi was typing furiously away at a computer, Maruta had disappeared a while ago. Aizawa was thumbing through a box of files with an idle expression, slurping one of his jelly pouches that he was seemingly addicted to. Katsuhimo seemed to have woken up. Yellow eyes peered from the folds of their teacher's scarf, watching Izuku and Shinsou with a bored expression. A faint ding from an unseen clock whose clicking was going to drive Izuku crazy by the end of the week caused Aizawa to look up from his paperwork. 5 minutes. Civilian clothes. Phones only. Meet me in the cafe. He slid the file he was reading back into places and slinked into the ladder's hallway. Izuku nearly choked on his noodles as he tried to get them down faster. Thankfully, he was almost finished, so he wasn't far behind Shinsou, who had simply abandoned his food as they returned to their rooms to change out of their combat gear. He did end up reaching the ladder first, but it took both of them to open the trapdoor because that large tabby cat had been laying on top of it in the rug, refusing to budge. Izuku took a second to straighten the rug back over the door and plop the tabby onto it before following Shinsou into the cafe, which was empty aside from their teacher, the cats, and the cashier. Only 20 seconds early, Aizawa grumbled. Well, you're here now. Tonight's activity starts the instant one of you steps outside the door. Call it whatever you want, but it's essentially large-scale hide and seek. The hider gets a 5-minute head start before the seeker can step outside this building. No entering buildings, no causing disturbances among civilians. Fire escapes and rooftops are allowed, but make sure not to leave the district. You are allowed to move freely at all times, and once the 5 minutes are up, the seeker has an hour to knowingly get within 5 feet of you. I'll send a text when that time is up if the hider is not found within that time limit. Our rendezvous point is outside the police station on Lotus Street. He paused, adjusting his scarf. If you come across any illegal activities, text me your location and maintain a distance. Only engage in self-defense or the defense of others. Any questions? Just one. Are we allowed to use our quirks? Aizawa glanced over to Izuku. For the exercise, only so long as you don't use them on citizens or to harm each other. In self-defense, absolutely. Understood. The boys nodded earnestly. Whichever of you wants to be the hider first, just step out the door and I'll start the timer. I'll be observing from a distance. Izuku looked to Shinsou to see what he thought, but his peer was already moving towards the door. He blinked, but didn't protest and waited patiently as Shinsou left and Aizawa started the timer. His teacher drew the shades down over the windows and stepped in front of the door so Izuku couldn't watch where Shinsou went. Although he'd asked the question, he wasn't entirely sure what use his telekinesis would be in this exercise, at least as the seeker. Sure, he could use it the way he usually does to hasten himself, maybe get onto roofs easier, and hold Shinsou in place in order to get within the 5 feet of him, but in terms of actually locating Shinsou, he'd probably need the full hour. 5 minutes are over, Aizawa said, and Izuku forced himself out the door. Ruminating on tactics was all well and good, but he couldn't waste any time looking for Shinsou. With the boy constantly on the move, on streets, Izuku had a feeling he knew better than himself. Shinsou did live in this district. After all, and a large area to cover, he would have his work cut out for him. Right, left, or straight ahead. Would Shinsou take to the roofs immediately or stick to the alleyways? It was still bright enough out that groups of people walked the streets. So would he try to blend in with the crowds? Aizawa exited the shop behind him, strolling off to the left. It seemed like an arbitrary direction, but he didn't so much as glance back at Izuku despite having claimed he would be watching them. He briefly considered that Aizawa was heading the way Shinsou went, but dismissed that notion. The pro-hero wouldn't make things that easy for Izuku. If he knew what direction Shinsou took, he would track him down when Izuku wasn't looking. So, directions. Shinsou's hair was distinctive enough that Izuku felt he could pick him out of a crowd even with how diverse people's appearances had gotten after the rise of quirks. So he was most likely in the alleys or on the rooftops. Izuku crossed the street to a brick building with a fire escape on it. The alleys would be more familiar to Shinsou, and the rooftops were practically one open space in comparison to the maze of back streets and paths. Whichever one Shinsou had chosen, Izuku had a better chance on the roofs. He would be able to scan the tops of the buildings and the alleys below, with the most mobility possible and least chance for civilian encounters. He tromped his way up the fire escape and scoured the horizon when he reached the top. There were a few buildings higher than he was, but he didn't think they had any fire escapes or ladders on them, so he disregarded them for the moment. He couldn't see any human figures, standing or crouching, so he trotted to the edge of the building and looked into the alley below. Garbage bins and clotheslines. Would Shinsou try to hide in a garbage bin? No, an internship exercise wasn't worth the smell. Not to mention, if a civilian saw him doing something so suspicious, it would definitely count as a disturbance. And even if he were to hide anywhere, it wouldn't be in one of the closest alleys to their starting point. Izuku continued to hop the rooftops, peering around and below him as he went, also keeping an ear open for any suspicious noises. After a full 20 minutes, he grew frustrated with his lack of progress, even with only a 5-minute head start. At this point, Shinsou could be anywhere in the district, constantly moving. Izuku would have to strike gold to even find a hint of where he went. This was no villain rampaging the streets or yokai screeching its head off. It wasn't even a stakeout or an informed tracking mission where you perhaps had a tracker on the suspect or their phone or vehicle, or even just a list of frequented locales. Izuku had nothing but a visual, an entire district, and a time limit. He huffed and turned away from the alley he was inspecting, instead leaning over the low wall of the building he was onto the busy street. Light glistened off the pavement as cars rolled past. Not a single person visible had purple hair. He hadn't expected anything to change, really, except by that hardware store ... was that Maruta. Izuku had only seen the man from the oaken haunt a few times as he and Shinsou settled in, so he hadn't recognized him at first. But the flax-haired man yawning as he leaned against the walls of the hardware store wore the same bright orange gloves Maruta had worn as he fiddled with support gear in the hub. And Maruta hadn't been in the haunt when they'd left for Aizawa's activity. Izuku hesitated. Maybe. The next building over had a ladder that he climbed down, and then he made his way over to the hardware store. Maruta looked up at him with a sly smile as he approached. Izuku paused in front of him, unsure what to say. His teacher's colleague seemed to take pity on him, however, and spoke first. "You've only just now found me. Well, I suppose all Eraserhead does like to throw people in the deep end. If he wants you to figure it out on your own, that's his problem. I'll just keep things simple." Maruta paused, tilting his head and bringing his arms up in a helpless shrug. "What can I help you with?" There was an odd undertone to his last sentence, like he was putting on a performance. But Izuku started with what would help him the most. "Do you know where Shinsou is?" "You'll have to be more specific," Maruta replied, but didn't elaborate. It clicked. Maruta was performing, playing the role of a civilian, or perhaps more accurately, an informant. Izuku revised his question quickly. "I'm looking for a high school-aged boy with wild purple hair and matching eyes. He's tall and fair-skinned, no visible quirk. Last seen wearing ... a light gray jacket, khaki pants, and a black t-shirt." "Sorry," Maruta replied, instantly crushing his hopes. "I haven't seen him at all." "Well, there goes that possibility. But I'll keep an eye out." Here, Izuku took the offered device with surprise. It was a simple black buzzer, a label declaring "2" taped onto it. "I'll buzz that if I spot him." "Oh, thank you." Izuku gave a shallow bow. So that's how things were. "And one more thing," the undergrounder added before Izuku could leave. "If you see me around, feel free to come chat." What? The puzzle Maruta's comment had presented Izuku turned out to be fairly simple. For 5 blocks away, Maruta sat on a bench, typing away at a phone. "Is your quirk teleportation?" Izuku asked curiously, walking up to him. "I'm your second one, then. Need anything?" Izuku rattled off Shinsou's description automatically. "He passed by 5 minutes ago. Went into that alley," Maruta pointed. "I'll contact you if I see him again." Izuku put the buzzer labeled 5 into his pocket and barely stayed a second to thank the man, excited as he was to finally have a decent lead. He did, of course, note the street as location 5 in his mind ... as well as Maruta's quirk. The ability to create clones is so cool. Izuku found Shinsou with 7 minutes left, climbing down a fire escape. He was on the rooftops at the time, and intercepted the boy with a rather risky leap to the metal platform just in front of him. But it got him within 5 feet, and Shinsou disgruntledly accepted his hand to help him stand up after he'd accidentally knocked him over during his landing. Izuku texted Aizawa to let him know they were on their way back. Then the pair navigated to Lotus Street. Just so you know," Izuku told Shinsou as they approached the police station, "Maruta's hanging around a couple spots. You can use him as an informant." Shinsou gave him an odd look. "Why would you tell me that, as opposed to making him figure it out himself?" "Because I know to avoid being seen by him." Both Maruta and Aizawa awaited them a few meters away from the police station. Izuku was told to return the 4 buzzers he'd collected, numbers 1, 2, 4, and 5, and then Shinsou was temporarily banished into the police station as Izuku's 5 minutes began. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.